Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening. Prologue, Magic Cube. In a vast expanse of misty snow, countless ice flakes were being blown in circular fashion by the freezing winds. They collided against one another in the middle of the air, releasing a spine-chilling coldness, which threatened to freeze the human soul. This is the Snowfall Realm, one of the numerous realms within the divine domain. The Snowfall Realm is ever snowing, turning any trace of water into frosty snow. Within these desolate lands of snow, in a certain area, the snowflakes suddenly moved around in a spiral, as though it had been affected by something. The snowflakes melded with one another before gradually spreading out into a form of whirlpool. A glowing curtain, seemingly made of quicksilver, appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, a woman wearing an ocean blue robe emerged from within. This woman exuded an aura of eminence, her black hair descended like a waterfall, her entire body emanating an atmosphere of sacred purity. She was just like a blooming snowy jade lotus flower. However, the woman's face was pale and traces of blood could be seen from the corners of her lips, disrupting her gentle aura of spirituality. The glowing curtain disappeared and the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her consciousness becoming weaker. "Sister." A clear feminine voice sounded out in the air and a white sphere of light emerged from the woman's body. The white sphere transformed into the body of a young woman. "Sister, how are you?" "It is nothing," the woman in ocean blue dress waved her hand. She who had been seriously injured was forced to create a fissure in space and teleport over through such a great distance to another realm within the divine domain. This had left her suffering from an even greater degree of injuries. "Where is this?" the woman in ocean blue dress asked. The young woman produced a jade instrument and used her spiritual awareness to probe it before replying. "Sister, we have arrived at the Snowfall Realm." Snowfall Realm. The blue-dressed woman was momentarily shocked, then she gave out a sigh. "There are 3,000 realms within the divine domain, whereas I have traveled through the void numerous times. And yet, I end up escaping into the one realm I did not want to end up in. My real name is Muqian Shui, Snow, One, and this is the Snowfall Realm." "Snowfall, snowfall, perhaps this is where I will fall." "Sister, you won't, Just as the young woman was talking, a violent fluctuation of energy suddenly appeared in the air. In the next moment, an invisible pair of hands tore down the space. Next, a man in black walked out from the tear in space and stood upright in the middle of the air. After seeing the appearance of this man, the young woman's face changed greatly and her words became lost within her throat. The black man was handsome and outstanding in bearing, however, a crimson shade was emanating from both his pupils, granting him a fearsome visage. Seeing Muqian Shui, he gave a light laugh. "Your Holiness, we meet again." Muqian Shui's countenance remained cold. Although she had expected that the other side would chase her, she did not expect that it would happen so fast. The man continued, "Your Holiness, for things to develop until such an extent is truly regrettable. I truly had no choice regarding the destruction of the high verdant sacred lands. For being such as you and me with such a kind of cultivation level, there is nothing in the world that we could not obtain. Thus, what you and I both desire is only absolute power and eternity. Why don't your Holiness hand over the divine magic cube to me? We can study it together and explore the secrets hidden within the magic cube. We can be partners through it all, what do you think?" Muqian Shui channeled the divine energies within her body and coldly replied. "There is no need to talk about nonsensical subjects. Tianmingzi, you may be capable of destroying the high verdant sacred lands, but you will have to pay dearly if you wish to kill me." "Is that so? Then I guess I will have to give it a try." The one called Tianmingzi showed an air of indifference. His right had turned, and an ancient-looking pagoda appeared in his hands. "This is the catastrophic spirit treasure, God's sealing pagoda, capable of sealing gods and imprisoning demons. It could also serve as a vessel capable of accommodating 10,000 warriors. Half a month ago, this man had utilized this divine pagoda to transport 10,000 masters from all over the divine domain and brought them over to the high verdant sacred lands, leading to its destruction." Tianmingzi tossed the god-sealing pagoda into the air. Next, a golden light filled the area and 10,000 masters appeared within the Snowfall Realm. In just an instant, the skies were blotted by the countless shadows. 10,000 figures stood in the middle of the air, their gazes were all directed at the two helpless women standing upon the snowy landscape. Their eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. Observing all this, the corners of Muqianxue's mouth curled into a sneer. She had been waiting for this exact moment. Dark infernal sacred lands, mystifying primal sacred lands, ancient anarchic palace, malevolent blood island, all of you came together in concert to destroy my high verdant sacred lands. As compensation, I will use my own soul to bury all of you today. Tian Mingzi spoke out. Muqianxue, in terms of your strength and heavenly defying talent, you are someone who deserves my respect and admiration. But as of now, you are already grievously injured. There is no chance for you to win against 10,000 masters of the divine domain. I still advise you to just surrender the divine magic cube. I will spare you and your sister. Muqianxue ignored him. Focusing her mind, a 1 cubic inch gray-colored cube with black-colored inscriptions on its surface slowly appeared from Muqianxue's palm. This is the object that had shaken up the entire divine domain, the divine magic cube. Muqianxue infused all of her divine energies into the divine magic cube. Even though the divine magic cube had been with her for over a year, she still could not comprehend the profound mysteries within it. Perhaps the divine magic cube is the crystallized form of what is left of the soul of a legendary true god that had fallen. It possesses the terrifying power to pulverize every single soul. However, Muqianxue's current strength was insufficient to fully control this power. If she were to use it, then her own soul would be devoured and sealed by the divine magic cube. You err, do not resist. Sister. The young woman did not understand what Muqianxue meant. At that moment, a layer of light enveloped her body. This light was meant to pierce the void and transport her through space. Muqianxue wanted to first send her sister away. Once she activated the forbidden powers of the magic cube, the soul of every living being in the vicinity would be absorbed and pulverized. This was also the reason why she was unable to deploy the forbidden powers of the divine magic cube back in the high verdant sacred lands. Hee, you want to send your sister away? How could I allow that? Tian Mingzi moved both hands, forming a seal. He had wanted to freeze the surrounding void space, however, his face suddenly changed. The divine magic cube within Muqianxue's palm was seemingly condensing a horrifying amount of power that had instilled a sense of fear into his soul, causing it to tremble. This is... Tian Mingzi's heart raced and his seal-forming pattern changed. He had sensed a life-threatening crisis heading his way. The worldly primal chi. All went berserk in that one instant, creating an energy vortex on the surface of the divine magic cube. Using my soul as the guide, I shall avail myself to the power of God, soul extermination. Muqianxue spat out those words in a cold and clear manner, following which her body was transformed into specks of starlight. Her soul and spiritual awareness were both transformed into light streams and were absorbed and fused into the divine magic cube. Watching all this, Tian Mingzi's face changed greatly. Without any hesitation, he quickly ripped out a tear in space, intending to make a run for it. However, it was at this moment that the terrifying energies upon the divine magic cube's surface exploded outwards. It was as though the stars itself had exploded, the surrounding space transformed into an imagery of paper being torn asunder. It was only now that the 10,000 masters from the divine domain that had arrived upon Snowfall Realm realized the life and death predicament that they were in. Those of them with the ability to pass through realms all tried to escape through the void. Unfortunately, it was too late. The surrounding space was decimated by the terrifying energies and the resulting spiral storm absorbed all of them, akin to scraps of paper being sucked in. Their bodies were transformed into dust and vanished while their souls were crushed by the spiraling storm into fragments. Those soul fragments were then absorbed into the magic cube. The large-scale amount of spatial collapse rendered a huge chunk of the Snowfall Realm into a dead zone. This zone had turned into an area filled with space storms capable of destroying everything. As for the divine magic cube, it devoured every single one of the soul fragments and was also propelled into the spiraling space storm, entering into the void. Chapter 1, Lin Ming. Within the Sky Fortune City, the capital of Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Seven Profound Martial House stands before the Great Mountain Zhou. Seven Profound Martial House, it is the martial house set up by the Seven Profound Valley, a martial arts clan with over 600 years of heritage. It is also the only martial house set up by them in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. As one of the biggest martial house, Seven Profound Martial House possesses a great number of legacy martial skills and martial masters as its tutors. It was only natural that it would become the holy land of the many young aspiring martial artists. Correspondingly, the entrance qualifications for new recruits in Seven Profound Martial House were set at a high threshold. It would not be an exaggeration to say that only 1 in a million would be able to qualify. Under the scorching heat of summer, a teenage boy stood within a forest of the great mountain Joe. Both his fists were wrapped up with strips of cloth as he stood bare-chested before a rough-looking big tree. He threw punch after punch, striking heavily against the tree trunk. Pang! Pang! Heavy sounds echoed out around the forest. The layer of bark on the big tree that were struck had sunk downwards noticeably, exposing its grayish wooden texture. On its surface, traces of blood could be seen. This teenager's name is Lin Ming. He possesses a grade 3 martial talent. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, half of its citizens have no martial talent to speak of and are unsuitable towards the path of martial arts. As for the other half, at least 80% of them have a grade 1 martial talent. Even if these people were to practice martial arts, they would not be able to reach anywhere. 1 in 10 of the remaining people have a 90% chance of having grade 2 martial talent. If these people were to be diligent in their practice of martial arts, they have a chance to accomplish something in life. However, becoming a master of the martial arts would be near hopeless for them. Lin Ming's grade 3 martial talent could be considered as a high-class existence. If one were to be boastful, one could claim that he is the cream of the crop. However, even with his martial talent, it would still be difficult for him to enter the Seven Profound Martial House. Lin Ming was well aware of this. Together with his female childhood friend, the beautiful Lan Yunue, who also has a grade 3 martial talent, they had agreed to take the entrance assessment for the Sky Fortune Martial House even though it is nowhere near as good as the Seven Profound Martial House. The Sky Fortune Martial House is part of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Since the day of its inception, it has only 80 years' worth of martial skills, legacy, and foundation, a limited number indeed. Legacy martial skills are something of great importance to martial artists. Without a good set of martial skills, the goal of completing the final physical training stage, the pulse condensing stage or higher, would be near impossible. The pulse condensing stage is a realm that most martial artists vied for. It is also the first turning point for cultivators of the martial way. Once the pulse condensing stage is successfully attained, a martial artist's lifespan would be greatly increased. Additionally, they would also be granted the title of nobility, allowing them to live a life of prosperity, bringing a blessing to their descendants. It is in this pulse condensing stage training that the Sky Fortune Martial House falls greatly behind the Seven Profound Martial House. Lin Ming's heart pulsed for the sake of the martial way. It was only natural that he too desired to enter the Seven Profound Martial House. If his talent was insufficient, then he could only rely on his own diligence and perseverance to impress the examiners. However, the prospect of him entering was very low. Moreover, once he failed, he would have to waste half a year's time to wait for another opportunity. For martial artists, this amount of time is highly precious. Placing all this into consideration, in addition to the fact that he had promised Lan Yunue, Lin Ming decided instead to enter the Sky Fortune Martial House. Lin Ming and Lan Yunue had trained and played together for many years. Even though the both of them were still young and the topic of marriage never came up, those emotions have already begun budding. Lin Ming's parents, on the other hand, had shown their approval and love towards Lan Yunue. They would always invite Lan Yunue to their house for dinner. A mutual feeling of goodwill existed between Lin Ming and Lan Yunue, leaving only a thin piece of paper between the two. Once they grow slightly older, this piece of paper would certainly be torn apart. Lin Ming viewed the agreement between them both seriously. He had determined to charge towards the pulse condensing stage even if he could only train within the Sky Fortune Martial House. However, on the day that Sky Fortune Martial House held its entrance assessment, Lan Yunue failed to show up. At first, Lin Ming had assumed that Lan Yunue was unable to arrive due to some matters. It was only later that he learnt of Lan Yunue entering the Seven Profound Martial House. Additionally, the one who had ensured her success in becoming a disciple of Seven Profound Martial House was Zhu Yan, the genius young master of Green Mulberry City's #1 family. Although Lin Ming was only 15 years old, he had accompanied his parents to do battle on the outside before. Thus, he has a greater level of maturity compared to others. He understood the meaning behind Zhu Yan's act of ensuring that the seven profound martial house accepted Lan Yunue. For a great family such as the Zhu family, their prerequisite in selecting future wives lied not in terms of appearances, but rather their martial talent. A highly talented wife would have a higher chance of giving birth to a martial genius. Although Lan Yunue's family is only average, her grade 3 martial talent is very good considering her gender. In addition, Lan Yunue herself is a beauty with an outstanding temperament. It was only natural that Zhu Yan would fall for her. For Lan Yunue, the difference between the Sky Fortune Martial House and Seven Profound Martial House is simply too great. The opportunities, honor, glory, and potential accomplishments that both could able to provide are simply incomparable. This is especially true regarding the extension of life that could be gained after one successfully reaches the pulse condensing stage. Such a kind of temptation is simply irresistible for girls. Faced with such appealing prospects, most females would have chosen to go with Zhu Yan as well. After all, Zhu Yan himself possesses handsome features, his family background and future are both far better compared to Lin Ming's. Although he was able to understand, to say that this matter did not greatly affect Lin Ming would be a lie. He shut himself within his room for 3 days. After that, he walked out and proceeded to eat, sleep, and train. Moreover, the intensity of his training had become much higher than before. Before Lan Yunue had left him, Lin Ming had already made the decision to break through into the pulse condensing stage and pursue an even higher realm of martial cultivation. The current Lin Ming was no different. If he still had any doubts before, then Lan Yunue's act of leaving him had hardened his resolve towards the martial way. He made the decision to enter the entrance assessment for the Seven Profound Martial House, no matter how difficult the process may be. Pang! Pang! The heavy sounds of fists striking against the tree trunk echoed continuously throughout the forest. The name of this tree is Iron Tree. Not only does it possess an extremely tough layer of bark, it also has strong regenerative properties. Many beginners of the martial way would choose this iron tree to train themselves. After throwing out who knew how many punches, Lin Ming finally exhausted himself. Leaning upon a tree trunk, he sat down on a piece of rock and removed some herbs from a backpack placed on the ground. He smeared them onto the surface of his fists and kneaded. For those who pursue martial arts, frequent usage of body treatment herbs is necessary. Not doing so would cause internal injuries to build up. Once these internal injuries accumulate, there is a possibility of becoming a cripple or even death. This herb is called iron thread grass. It was given this name because the green juice produced from squeezing iron thread grass could help heal wounds but would cause a terribly painful sensation akin to having iron threads brushing upon the wounds. Lin Ming gritted his teeth as he endured the pain. He retrieved a white cloth from within the backpack and rolled it around his fists, bandaging it. Truth be told, there were many other herbs that are more effective compared to the iron thread grass. These herbs also has a milder side effect, but comes at a much higher price. Lin Ming's circumstances made it impossible for him to afford such herbs. Lin Ming's parents run a restaurant within Green Mulberry City. However, this restaurant does not belong to them. It actually belonged to the Lin family, one of Green Mulberry City. Although Lin Ming's maiden name is also Lin, his family line had been separated from the Lin family by several generations. The Lin family placed some of their less important assets into the hands of their distant relatives for management. Lin Ming's parents' livelihood were dependent on their management of this restaurant. Every year they would be given a fixed amount of income and some commission. This money was naturally enough for them to subsist on, however, it would be a stretch to use it to fund Lin Ming's pursuit of martial arts. Lin Ming's parents had originally wanted Lin Ming to continue the family business and become a treasurer for the restaurant. However, seeing Lin Ming's ardent devotion towards the martial way, they instead chose to take out all their savings for Lin Ming to purchase healing herbs. Since then, Lin Ming's family savings had decreased bit by bit. But Lin Ming on the other hand had remained at the first stage of physical training. The physical training stage is the first realm for those who pursue the martial way. It involves the primal tempering of their bodies and is separated into 6 stages. The first stage is strength training, second is flesh training, third is viscera training, fourth is altering muscle, fifth is bone forging and sixth is pulse condensing. After that, one would be able to step into the primal assemblage stage. After applying the iron thread grass juice onto his wounds, Lin Ming rested for half a long hour, 1 hour, to allow his wounds to absorb the medicinal properties of the herb. He then straightened himself and was about to continue training his fists when a fat youngster walked into view. This fat youngster was carrying a long sword with him. Seeing Lin Ming, he grinned and spoke. "Brother Lin, today is the registration day for the entrance assessment of the 7 Profound Martial House. Could it be that you have forgotten about it? Why are you still practicing your fists here?" This youngster's name is Lin Xiaodong. He is slightly younger than Lin Ming. Growing up together, the two of them have a very strong bond of brotherhood. Lin Xiaodong is a direct descendant of the Lin family. However, even for direct descendants, there exists a form of ranking. As it happens, Lin Xiaodong is part of the lowest-ranked ones. As for Lin Xiaodong's parents, they too were engaged in business and have a close relationship with Lin Ming's parents. After seeing Lin Xiaodong, Lin Ming turned his attention back to the tree trunk and said, "The beginning part of the registration will have too many people. The queue would take up to 1 or 2 long hours. Going there now would be a waste of time. Damn it, you won't even let go of this small amount of time. Do you really have to go that far?" Lin Xiaodong spoke out in exaggeration and walked up to the tree trunk. Observing the indentations caused by the fists and the traces of blood, he turned to see Lin Ming's bandaged fists. He then let out a sigh of disappointment. "You really are crazy, to be able to damage ironwood to such an extent. However, with your current training methods, iron thread grass alone won't be enough. If you keep this up, your hands would become crippled." Lin Ming did not say anything. The martial way is a constant struggle against heaven. Considering his grade 3 martial talent, attaining the 6th stage of pulse condensation was incredibly hard. If he does not give it his all while he was still young, then he would have no hope at achieving his goal. Once he had given his all, there would certainly be the possibility of him becoming a cripple due to the accumulation of internal injuries. However, there was also the possibility of him attaining success before that happens. And once he could successfully enter the pulse condensation stage, he could attain true primal tempering of the body and the internal injuries would vanish. For Lin Ming, this was a battle with his back against the raging river too. This was also a gamble with his life on the line. Lin Xiaodong gave a sigh and pulled out a bundle from his bosom. He unfurled the bundle layer by layer and said, "Brother Ming, take this." Lin Ming turned around and was shocked to find a bloody crimson-colored ginseng lying upon the cloth bundle. Judging from its appearance, this strain of blood ginseng is at least 100 years old. It is a high-grade medicine used for mending wounds and nourishing blood. A thin slice is enough for each use. In addition, the powerful healing properties of this blood ginseng are very gentle. This blood ginseng should be worth at least 150 gold liangs, the equivalent of Lin Ming's family's annual income. Lin Ming's body paused, and he shook his head. "I cannot accept this blood ginseng. Even though they are close brothers, this blood ginseng is simply too expensive." Lin Xiaodong's position within the Lin family is very low. Even though his family situation is much better when compared to Lin Ming's, it would still be far from comfortable if their income were used to supplement Lin Xiaodong's martial training. Lin Xiaodong forcibly pushed the blood ginseng onto Lin Ming and said, "I bought this blood ginseng for you. You know how I train, I fish every 3 days and dry the fishing nets every 2 days 3. My body's injuries are no more than a fart's worth. Using this would be a waste. If you refuse, then I would have bought this for nothing. I do not have much ambitions in life. I just want to continue holding on to my position as a direct descendant of the Lin family. As long as I do not end up losing this position and my next generation could also successfully maintain their place in the Lin family, that is enough for me." Lin Ming stayed silent for a moment before keeping the blood ginseng. He then spoke out. "Very well, I will accept this blood ginseng. For the sake of this ginseng, I must break through to the pulse condensation stage." "Haha, now that is more like it. Not only should you break through into the pulse condensation stage, you must also turn that son of a bitch, Zhu Yan, upside down. That bastard has been an eyesore for a long time." "Zhu Yan, huh?" Lin Ming sighed lightly. Zhu Yan had already been admitted into the 7 Profound Martial House. In addition, Zhu Yan is currently one of the high-ranked disciples within the inner heavenly abode, his strength having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of physical training. Even so, Lin Ming had set defeating Zhu Yan as his objective. This decision was not due to Lan Yunue but rather due to his pursuit of the martial way. This path required him breaking through one threshold after another, conquering one mountain after another. As for Zhu Yan, he has the honorable spot of being the number one to be conquered. At the foot of the great mountain Zhou lied a stretch of buildings extending up to 20 li, 10 kilometers, in length. This is the area of operations for the 7 Profound Martial House and the Sky Fortune Martial House, and today is the day of registration for those who wishes to take the 7 Profound Martial House's entrance assessment. A crowd was gathered on the field before the 7 Profound Martial House. Even though Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong had deliberately chosen to arrive late, they came to realize that they had underestimated the number of applicants. The applicants were all lined up in 3 lines, with each line extending up to several meters in length. Judging by the current queue, half a long hour, 1 hour, would be needed before registration could be completed. We will have to wait, Lin Xiaodong gave a sigh and stood helplessly in line. Lin Ming nodded his head. Hey, there are very few people there, Lin Xiaodong pointed towards a small gate nearby. There were only a few people there. Furthermore, the ground was also paved with red carpet. That place is reserved for nobles, Lin Ming noticed the writings on the sign. Since the 7 Profound Martial House was built upon the grounds, buildings, and resources of Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was only natural for them to give some face to the elite classes of the kingdom. In fact, many of the martial house's affairs would be handed over to the elites to manage. One such example would be today's registration for entrance assessment. Damn it, Lin Xiaodong muttered in discontent. Nobility was something that only the imperial family could grant and could be inherited. Even though the Lin family is a wealthy family, it is not a noble family. Lin Xiaodong was cursing off at the nobles while consoling himself when the doors of the gate opened. 2 young males strode out from the gate. One of them was wearing blue clothes with a long sword attached to his waist. His hair was tied up into a gold-colored headgear and had a handsome appearance. Seeing the appearance of this man caused Lin Ming to frown. This was none other than Zhu Yan, the Zhu family's daughter. Had married into the imperial family and had become the eldest prince's favored concubine. With the eldest prince's position in the royal family, the Zhu family soared to become the number 1 family within Green Mulberry City. Moreover, they were also granted the rank of nobility, thus allowing Zhu Yan to ensure Lan Yunue's admittance into the 7 Profound Martial House. Damn, we end up meeting a detestable person, Lin Xiaodong muttered unhappily. Zhu Yan was walking side by side with the other young men. A few other nobles waiting outside then chose to follow the 2 of them. It would appear that Zhu Yan was bringing the other young men to register. The 2 of them continued walking forward. At this rate, it was inevitable that Lin Ming and Zhu Yan bump into one another. With his current position and strength, it was possible that he would end up suffering badly if they were to bump into one another. But, Lin Ming chose not to run and instead looked forward in a calm manner as Zhu Yan approached. Zhu Yan's pace was disrupted after catching sight of Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong. His first reaction was that of shock. After that, he frowned. Seeing Lin Ming made him feel uncomfortable. Although he had snatched away Lan Yunue, she had refused to engage in any acts of intimacy before their wedding. Clearly, Lin Ming still exists within Lan Yunue's heart, not to mention her feelings of guilt. The only reason she had chosen Zhu Yan was due to the 7 Profound Martial House. As a man, Zhu Yan was unable to tolerate the fact that his future wife's heart remained within the palms of another man. You are called Lin Ming, am I right? How unexpected, you would actually follow us all the way here. You, with a mere cultivation level of first stage in physical training, want to take the test to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. The meaning behind Zhu Yan's words was obvious. He would never allow Lin Ming to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. Even though Lin Ming's strength was of no threat to him, Lin Ming's existence within the 7 Profound Martial House would make it impossible for Lan Yunue to forget Lin Ming. Whether or not I manage to pass the assessment is my own problem. I am not here as a result of following anyone. I am here due to my pursuit of the martial way. The martial way. A mere above-average talent like you dared to utter the words of pursuing the martial way. Insolence. Having said that, Zhu Yan's finger released a light sound. After that, his long sword shot out from its sheath. Zhu Yan grasped onto the sword and slashed the air, releasing an intense sword chi, which created an air-splitting sound. A barely visible wave flew outwards, directly cutting down half the canopy of a nearby tree. The sounds of pususu could be heard as a large number of branches and leaves fell to the ground. The people around all stared with bulging eyes. Most of them were of roughly the same age as Zhu Yan and were not that much younger. However, Zhu Yan's accomplishment in the martial way had already left them far behind. The reason Zhu Yan unleashed this sword slash was to give Lin Ming a mental blow, and show him the gap between the two of them. I am a grade 4 martial talent. I began training in martial arts since I was 12, consuming countless medicinal pills in the process, and have now entered the heavenly abode sword sect within the 7 profound martial house. I am currently at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of physical training. Even so, I am barely at the beginning stage of the martial way. And yet, someone like you with a mere 1st stage in physical training dared to talk about the martial way. Zhu Yan's manner of speech was so arrogant, it caused Lin Xiaodong to become enraged. Surnamed Zhu. You are simply someone born 2 years earlier than us. What are you boasting about? If our age were reversed, this senior would use just one hand to toss you away. Zhu Yan frowned and turned to look at Lin Xiaodong. He took a step forward, the primal energies within his body exploded outwards as he asked. Who are you? Due to the oppressive pressure sent out by Zhu Yan, Lin Xiaodong's words were stuck in his throat. He took a step backwards, swallowed his own saliva and patted his chest before speaking. This young master is called Lin Xiaodong, you better remember it. Lin Xiaodong. Those from the Lin family that has the qualifications to talk with me can be counted with one hand. What makes you think that a clown like you have the qualifications to speak to me? That includes even you, Lin Ming. If not for Lan Yunue, you have no qualifications to talk to me at all. I will give you this advice, a man must know his own limits. Someone like Lan Yunue is not someone that you could match up to. A female with grade 3 martial talent with good looks and bearing is rare within Green Mulberry City. Most of them would only appear in great families. However, considering the conflicts of interest between the great families, they would never allow their talented females to be married off into other families, leading to the strengthening of their rival's bloodline. Thus, most great families would request that the male side marry into their family. This is the reason why Zhu Yan had said that. 1,000 gold liangs. From today onwards, I do not want to see you face again. Zhu Yan said as he pulled out a stack of gold bills from his sleeves. The people around were rendered speechless. 1,000 gold liangs is a very high sum of money, enough for a martial artist in the physical training stage to buy up necessary high-grade herbs for training usage for up to 3 years. 1,000 gold liangs. Do you take us for beggars? Lin Xiaodong pushed back the stack of gold bills. Truth be told, he was simply putting on a brave facade. Even for him, 1,000 gold liangs is a huge sum of wealth. Zhu Yan flicked his hands and a powerful repelling force knocked Lin Xiaodong away. Zhu Yan coldly stared at Lin Ming, awaiting his answer. Lin Ming took a deep breath before speaking out in a slow yet powerful tone. Zhu Yan, I am not your match in terms of talent, I am even less so in terms of family support. However, the cultivation of martial arts does not depend only on talent and financial support, there is an even more important factor, the heart of a martial artist. Your cultivation of martial arts is done for the sake of wealth, status, and vanity. However, my cultivation of martial arts is done for the sake of pursuing the martial way. The martial way does not exist for those with talent, it does not exist for those with authority, and it does not exist for those with money. It exists for those whose heart beats for the sake of martial arts. There will come a day when I will surpass you. As he reached the end of his sentence, Lin Ming spoke out each word with emphasis and in a clear voice. Everyone who were standing nearby could clearly make out what he had said. A grade 3 talent wanted to chase after a grade 4 talent. In addition, there was an enormous gap in terms of background between them both. This brat has gone mad. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Zhu Yan became momentarily stunned before laughing out. Good. Very good indeed. I will be waiting for you. After saying that, Zhu Yan kept the stack of gold bills. With a wang sound, the long sword returned to its sheath. Zhu Yan then gave Lin Ming a long look before turning away. Chapter 2, Peculiar Stone. Brother Ming, you were truly domineering back then. Lin Xiaodong said with gusto as they walked down the road. Lin Ming remained quiet. The things that he had said back then had sounded grand and impressive, however. It would be extremely difficult for him to surpass Zhu Yan. The amount of effort that he would be required to pay would be colossal. He has no fear of hard work or bitterness. But the same could not be said for internal injuries. Medicinal herbs were needed to heal those injuries, and those medicines were undoubtedly expensive. Lin Xiaodong was able to guess what Lin Ming was thinking and said, "Brother Ming, all you need to do is train hard. As for the financial side of things, I will figure it out for you. Just be rest assured, even though my grandfather's position in the family is not high, it is still nothing to scoff at. Taking out a few hundred gold liangs is not impossible for me." Lin Ming stopped walking and turned around to face Lin Xiaodong. In life, there are many fair-weather friends, but those who would offer help in times of need are rare. Between brothers, saying thanks would be hypocritical. Yet, Lin Ming still stopped and said in a serious tone, "Xiaodong, thank you. Enough, stop this. This is too much for me. I am not someone who pursues much in life. Taking the entrance assessment for the 7 Profound Martial House is simply a way to protect my father's reputation. Brother Ming, I will bet on you. After you become a master in the future, you must help cover my ass a bit, ha ha ha." Lin Ming gave a hearty smile and laughed. With a brother like you, I will definitely persevere onwards onto the martial way." By the time Lin Ming returned to his dwelling place, it was already evening. This room was one that he had rented. During this period of time, from the day that 7 Profound Martial House began its registration for entrance assessment until the day of its assessment, all the dwelling places within Sky Fortune City would be packed and in full. The rental rates would undoubtedly increase by half. Thus, many applicants would choose to rent a room. Naturally, that in itself was not a cheap option. Lin Ming had rented a single room of only 10 square meters in area with a very simple setup. Just as he was about to begin his meditation upon the bed, someone knocked on the door. Lin Ming opened the door to see the landlady standing there. The landlady is a roughly 50 years old woman with a somewhat obese body. The landlady's face was usually fierce and harsh, but today she was sporting a pleasant-looking smile, causing Lin Ming to feel that something was off. "Landlady, is there anything?" "This, little fellow, I am sorry, but can you please vacate this room?" Lin Ming frowned. "Why?" "Hee, sorry, but I have rented this room," a harsh-sounding male voice interrupted. Lin Ming turned around and found a man with huge monkey-like ears walking in from the hallway. The man was smiling in a seemingly playful manner. Looking at him for a moment, Lin Ming recognized him as one of the underlings that had followed along behind Zhu Yan and the other young men. It appeared that he is the underling of the other young men. Back then, the other young men had remained silent and only looked at Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong with an expression of contempt. No doubt, the young man was currently trying to get in the good books of Zhu Yan by sending his own underling to cause problems for Lin Ming. All he needed to do was offer a rental fee several times higher than what he had, and the landlady would naturally be willing to force him out. Presently, the 7 Profound Martial House is holding its registration event, leading to difficulty in searching for a dwelling place. Finding another place to rent was easier said than done. But even if he did, there was no guarantee that this underling would not appear to cause problems for him again. Lin Ming's face turned heavy and he gazed coldly at the landlady. "Back then we had agreed that I will be renting for 5 months. I have also paid you the 5 months' rent in advance. Currently, there is still 3 more months until the deadline. But, you want me to leave now?" The landlady smiled apologetically. "This. Naturally, I am aware of this. How about this? I will return the rent for the 3 months back to you. How about that?" "Ah. Return me the 3 months' rent. You have quite the calculative mind." Lin Ming's anger had begun boiling. If this landlady had been forced to evict him due to the pressure of the other person, then Lin Ming would simply have left. However, her current actions and words have made him furious. "Hey, what are you talking about? Back then, we had only talked about it and not signed off on anything. This room is mine. Who I choose to rent it to is up to me. Considering Sky Fortune City's status as the capital city of Sky Fortune Kingdom, all the property owners here have a subconscious sense of superiority. To them, all those who came from the outside are but country bumpkins. They would look down upon them while speaking in tones of disdain towards them. Furthermore, this man beside her was obviously someone sent by a rich and powerful family. With someone like this backing her up, the landlady became more courageous. At this moment, the men with monkey-like ears laughed out arrogantly. If you are sensible, then just get out immediately. I will tell you something else. This young master has my eyes on you. Even if you manage to find another place to rent, I will still be able to throw you out. Within this 3 months before the entrance assessment for the 7 Profound Martial House begins, you should just resign yourself to sleeping in the streets, ha. The men laughed. For those who were born within the circle of elites, it was only natural for them to form an arrogant sense of superiority. However, even when they were expressing their arrogance, they would still maintain a certain bearing of grace and speech, just like Zhu Yan. This person standing before him on the other hand was revealing a naked form of arrogance, one befitting those of bullies who could only depend on others. Lin Ming stared at the men with monkey-like ears, his eyes turning colder with each passing moment. What are you looking at? Are you thinking about hitting me? Let me tell you, my young master is the second son of the Lord of the Defense Army for Sky Fortune City. If you dare beat this young master, then this young master will. Scram! Lin Ming shouted and threw out a punch, striking the men squarely in this nose. With a pang, the men flew out followed by a series of crashing sounds. After which, the man lied on a pile of debris amidst broken furnitures and pots, his hair disheveled and his face dripping with blood. A fist capable of indenting iron tree struck the man squarely in the face. The result could be imagined, the man's nose had totally sunk inwards. The landlady became shocked, her eyes bulged out for several moments before suddenly shouted out miserably. Help! Murder! The landlady rushed out, but her fat legs were unable to work properly and she fell on the floor with a plop. Lin Ming stepped towards the men with monkey-like ears. Even though his first stage of physical training was only the beginner territory of the martial way, it was by no means worthless. After all, many people within Sky Fortune Kingdom were unable to train in martial arts. Lin Ming on the other hand was a good talent to begin with. In addition, he was very hard-working. Amongst 1,000 peers of the same talent, it may be difficult to find even one with the same level of strength as him. As for this man, he was simply an underling and did not take much effort for Lin Ming to deal with him. The man kept moaning, he had never imagined that Lin Ming would actually beat him. He raised a blood-stained finger and pointed at Lin Ming. You dare hit me, you are finished. I do not know what would happen to me, but I do know that you are finished. Lin Ming delivered a kick at the man's abdomen, causing him to cry out miserably. Once again, he flew out. Only this time, he broke through the door and ended up being kicked all the way outside the house. Lin Ming did not say anything. He returned to his room and packed up his belongings and began to leave. The entire house had been reduced to a state of mess, causing blood to drip out of the landlady's heart. She timidly said, You cannot leave like that, you must compensate. Lin Ming stopped walking, he turned around to face the landlady who was slumped on the floor like a human meatball. He asked, Compensate. Compensate, the landlady's voice began losing its strength. She felt as though the gaze of the young man before her was just like a window into the 9 infernal abysses, causing her to shudder. Without saying anything, Lin Ming punched the walls, his fist penetrating through the brick walls of the house, causing the entire house to shudder and dust to fall off the ceiling. The landlady screamed out and fainted. Lin Ming carried his luggage and walked out of the house without even glancing at the fainted man. Lin Ming was well aware that after beating up this man, the person behind him would never let this go and would certainly bring upon Lin Ming no small amount of trouble. However, Lin Ming had no regrets. As a man, there was a need to endure. If the person who had come today was a martial artist, Lin Ming would not have acted as he did and would have chosen to endure. This loss was one that must be endured. However, the one who appeared before him was a worthless underling, one who could only depend on the backing of his master. If Lin Ming had to endure what this kind of person had to say, then what was the point of him learning martial arts? That was simply incompatible with the martial way within Lin Ming's heart. Thus, Lin Ming left the neighborhood. After a while, he put down his backpack and started considering how to solve his dwelling problem. As of now, all the inns were full, in addition, the prices were also far too expensive for him. Even though he has no objections to sleeping in the wilds, Lin Xiaodong would probably throw a fuss and insist on bringing him to his own abode. If Lin Ming were to do so and the second son of the army lord sends his men there, Lin Xiaodong himself can forget about sleeping in his house. He will have to accompany Lin Ming and sleep on the streets. Moreover, Lin Ming had just provoked a dangerous trouble. There was no guarantee that the army lord's second son would not send some thugs over. In these people's eyes, causing others to become crippled was no big matter. Lin Ming did not want to bring such a kind of problem to Lin Xiaodong. If that is the case, then where could I go? After contemplating about it, Lin Ming finally thought of a place, the most luxurious dining establishment in Sky Fortune City, Grand Clarity Pavilion. The Grand Clarity Pavilion's consumer base are all of the highest class. In addition, they themselves possess a strong background. With such a strong base of power, a mere second son of an army lord could know nothing against it. The reason Lin Ming wanted to go to Grand Clarity Pavilion was obviously not to spend money to rent a place. He was headed there to find work. Lin Ming's parents operate a restaurant. It was a given that Lin Ming would be able to cook. The taste of his cooking was quite good as well. However, he was not conceited enough to think that he could compete with those cooks in Sky Fortune City. After all, his forte did not lie in the area of cooking. Grand Clarity Pavilion remained brightly lit even as Lin Ming arrived. It is the establishment with the best business in Sky Fortune City. Lin Ming's clothes were too ordinary, causing all who saw him entering the establishment to look at him with a strange expression. A person with such a kind of clothes would usually be unable to eat within this Grand Clarity Pavilion. Furthermore, there was also the fact that Lin Ming is only a 15-year-old teenager. However, the waiter maintained a favorable manner as he walked over and asked, "Little brother, are you here with your parents?" Lin Ming shook his head and replied, "I am here for a job." Hearing that, the waiter frowned. What kind of job could a mere 15-year-old kid do? Here, waiting requires beauties who are at least 18 years old or handsome males who are at least 20 years old. As for cooking, what kind of cooking could a 15-year-old kid produce? "Go away, don't cause a disturbance here," the waiter waved his hand impatiently. "I can really work, just let me into the kitchen to try." The waiter asked in an unhappy voice. "What can you do?" Lin Ming smiled and replied, "Deboning." "What?" The waiter became stunned. Deboning is a biased line of work and not every restaurant would set up such a job. This job requires the meat dresser to cut up the quarry or hunted animals into pieces while removing its bones. A master-level meat dresser could cut up a cow with ease and skill. A good meat dresser could also cut up a cow, but would require a change of knife every year. Some meat dressers even need to change their knives once a month. In addition, the efficiency involved was low and they would need half a day to cut up a cow. As for Grand Clarity Pavilion, their ingredients are not cow meat but ferocious beasts' meat. The meat of ferocious beasts is delicious but their scales, skin, bones and tendons are exceptionally tough. Ordinary people would have to struggle to great lengths just to cut out a small part of it. Martial arts masters on the other hand would not be willing to lower themselves to do such a kind of job. Even if they were willing, someone who does not understand how the muscles, bone and tendons come together would not be able to do it. Using pure strength alone in the cutting up process would cause it to lose its delicious taste. Deboning was how Lin Ming had first come into contact with the martial way. Within his parents' restaurant, he trained himself in the deboning process every day for the past 10 years. It was a very tiring job. Lin Ming had never considered himself a genius in the martial way. All he could depend on was his own hard work, and continue training over and over again. That was how he managed to form his solid martial foundation, by slashing down the knife, slash after slash within the kitchen. The waiter was unable to chase Lin Ming away and could only bring him over to the kitchen. "Sister Lan, this little brother wants to apply work as a deboning worker." Deboning worker. Within the Grand Clarity Pavilion kitchen, a beautiful woman in her 20s wearing a gorgeous dress appraised Lin Ming. Observing the plain clothes on his body and the backpack he was carrying which made him appear like a refugee, she frowned. She then spoke in a dissatisfied manner towards the waiter who brought Lin Ming in. "What are you doing, bringing just anybody into the kitchen? Dong Zi, give him some silver and send him away." Obviously, this beautiful woman considered Lin Ming as a distressed child. As for the rebuked waiter, his face was bitter. Truthfully, He had tried to push Lin Ming out, but had discovered that Lin Ming's legs seemed to have grown roots and was immovable. A young man had moved over to drive Lin Ming away. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his hands becoming lighter. He stared in confusion as Lin Ming had somehow taken away the boning knife that he was holding. Before the man named Dong Zi could understand what had happened, Lin Ming said, "I am not here to beg for money. Sister, it won't be too late for you to drive me away after seeing my craftsmanship." The beautiful woman was slightly surprised. It appeared that this little kid has some experience in the craft. She shot a look at Dong Zi and said, "How useless, you cannot even handle a little kid. Go to the storehouse and bring over a pig." After that, she turned to Lin Ming and said, "If you can complete it in half a long hour, 1 hour, then I will allow you to stay in Grand Clarity Pavilion." Dong Zi knew that he had lost face and turned shamefully to go bring the pig over. However, Lin Ming interrupted him. "No need, I will do that one," Lin Ming said as he pointed towards a scaled draconic beast. The beautiful woman became surprised. A scaled draconic beast is a level 2 ferocious beast whose body is brimming with muscles. These muscles are extremely tough and could resist even normal sword attacks. However, using certain herbs and simmering it for 3 days and nights would produce a thick soup with delicious taste. For such a kind of ferocious beast, even a deboning master would have a difficult time cutting it up. This kid is crazy. Are you joking? This scaled draconic beast is worth over 100 gold liangs. How do you plan to pay us if you end up ruining it? Dong Zi spoke out in discontent. He was still unhappy at Lin Ming for taking away his knife. The beautiful woman gave Dong Zi a glance and snapped, "If I let you ruin it, do you think you have what it takes to ruin it?" Dong Zi suddenly found himself becoming speechless. The scaled draconic beast is not the same as pigs, cows, or sheep. Ordinary people would not be able to break its scales even with a knife. Ruining it was not something that normal people could manage to accomplish. The woman turned to face Lin Ming and said, "I will let you cut." Lin Ming nodded his head and picked the best boning knife in the kitchen. He had only cut scaled draconic beasts twice, both times were during the birthday some important figures in the Lin family. After all, ferocious beasts was not something that an average person could afford to buy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming carefully stroked the scales of the scaled draconic beast, feeling the whereabouts of its veins. This process took up the time of an incense stick. In his mind, he formed a diagram of the veins. Comparing it with the diagram of his previous scaled draconic beast, he confirmed it to be correct. While waiting, some people became impatient and finally asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you cutting? Stop trying to be mysterious and just cut it." It was only natural that these people would become impatient. A 15-year-old teenager claiming to be able to debone a level 2 ferocious beast, it could only appear to be a prank to them. Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to these questions. He picked up the knife, his eyes becoming extremely focused. For him, the deboning process was the equivalent of a practice session. After having confirmed the diagram of the veins, Lin Ming finally began. He did not use an axe or a slaughtering blade, he only used the hard-to-wield boning knife. In the hands of Lin Ming, this ordinary knife turned into an exceptionally sharp weapon. The knife descended and the scaled draconic beast's scales were cut apart. Observing this occurrence, the person who had been asking questions immediately shut his mouth. This feat alone would have required wrist strength of at least 300 jin, 181.4 kilograms. For them, the feat of dismembering a scaled draconic beast would normally require either axes or saws. The edge of the knife moved through the gap in the veins, cutting through it smoothly as though he was cutting through paper. Everyone could only hear the sounds of shwa shwa before the scaled draconic beast's white muscles were revealed. Looking at how easily Lin Ming was cutting away, the man called Dong Zi rubbed his eyes. He suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Is this little kid really cutting apart a scaled draconic beast? Lin Ming moved gracefully. Occasionally, a few unavoidable tendons would interrupt his work. When that happened, he would use brute strength to pull it out. Thus, he ended up using about less than half a long hour to cut the scaled draconic beast into pieces. Beside the pieces of meat, rows of ribs were laid down in order. These were the most valuable part of the scaled draconic beast. The lengths of these ribs were all consistent, showing almost no loss during work. This scene caused everyone to become astounded. What Lin Ming had done may seem easy, but everyone here knew that the dismembering of a scaled draconic beast is a huge project, requiring around 5 strong men to work in tandem for around half a day. However, that teenager only has a slightly reddish face after completing the task. Judging by his looks, cutting up a few more would not be a problem. As it was already night, the Grand Clarity Pavilion was no longer that busy, allowing many of its kitchen members to quietly watch the scene unfold. Then, Lin Ming placed down the knife and asked, "Can I work here now? My working hours must not exceed 2 long hours, 4 hours, and my asking monthly salary is at 5 gold liangs. One more thing, you need to provide food and accommodation for me." The beautiful woman pondered this for a moment before nodding. Deal. Lin Ming's condition was not low, however, it was worth it. Judging by the speed Lin Ming had shown earlier, many things could be done within 2 long hours. Most importantly, his work was highly efficient, causing very little loss in key ingredients. Thus, Lin Ming began working for Grand Clarity Pavilion. The 2 long hours he spent there was not a loss because it was also a form of training for him. Punching tree trunks was a form of training in brute strength, while deboning was a form of precision training. On that very night, Lin Ming remained in the storehouse and cut apart 3 level 1 ferocious beasts. After having done so, his entire body was drenched in sweat and his arms were feeling sore. He prepared to cut apart the last one before heading to his lodge to rest. For the last one, he chose another level 2 ferocious beast, gold-back pangolin. This ferocious beast has teeth that could crush stones and could drill through a mountain as though it was tofu. Due to having consumed too much primal energies earlier, Lin Ming had to exert a great deal of strength in order to cut open the gold-back pangolin's scaled abdomen. The reason he had chosen this gold-back pangolin was to force himself to surpass his limits. After cutting open the scales, his work became much easier. The knife edge slid through the gap between the muscles of the gold-back pangolin abdomen. However, it was at this moment that Lin Ming felt the knife being blocked. It felt as though the knife had run into something hard. Bones. No, the central abdomen area should not have any bones. If that is not it, then could it be rocks? No, the gold-back pangolin may occasionally swallow rocks, but those rocks would have been crushed to smithereens. Even if it were not crushed to smithereens, the powerful acid within its stomach would erode it. Such a big rock could not possibly continue to exist inside, could it be? Inner core. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Ming became excited. An inner core from a level 2 ferocious beast is a valuable item. Even if he does not sell it, he could consume it, bringing a considerable amount of benefit to his body. Lin Ming slipped on a pair of gloves and carefully retrieved the hard item while avoiding the stomach acid. Looking at it, Lin Ming became disappointed. It was a square-shaped object, which meant that it was not an inner core, because inner cores are all spherical in shape. It really does look like a stone, but there is something peculiar about this stone. The gray-colored cube seemed to have been neatly cut, with precise corners. In addition, the 6 surface areas of the cube were engraved with black-colored inscriptions, giving it a mysterious aura. Metal. Lin Ming carefully observed it. It did not seem to be metal, nor does it appear to be stone. Perhaps it is a form of jade. Chapter 3, Soul with No Master. Lin Ming washed the stone with some water from the river. After hesitating for a bit, he raised an axe placed on the ground and used its blunt end to lightly strike down on the cube-shaped stone. The stone remained intact without a single scratch on it. This was to be expected. The fact that this stone was able to remain intact after being swallowed by a gold-back pangolin was proof of its incredible durability. Lin Ming gradually increased the strength behind his strikes. Eventually, he struck down with all his might, resulting in a dent being formed on the axe and the hammering anvil. However, not a single deformity appeared on the cube. Holy crap! Lin Ming was stunned. He had expected the stone to be tough, but he could never have expected it to be this tough. How was this item created? Lin Ming could not come up with an answer. This stone and its shape is too peculiar. Perhaps some refining master created this stone using some highly durable materials. Considering such a possibility, Lin Ming decided to pocket the cube. Even if he could not figure out what it is, he could still use it as a form of decoration. After tidying up the tools, Lin Ming headed towards the room that Grand Clarity Pavilion had prepared for him and proceeded to rest. After practicing his punches, he had engaged in debating for 2 long hours, 4 hours. Lin Ming was currently feeling quite tired. After meditating and adjusting his breath for a while, Lin Ming slumped on the bed without taking off his clothes and fell asleep. The bed that Grand Clarity Pavilion had prepared for its staff was very comfortable. In addition, the second son of the army lord could not create any problems for him here. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Ming was able to sleep soundly. In his sleep, he had a strange dream. He dreamt of a resplendent palace made of jade. Each pavilion was made of jade, its level of artisanship staggeringly high. Wearing elegant dresses, a group of beautiful and seemingly good-natured beauties shuttled around the palace. Auspicious-looking animals roamed the skies, creating the imagery of a world of immortals. Lin Ming had never seen such a beautiful palace, not even in paintings. At this moment, the scenery suddenly transformed and the resplendent palace collapsed. Countless figures had appeared in the skies above. From amongst the countless figures, streams of light shot out. The streams of light were beautiful to behold, however, when it descended upon the lands, it caused the lands and mountains to be decimated. The lands were split apart while the skies were covered with demonic flames. A huge spell array covering a surface area of hundreds of li, 0.5 kilometers, appeared out of thin air and multitudinous number of mysterious symbols covered the entire sky. A war on this scale was something that Lin Ming could never have imagined. Masters. These are masters of an unimaginable realm of strength. This level of strength is something that those at the physical training stage and primal assemblage stage could not hope to compete against. Everyone within this imagery are beings that Lin Ming would never have any chance of even glimpsing upon. However, how is it that so many godlike beings would appear here? After that, the scene changed and turned into a world of snow and ice. A frightened-looking woman held onto a 1 cubic inch cube, facing off against 10,000 figures standing on the skies. This woman was actually standing just less than 3 feet from Lin Ming. Even though he understood that this was all an illusion, Lin Ming was able to feel an extremely powerful yet gentle and holy aura radiating from the woman's body. What surprised Lin Ming most was that the cube that the woman was holding was the stone that Lin Ming had found within the gold-backed pangolin's abdomen. The woman spoke out a series of words, but the words spoken were vague. Lin Ming could only make out 2 words, magic cube. Magic cube. For some unknown reason, once he heard those words, Lin Ming's mind thought of the stone. Could it be that the stone's name is Magic Cube? Hong. An explosion. The space itself was rent apart, the skies were twisted into a raging whirlpool with seemingly infinite power, sweeping up all of heaven and land. Everywhere it reached, mountains would collapse and skies would crumble. The icy glacier was instantly transformed into nothingness and the 10,000 figures were reduced into dust. Their souls were fragmented and absorbed into the cube. As for Lin Ming, he found himself standing in the middle of the whirlpool, witnessing with his own eyes as everything were absorbed into the whirlpool. Everything around him was reduced to ashes while he himself remained unaffected. This feeling was simply indescribable and would likely be an unforgettable experience for Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt himself drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly found that he had arrived at an incredibly large and dark space. Here, various specks of light hovered in suspension, resembling pieces of broken mirror. The various specks were of varying sizes, some big and some small. The bigger ones were as big as a palm, while the smaller ones were only as big as a grain of rice. In the middle of all those specks of light, there was a sphere of light, which emitted a soft glow, a gentle and sacred glow. Inexplicably, Lin Ming felt that the atmosphere around this sphere of light was very similar to that of the woman he had seen earlier. No, it was exactly the same. Could it be that this sphere of light is the form left by that woman? Lin Ming recalled that the woman had turned into a stream of white light and was absorbed into the magic cube right after the explosion happened. A stream of white light, could it have transformed into this sphere of light? If that were the case, then this would be the space within the magic cube. That would mean that these specks of light. Lin Ming gasped. Could it be that these specks of light were all the fragments of the countless figures that were absorbed by the magic cube after they had been crushed by that spatial storm? Lin Ming was immensely shocked. As of now, he clearly understood that the vivid scene he had just seen were true. Although he had told himself that he was simply dreaming, he was unable to believe that it was just a dream. Everything he had seen in this dream was too realistic, and the image of the spatial whirlpool fragmenting the world was deeply engraved into Lin Ming's mind. As a mere ignorant teenager who had yet to achieve the pulse condensation stage, how could he have a dream that involved such a great level of power? Then, all those visions were true. This one stone cube had actually swallowed countless masters whose strength was at a level where he would have no chance of ever laying eyes upon. Lin Ming could not imagine which kingdom could possess such a high number of masters whose strength could suffocate him to such an extent. He focused his eyes and peered into the dark space that was littered with countless specks of light. After hesitating for a long period of time, he extended his hand and gently touched a speck of light which was both the smallest and closest to him. Upon contact, the speck of light instantly flowed into Lin Ming's fingertip. Lin Ming had no time to respond at all, as his head felt as though a heavy hammer had suddenly struck down on it viciously. He let out a cry and fell to the ground. A. Lin Ming tightly gripped his head. He felt as though there was something desperately invading his mind. The piercing pain caused Lin Ming to wish he could crack open his skull and remove whatever was causing the pain. He could not resist. Lin Ming felt as though he was about to be swallowed up. Swallowed. That is it. This must be the soul fragment's instinctive nature. It is trying to devour my sea of consciousness. Damn you. Realizing this fact, Lin Ming briefly panicked but immediately calmed himself. The thing threatening him was only a small fragment of a soul. In addition, its master had already perished. How could he lose to a minor consciousness that has no master? Lin Ming suddenly shouted out, clenching his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh and blood, "Preserve my heart and mind. My heart that beats for the martial way. I have sworn to pursue the extremities of the martial way. How could I allow my road to end here?" Lin Ming had no clue on how to get rid of that fragmented consciousness that had no owner. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold on with everything he had. Various disorderly images flowed into his sea of consciousness, causing him to undergo an inhuman amount of pain, threatening to render him unconscious. However, he kept gritting his teeth, maintaining his hold onto the vestiges of his consciousness and holding onto his unwavering martial heart. After who knew how long, this inhuman torture slowly faded. At last, Lin Ming woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes to see that it was already dawn and that he was drenched in cold sweat. His bed sheets were soaked and his palms were dripping with blood from being gripped too tightly. Observing all this, Lin Ming was 100% certain that what had happened was no dream. No nightmare could produce such a kind of effect. He calmly contemplated and could not help but feel scared. A person's soul consists of two parts, an imprinted consciousness and memories. Once the imprinted consciousness is erased, the soul would become ownerless. An ownerless soul could only act on instinct. Back then, the soul he had touched was only at half the size of a rice grain, its light dim. And yet, he had nearly been swallowed up by it. How horrifying. If he had touched an even bigger speck, it was likely that he would have turned into a basket case by now. The cube is too dangerous. As Lin Ming was contemplating about the matter, his face suddenly changed. My sea of consciousness. There are a lot more things inside. Arrays, inscriptions, engravings, various bizarre symbols, mysterious characters, plain-looking and powerful weapon techniques. What is all this? Could this be the memories carried by the ownerless soul? This thought caused Lin Ming to become startled. He was vaguely aware that this set of memories could prove to be an unimaginable mountain of wealth. Although it had entered Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, the memories were complex. They were not something that Lin Ming could recall as and how he liked. Those memories needed to be further consolidated and integrated. While doing so, Lin Ming ignored the memories regarding arrays and inscriptions. These memories were a little fragmented and disorderly. The memories appeared to be about a profession that engraves inscriptions onto weapons. Lin Ming held no interest towards this profession. There was something else that he needed, something he desired for. He kept searching through his sea of consciousness and finally held his breath as he found it. Physical training stage formula, chaotic virtues combat meridians. A legacy skill. What is the reason for the Sky Fortune Martial House to be far below the 7 Profound Martial House? The reason is legacy. Chapter 4, Legacy Skill. Sky Fortune Martial House has only 80 years of history. The 7 Profound Martial House, on the other hand, was founded by the Grade 3 clan, 7 Profound Valley. They possess 600 years' worth of heritage and numerous legacy skills. Those who practice the legacy skills from Sky Fortune Martial House have little hope of achieving pulse condensation stage. However, the same cannot be said about the 7 profound Martial House's legacy skills. As long as one has a grade 4 martial talent, breaking through into the pulse condensation stage using 7 profound Martial House's manuals is not difficult at all. As for Lin Ming, he has not even a decent training manual. All he had was a beginner's martial arts manual. Every day, he would train by punching tree trunks and debone animals. This was Lin Ming's martial way. For the past few years, the only thing he could depend on was himself. He explored the aspects of martial arts himself through hard work and carved his way, step by step, until he reached the first stage of physical training. For him, legacies were an important existence. Lin Ming was incomparably excited and he voraciously sorted out the knowledge regarding this legacy skill. Not long after, this Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridian surprised him yet again. Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians is a pinnacle-level physical training manual from the Divine Domain. However, even though it is of the pinnacle level, it is only about physical training and thus was not that valuable within the Divine Domain. The reason Lin Ming became surprised was because he had finally understood what the Divine Domain is. The Divine Domain is a higher realm that possesses hundreds of millions of years' worth of legacies. Physical training, martial arts, swordsmanship techniques, technical skills, arrays, all of it have been developed and honed to the extreme. It is a world reserved for the strongest of the martial way. Their abilities and might are not something that the current Lin Ming could hope to imagine. Thus, this Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians is simply invaluable. Additionally, there are even more soul fragments stored within the magic cube. Once his strength had reached the sufficient level, he would be able to incorporate even more of them. Considering all of this, Lin Ming's heart was incredibly excited. Presently, what Lin Ming feared most would be for the skill manual to be incomplete. After all, the soul fragment that he had absorbed was only a small speck. It would be an absolute pity if that was the case. Thankfully, as he continued incorporating the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, he saw that it was intact. Everything from strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and pulse condensation were there. This fact was surprising enough for Lin Ming. In Sky Spill Continent, physical training manuals were generally for one stage only. For example, the Genuine Altering Muscle Channels manual is specifically meant for the altering muscle stage, the Golden Bone Forging Divine Formula manual for bone forging stage, the Divine 9 Pulse Skill manual for the pulse condensation stage, and so on. However, this Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians is capable of propelling one from the strength training stage to the pulse condensation stage. But what Lin Ming found after this shocked him even more. Within Sky Spill Continent, pulse condensation marks the end of the physical training stage. After which, one will step upon the primal assemblage stage. The primal assemblage stage is divided into post-celestial stage and pre-celestial stage. For most people, pulse condensation is a bottleneck, which they could not break through. These people would be forever stuck in the bone forging stage. Pulse condensation is the limit for the veins within the human body. That is a commonly accepted knowledge. However, according to the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, there exists another stage beyond pulse condensation, tempering marrow. Above the tempering marrow stage, there are actually others. 8 gates of hidden celestial stems. Using the 8 trigrams to correspond with the movement of the 9 celestial bodies, one could open up 8 gates within their bodies. 9 variant Tao Palace. With it, one could break through the limits of the body and reach an even higher level of strength. Regardless of tempering marrow or the 8 gates, neither one of them would affect a martial artist when entering the post-celestial or pre-celestial stage. This gives one a far higher degree of martial achievement compared to others. The benefits are self-evident. Realizing this, Lin Ming was rendered speechless from shock. This Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians is a timeless treasure. Lin Ming was fervently excited to start practicing. However, before he began, he checked his pocket within his bosom for the magic cube. To his surprise, the cube had disappeared. Lin Ming became fearful and cold sweat started coming out of him. His hand probed around and felt something strange on his chest. He took off his clothes and found a strange symbol on the skin of his left chest. The symbol is exactly the same as the mysterious symbol of the surface of the magic cube. The magic cube entered my body. Lin Ming recalled that the holy woman had summoned out the magic cube from her palm. It was no wonder that she could do that. However, Lin Ming had no clue as to how to summon it. Lin Ming tried to summon the magic cube, but to no avail. Lin Ming felt somewhat disappointed. After all, there were so many soul fragments within the magic cube. Back then, he had only touched the smallest and dimmest of fragment and had such a great harvest. If he could incorporate more of those soul fragments, then the amount of treasure that he could unlock would be simply unimaginable. Thinking about that, Lin Ming suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. He was being ignorant. If the smallest ownerless soul fragment had nearly swallowed his consciousness, then the bigger ones would likely be able to instantly exterminate him. Stop dreaming, Lin Ming. It appeared that the secrets of the magic cube and the knowledge within the soul fragments would have to be left for when his cultivation had reached an even higher level. What he needed to do right now was to practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians as soon as possible. Lin Ming stopped trying to summon the magic cube and began to explore the legacy skill from the divine domain. The essence of chaotic virtues combat meridians is to transform the body into a divine weapon with amazing strength. Additionally, the chaotic virtues combat meridians also emphasizes on techniques that utilizes strength. Its first layer of strength training is already far different from the norm. Normally, once a person is capable of a force of 1000 Jin, 604 kilograms, that person would have achieved minor comprehension and could smash an iron tree with a punch. The chaotic virtues combat meridians, however, requires not only the training of strength, but also the training of precision, the control over the amount of strength used. Once major comprehension is achieved, one would be able to use their palm to turn a tree trunk into fine fibers. Reading this part gave birth to a great sense of longing within Lin Ming. There was no doubt that training this chaotic virtues combat meridians would make him far stronger than the average master. 3 days later. At the foot of Great Mountain Zhou, with the full moon suspended in the skies, Lin Ming stood upon a plain of grass with his eyes closed. He breathed following a specific rhythm, standing there for who knew how long. His entire being was still like a sculpture, illuminated by the moonlight. He was practicing the true primal chaos formula, a special method of circulating true primal energies derived from the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians manual. This formula is much better at utilizing the true primal energies to temper the body and forge the bones. Once major comprehension of this formula is attained, the resulting strength and durability would be greatly improved to a level surpassing those of the same realm. Under the night's blowing winds, numerous fine grasses came together to form undulating waves which danced about. Lin Ming's breathing seemed to be in accordance with these undulating waves, as though he had become one with the surrounding environment. A drop of dew rolled upon a leaf just above Lin Ming's head. Condensing quietly. It eventually dropped down. Lin Ming, who was originally motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his right hand, allowing the drop of dew to fall upon his fingertip. The drop of dew rolled down the finger onto his palms. Grasping the drop of dew, Lin Ming's right hand suddenly formed a fist, his shoulder and thigh moved to position, and he threw out a punch. Boom. With a muffled bang, the thick tree trunk before Lin Ming was shaken, traces of a fist appearing amidst the swirling tree dust. Lin Ming exhaled and let go of his fist, allowing the drop of dew to drop down. With a pada sound, it fell upon the grass and was scattered. A smile emerged on Lin Ming's face. When chaotic virtues combat meridians reaches a state of perfection, then the drop of dew would have shot out together without being splintered. Although his current state of comprehension has yet to reach that far, he had still made some success. In addition, the earlier punch had left a fist mark of roughly half a foot in depth upon the iron tree. 3 days ago, his punch could at best only leave half an inch. His current achievement was all due to the true primal chaos formula. In these 3 days, Lin Ming had been practicing this true primal chaos formula non-stop and had finally succeeded in reaching the beginning stage. Truthfully, Lin Ming was only able to train so well thanks to the memories of the senior. The senior's experience and comprehension had greatly benefited Lin Ming's training. Even the circulating method of the skill had been deeply ingrained into the senior's soul. All Lin Ming needed to do was use his body to recollect them. Due to how crazy his training schedule was, Lin Ming's consumption rate of medicinal herbs was also much faster. He had used up 3 slices of the blood ginseng. At this rate, the blood ginseng would be used up within less than half a month's time. He now has the solution to training manuals, but still faced the problem of insufficient medicinal herbs. Thus, 2 days went by and Lin Ming's strength kept growing. The current Lin Ming was able to debone level 1 ferocious beasts effortlessly. For him, even dismembering 5 level 2 ferocious beasts was considered easy. One morning, Lin Xiaodong came to the Grand Clarity Pavilion to find Lin Ming. Lin Ming had earlier informed Lin Xiaodong that he was working in the Grand Clarity Pavilion, although he omitted telling him the reason behind it. The annual martial arts fair. Lin Ming felt shocked, hearing Lin Xiaodong's proposal to go there. That is right, many martial arts masters and nobles will be there. As for the items that will appear there, there are no rare items, only extremely rare items. Lin Ming shrugged and replied. How could we afford those items? As of now, I only have less than 20 gold liangs on me. So what if we cannot buy it? We can just go look around. Just take this as an act of gaining experience. Besides, we will be entering the martial house soon. We must at least buy a good weapon before that. Even if I cannot afford the high-grade weapons, I should be able to get our hands on some middle-grade weapons. Not wanting to disappoint Lin Xiaodong, Lin Ming chose to go out with him. After all, it would be a beneficial experience. As they were headed there, Lin Xiaodong kept talking non-stop about the fair. He was very familiar with the details of the fair, its distance from the 7 profound martial house, the areas that are considered suburban and so on. As they were walking down an alleyway, Lin Ming suddenly stopped and placed his hand on Lin Xiaodong's shoulders. What is wrong, Brother Ming? Lin Xiaodong asked. Someone is blocking the way. Lin Ming touched his waist where his boning knife was strapped onto. Thanks to his training of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's perception abilities have greatly increased. He could guess who it was. A few days ago, he had beaten the men with monkey-like ears. Now, the man's master has decided to show himself. This moment was something that Lin Ming had been preparing for. Author's note: 8 Gates of Hidden Celestial Stems originates from Chinese traditional culture. It is not unique to mangas. Chapter 5, Wager. Just as Lin Ming stopped moving, a slightly sharp voice sounded out in the alley. Hee hee, how unexpected, you have quite a high level of vigilance. You are called Lin Ming, right? A teenager wearing silk clothing slowly walked out from the back of a residence, a contemptuous smile was etched on his face. Behind him, 5 18-year-old teenagers followed. Most of them were all at the first stage of physical training, only one of them was at the second stage. As for the teenager with silk clothing, he too was at the second stage of physical training. Observing this situation, Lin Xiaodong suddenly panicked. He had recognized this teenager in silk clothing. He was the one beside Zhu Yan during the 7 profound martial house registration incident. Anyone could tell that this bastard was here to cause trouble. They have a total of 6 people, 2 at the second stage of physical training and 4 at the first stage of physical training. As for him and Lin Ming, they were both only at the first stage of physical training. If things were to escalate into a fight, then they would certainly ended up being abused. The teenager in silk clothing must be a young master from one of Sky Fortune City's great families. These people possess both authority and power. While they were not the type to kill indiscriminately, they were certainly capable of crippling others on a regular basis. What are you people trying to do? Lin Xiaodong shouted out, traces of anger evident within his words. You will have to ask him, the teenager in silk clothing pointed towards Lin Ming. You are quite the impressive one, to beat up my underling until he was bleeding all over, 2 of his ribs were broken. For these young masters of great families, the lives of their underlings were of no consequence. However, their reputation was another matter. Moreover, the underling had reported that he had already spoken out the teenager in silk clothing's name, but ended up being beaten all the same. This was what caused the teenager in silk clothing to become enraged. You are quite the capable one, to claim to one day trample upon me, Wang Yigao. Today, I would like to witness with my own eyes how you plan to do just that. The teenager in silk clothing said, his face turning savage. Lin Ming had never heard of the name Wang Yigao before, nor have he ever said anything about trampling on him. The underling most likely fabricated this in order to provoke Wang Yigao. However, Lin Ming did not feel like explaining himself. No matter what he says, this was bound to end in a fight. The chaotic virtues combat meridians is indeed powerful, However, Lin Ming had only started practicing it for a few days. It would be simply too much to fight off so many people at the same time, especially when two of them are at the second stage of physical training. Not to mention, if Lin Xiaodong were to be taken hostage, then he would be in trouble all the same. Considering the bigger picture, winning here would also bring him trouble. Once matters escalated and he was forced to beat up Wang Yigao, then the next source of trouble would come from Wang Yigao's father. This person is the army lord of Sky Fortune City. Lin Ming highly doubt that such a kind of individual would be interested in sitting down and engaging in a civilized discussion with him. For the current Lin Ming, this sort of person is an existence he could not afford to provoke. What a pain in the rear. Lin Ming pondered. Suddenly, a spark lighted up within his mind. He had thought of a way to resolve this problem. Facing Wang Yigao, he spoke. Then, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Wang Yigao was slightly stunned and instantly laughed out. You actually asked me what do I want to do? The rogues he brought with him all laughed out in unison. In their eyes, Lin Ming was no different from an idiot. For him to be asking them what they wanted to do now was certainly the height of idiocy. After laughing for a good while, Wang Yigao finally stopped and said, I really am uncertain as to whether I should call you an idiotic pig or a pig-like idiot. However, since you came forth with the question, then this young master will give you a chance. Don't you go around saying that this young master is being ruthless. Just get down on your knees and lick my soles clean. After that, break off one of your arm tendons and one leg tendon. If you do that, I will forget about it. Hearing Wang Yigao's conditions, Lin Xiaodong became infuriated. Damn it. Brother Ming, there is no need for us to talk nonsense with them. Let us fight them to the bitter end. Our Green Mulberry City's Lin family is no pushover, let us see if they actually dare do anything. Lin Xiaodong knew that they would have to suffer miserably today. All he could do was bring out his family name and hope that the other side would show some fear. Some physical pain was not a problem, but if they ended up being crippled, that would be a huge blow to a martial artist. They may never be able to recover their original body state even with the help of rare herbs. Green Mulberry City's Lin family. Hang, did you think I would be afraid of your Lin family? Lin Ming, are you going to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? I dare you. Come, did you think this young master is afraid of you? Lin Xiaodong stepped forward, one hand firmly gripping onto his sword hilt. Truth be told, he was currently feeling extremely flustered. However, he just happened to be the type who would rather die than lose face. Lin Ming pulled Lin Xiaodong back and spoke to Wang Yigao. So, what you wanted were those things you said earlier. Very well, as long as you can beat me in a martial arts duel, I will accept your conditions. Brother Ming, Lin Xiaodong became anxious. Even though he believed that Lin Ming would become a highly accomplished person in the future, the current Lin Ming is only at the first stage of physical training. How could he defeat Wang Yigao who is at the second stage of physical training? Lin Xiaodong feared that Lin Ming would end up with broken tendons after he loses. Lin Ming said, Do not worry, I know what I am doing. A martial arts duel. You think you are qualified to duel with me? Wang Yigao had never expected Lin Ming to suggest something like this. Within Sky Fortune Kingdom, government officials would not intervene in the fight between martial artists because they simply lack the capacity to do so. Thus, the conflicts between martial artists would end up being settled in a martial arts duel. As long as both sides agree, they would place down the terms of victory and defeat. After the duel, the conflict would be settled between both parties and neither one of them would pursue the other anymore. After all, credibility was something important to martial artists. Considering Wang Yigao's level of strength, which was one stage above Lin Ming, he did not believe that he would lose. He simply felt that the act of engaging in a martial arts duel with Lin Ming was inappropriate. Lin Ming replied, There is no such thing as qualified or not. There is only the question of whether you dare or not. Are you trying to say that I do not dare? That has to be the funniest thing I have heard this year. Very well, since you are going to be so reckless, then I will satisfy you. Lin Ming said. Very well, let us proceed to the square. The alley they were at was too remote, with no one to bear witness. Lin Ming feared that Wang Yigao would go back on his words. However, if they were to duel before the many people of Sky Fortune City, even a thick-faced Wang Yigao would have no way of denying the results. Unless, he no longer wants to live in Sky Fortune City. A duel between martial artists is always a remarkable sight, and the square would never be lacking in observers. In just moments, many people have started gathering there, even some martial artists were mixed in amongst the observers. Seeing the two contestants, the crowd started talking. Isn't that Army Lord Wang's son? Indeed, this bastard is about to start bullying others again. I wonder which family's child it is, to be so unlucky. A first stage in physical training going up against a second stage in physical training. That child is obviously going to lose. It seems that this child is just a commoner. For a commoner to be able to attain first stage in physical training is quite the accomplishment. A pity. It appears that he is going to become crippled. Wang Yigao's reputation within Sky Fortune City was not good, and most of the people held sympathy for those who are weaker. In their eyes, compassion towards Lin Ming could be seen. The more people came, the more unhappy Wang Yigao felt. After all, a physical training second stager beating a first stager was nothing to be proud of. In addition, there was the fact that his opponent's identity was far below him. Thus, Wang Yigao did not want this scene to be witnessed by many. Wang Yigao said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Let us duel. After that, go break your own tendons. I will let you understand the gap between us." Seeing the high number of people gathering around, Lin Ming faced Wang Yigao and replied, "Naturally, we will start the duel. However, if I lose, I would be at your mercy. Then, what happens if I win?" Win. This bastard thinks he can win. Chapter 6, Fighting Barehanded. Wang Yigao felt that this person before him must have some mental issues. While it is not impossible for one to defeat an opponent who is at a higher level of cultivation, that requires genius talent and pinnacle martial arts taught by masters. Lin Ming is a poor young man. For him to attain his current state of strength was already a great accomplishment. But considering his mediocre talent, he actually thought he could win. Could it be that he did not get enough sleep yesterday? Is he sleepwalking right now? Wang Yigao asked with a smirk. "What do you want?" "If I win, I want 200-year-old blood ginseng, and 500 gold liangs." 200-year-old blood ginseng, and 500 gold liangs. The people around were all rendered speechless. This child is quite the high-maintenance type. 200-year-old blood ginseng would require up to 300 gold liangs. All of it would sum up to a whopping 800 gold liangs. This is no small number, however, one needs to be alive in order to take it. 800 gold liangs. Wang Yigao coldly snorted. "You think you qualify? You think your arms and legs are worth that much?" Within Sky Fortune Kingdom, the lives of nobles and commoners are not equal. Even if Wang Yigao were to kill someone, he would only end up being confined as punishment. After that, all he had to do was pay a compensation of 200 gold liangs. Lin Ming slowly replied. "For martial artists, their arms and legs are priceless. If you are unwilling, then I understand. All you need to do is break off your own tendons." "Screw you. You are asking for death." Wang Yigao furiously roared out, pulling the long sword on his waist. Lin Ming's face remained expressionless as he spoke. "You have yet to answer my question." "Hang. A mere 800 gold liangs. I can give you 1,000 gold liangs. However, do you think you can live to take it? This senior will cripple you. If you can still preserve your life after 3 moves, this senior will have my name read upside down." Wang Yigao had become agitated. To Lin Ming's delight, more money for the taking. "Very well, 1,000 gold liangs it is." He had only finished speaking those words when Wang Yigao's sword slash descended upon him. A faint trace of golden light radiated from the sword, and a piercing sound resounded for dozens of meters. A martial technique. Martial techniques involve the use of primal energies to kill the enemy. When Wang Yigao claimed that he would kill off Lin Ming within 3 moves, he was not just being carried away by his emotions. Rather, he had confidence in his abilities, in his martial technique. The opportunity to learn these techniques is something that only the young masters of great families or disciples of martial houses could have. Once the martial technique is employed, those who do not possess martial techniques would find it difficult to endure. This was especially true considering the difference in martial cultivation between Wang Yigao and Lin Ming. Wang Yigao had absolute confidence in winning with just one move. The reason he had said he would kill Lin Ming within 3 moves was simply him preparing a backup in cases of what-ifs. Wang Yigao was correct in his assumption that Lin Ming had not learned any martial techniques. Lin Ming could only resort to common moves to deal with Wang Yigao's attack. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all felt that the outcome had been determined. As for Lin Xiaodong, his heart became nervous. How could Lin Ming block off this sword attack? Lin Ming's attention was focused upon Wang Yigao's incoming sword slash. Since practicing the true primal chaos formula from the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his perception had increased by several folds. In Lin Ming's eyes, Wang Yigao was a wild beast lunging towards him. For the past few days, Lin Ming had been dismembering countless number of wild beasts. Even though the beasts were already dead, dismembering them still required him identifying the gap between the bones. Whenever his knife descended, it would be quick, accurate and vicious. At the moment when Wang Yigao's sword descended, Lin Ming's knife shot out. There were no calculations or considerations within his move, it was based purely on instinct. The knife went through the loophole within Wang Yigao's move, slashing upwards with a slight tilt. Equipped with a dazzling sword, going against an extraordinarily common knife, yet the results was something that no one could have expected. Lin Ming leaned to the side and dodged Wang Yigao's sword slash. The knife in his hands, however, had incredibly stabbed into Wang Yigao's ribs. Ping! After suffering from a stab of the knife, Wang Yigao exclaimed, his body collapsing and tumbling down onto the ground. What is going on? The surrounding onlookers were unable to understand what had just happened and were stunned. Presently, a 1-foot-long hole had appeared on Wang Yigao's clothing, from his chest to his ribs. However, no blood was issued out. Instead, something silver shined through the hole. Flexible armor. Lin Ming secretly lamented. It turned out that Wang Yigao was wearing a flexible armor under his clothing. If not for the armor, that blow earlier would have dealt a heavy blow towards Wang Yigao's fighting potential. Wang Yigao was both shocked and furious, his eyes turning bloodshot. He had actually been hit. He was hit by someone whose martial cultivation level was 1 stage lower than him. In front of countless onlookers. For the prideful Wang Yigao, this was an unacceptable matter. I want you to die. Logically speaking, that strike earlier signified that Wang Yigao had lost. But, how could the enraged Wang Yigao admit his defeat? Wielding his sword, he once again aimed a slash at Lin Ming. Another martial technique was launched. As for Lin Ming, he was just like an experienced hunter, catching on to every weakness shown by a wild beast. Ping! The scene from earlier replayed itself. This time, a slash tore open a hole on the right side of Wang Yigao's clothing, turning it into a waistcoat. The surrounding onlookers were all stunned. They stared in disbelief at the outcome of the battle. How could this have happened? As the saying goes, 1 inch longer is 1 inch stronger. Wang Yigao's sword has a far longer reach than Lin Ming's boning knife. In addition, Wang Yigao possesses martial arts techniques and has a higher level of martial cultivation. But, in this fight, he ended up being stabbed twice with a seemingly ordinary move. That child, both his body speed and his knife speed is faster than Wang Yigao. A martial artist who was observing the duel commented. A physical training first stager beating a second stager in terms of speed was an unusual occurrence. Lin Ming's speed was indeed faster than Wang Yigao. In fact, the disparity in speed was quite considerable. This was the results of practicing chaotic virtues combat meridians. Before practicing it, Lin Ming's knife-wielding skill was already extremely accurate and insightful. However, his speed and strength was unable to complement it. It would only be natural for him to be unable to defeat Wang Yigao, who was at the second stage of physical training. But, with the existence of chaotic virtues combat meridians, the situation was now completely different. Mad with fury, Wang Yigao tore off his outer clothing, revealing a silver-looking flexible armor. He had lost to a physical training first stager brat. If he were unable to exact vengeance, then he would have no face to remain in Sky Fortune City. I will slaughter you. Wang Yigao desperately poured out the primal energies within his body, causing his sword to emit an even brighter radiance than before. He slashed down onto Lin Ming's head. If this strike were to connect, Lin Ming would certainly end up dying. At this moment, Lin Ming made a move that surprised everyone. He threw away his knife and faced his opponent barehanded. All the onlookers were unable to comprehend this move from Lin Ming. This slash from Wang Yigao was obviously the final blow, backed with every last drop of energy. So, why is this teenager throwing away his weapon at the most critical moment? Surely, the knife is stronger than a fist. In times of crisis, he could even use it to parry the opponent's sword. Chapter 7, Innate Divine Strength. The strongest attacking method within the chaotic virtues combat meridians that Lin Ming practiced was not a sword attack, but a fist attack. At present, the force behind Lin Ming's strongest punch could leave a half-foot deep indentation on an iron tree trunk. The durability of the iron tree was in no way inferior to steel. If the object being punched were stone, it would have been easily smashed to pieces. Lin Ming kept his gaze onto Wang Yigao, his eyes locking onto Wang Yigao's chest. Moving to the side, he threw out a punch. Pang! With a muffled sound, Wang Yigao spat blood out of his mouth and flew out. Even with the protection of the flexible armor, even with a martial cultivation of second stage of physical training, even with the training to toughen his flesh to an incredible degree, he was still unable to endure this superb punch from Lin Ming. Observing Wang Yigao falling onto the ground like a dead pig, the surrounding onlookers were left speechless. Wang Yigao had threatened to defeat Lin Ming in 3 moves, but the result was the complete opposite. Lin Ming instead defeated Wang Yigao in 3 moves. Within the exchange of 3 moves, each one had ended with Lin Ming being victorious. If not for the flexible armor, Wang Yigao would have lost early on. How was this a fight between a physical training first stager and a second stager? This seemed to be the complete opposite. Senior Liu, what is your opinion regarding this incident? In the midst of the duel, an elderly man appeared amongst the onlookers. In his younger days, this elder had once attained the 5th stage of physical training, bone forging stage. He was only 1 step away from reaching the pulse condensation stage, however, he had ultimately failed to break through. A bone forging stage martial artist has the same amount of lifespan as the common people. Naturally, their bodies could not withstand the ravages of time. Now that this senior Liu's age had exceeded 70, he no longer has any fighting strength. But, his perceptive eyes remained. The elderly man pondered for a moment before replying. That child is gifted with innate divine strength. The grade of a martial artist, be it grade 1 martial talent or grade 2, is simply the measure of the speed and ease with which their body could absorb primal energies. The faster they could absorb primal energies, the higher their martial talent would be. However, the martial artist's body strength is not included in the measurement for martial talent. That is because most people have the equivalent amount of strength. Occasionally though, some people would be born with innate divine strength. Some are born with 10 times the strength of the normal people, and others more. With great strength comes great speed. Naturally, they would have an advantage in battles. Yet, the number of these martial artists is small. In addition, not many of them are successful. After all, as martial cultivation progresses, the primal energies become more important and the effect that one's innate strength has becomes correspondingly smaller. So that is how it is, the surrounding observers nodded their heads. This explanation was very reasonable. Lin Ming picked up his knife and walked step by step towards Wang Yigao. The current Wang Yigao was in a miserable state. His clothes had turned into strips of fabrics, blood spilled from his mouth and his face was covered with dirt. Wang Yigao wanted nothing more than to kill himself. He had completely lost his face in today's incident. He would likely become the laughingstock amongst his peers within Sky Fortune City. Lin Ming spoke up. You are the one who said it earlier, 1,000 gold liangs, cough it out. Shit. Hearing those words, Wang Yigao nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. Oh, what a son of a bitch I am. Did I really have nothing better to do? Why did I have to turn 800 to 1,000? Even though Wang Yigao is a child of a great family, taking out 1,000 gold liangs is no small matter. Today's incident was certainly the most miserable and unforgettable one in his entire life. With so many people bearing witness, Wang Yigao was unable to go back on his words. Additionally, since it was the terms of a duel, he could not even think about exacting vengeance or risk being ridiculed by all. Unless it was done in utmost secrecy. Money, bring out the money. Wang Yagao shouted at his men. Today, he would have to admit his loss. But, this was not the end. He swore that he would hack Lin Ming to pieces. The group of men were all shocked senseless by Lin Ming's performance. Even if all of them were to gang up on Lin Ming, there was no guarantee that they could win. Is he really just a physical training first stager? Xiaodong, collect the money, Lin Ming said. 1,000 gold liangs was no small sum. Even though Wang Yigao is rich, he would not have brought so much money with him. Thus, he could only pull them up through his men. From the moment Wang Yigao vomited blood, Lin Xiaodong had been stunned. It was only after Lin Ming had called him that he finally reacted, "Oh, my God. Is this for real?" He actually won. Furthermore, they had won 1,000 gold liangs. 1,000 gold liangs. All of Lin Xiaodong's wealth combined amount to no more than only 200 gold liangs. Buying up a single blood ginseng took up more than half of it. Looking at the gold bills within his hands, Lin Xiaodong's expression was one of shock. Then it turned into ecstasy before turning into one of laughter. His eyes were never big to begin with. Now that he was smiling to such an extent, his eyes were almost unnoticeable. Haha, we are rich, we are rich. You are too kind, what could I say? Thank you so much for your generosity. Knowing that we were in a tight spot, you seniors have chosen to gift us with some spending money, thank you. Especially Brother Gaoi Wang, who felt that 800 liangs was not enough and had insisted on giving out 1,000 liangs. On behalf of the common people, I give you my thanks. Hearing Lin Xiaodong's sarcastic words, Gaoi Wang, who was already seriously injured, felt his mouth overflowing and spat out another mouthful of blood. Back then, he had said that if he could not kill off Lin Ming within 3 moves, his name would be read upside down. Screw your granddaddy. Wang Yigao furiously gritted his teeth. As for the others, their faces were contorted to the extreme. As it so happened, Lin Xiaodong's face was not the attractive kind. To them, Lin Xiaodong's current face was so disgusting, it could kill. After collecting the gold bills, Lin Xiaodong spit out some saliva onto his palms in an exaggerated manner and started counting the bills one by one. 20, 30, 50, 100, 105, 107. Lin Xiaodong counted the thick stack of gold bills 3 times, then said with a grin and squinted eyes. 850 gold liangs, 150 short. I say, aren't you all men of wealth? How is it that you cannot even cough out such a small sum of money? Hearing Lin Xiaodong's words, Wang Yigao nearly vomited blood yet again. His face sank deep, he shook his right hand and a ding could be heard. His long sword was embedded in the middle of the square. Verdant sharp sword, it can be sold for 200 gold liangs in any weapons shop. We are leaving. 6 of them came to exact vengeance on others. However, the end result was them having to hand over all their possessions, including their swords. This pathetic state was a first for Wang Yigao. Seeing the verdant sharp sword, Lin Xiaodong grinned. He has some knowledge regarding weapons, and the verdant sharp sword is truly an extraordinary weapon. At the very least, it is far better than the one he was using. Lin Ming said. If you like it, you can have it. Lin Xiaodong replied. I cannot do that. Brother Ming, you do not even have a weapon yet. Lin Ming replied. My fists are my weapons. For now, I have no need for a weapon. Later on, I will get myself a weapon that fits me. Even though this verdant sharp sword is sharp, it is too light for my fighting style. Lin Xiaodong recalled the fearsome fist that Lin Ming had thrown back then and had to agree that this sword was simply insufficient to complement with Lin Ming. Very well, I will take this sword then. However, you sure are fearsome, Brother Ming. I never saw you as such a character before. Ever since Lin Ming started practicing martial arts, Lin Xiaodong had never witnessed Lin Ming in action. How could he have known that Lin Ming's strength had soared to such a degree? He believed this to be the results of Lin Ming's hard work. Lin Ming explained. Wang Yigao does not have a detailed grasp on his own strength, and is only a beginner physical training second stager. In addition, his foundation is also unstable. His level of cultivation is probably a result of stuffing himself with medications. Even his martial techniques were nothing of note. Beating him is nothing to be proud of. My first goal is Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan is different from Wang Yigao. Zhu Yan possesses a high amount of strength and a solid foundation. His grade 4 martial talent is not simply for show. In addition, he is also quite the hard worker. Thus, the current Lin Ming had no chance of beating Zhu Yan. Lin Ming accepted the gold bills, then split them apart and handed one stack to Lin Xiaodong without counting. Use this. What are you doing? This gold were all earned by you. I have already taken the sword. As for gold, I have no need for it. With my way of practicing, 10 gold liangs per month is the most I will need. Lin Ming remained silent for a while, then without objecting, he kept the gold bills into his own bosom. Between him and Lin Xiaodong, such details were unnecessary. All right, let us go to the fair. You are right. Haha, I nearly forgot about it, the fair. Now we have the capital for it, 1,000 liangs. Son of a bitch. This senior had never even laid eyes on such a huge sum of money before. This time, I will be making a splash. Chapter 8, Qin Xingxian. Lin Ming laughed out as well and said, that is right, we'll make a big splash. However, you will need to be careful when going out in the next few days. NN. You mean Wang Yigao? He would surely exact vengeance. He would not do so openly, but rather in secret. This is a bridge that we will have to cross. Lin Ming's tone lowered as he said that. If Wang Yigao were to drop this matter here and now, then everything would end. However, if he were to secretly conspire against them or send assassins to target them, then Lin Ming had no scruples in giving Wang Yigao a taste of his own medicine. Naturally, Lin Ming would rather not have to resort to such measures. After all, Wang Yigao's father is the lord of the defense army for Sky Fortune City. Once such an incident is found out, everything would end badly. The fair was held at the outskirts of Sky Fortune City. This place is where the biggest number of business transactions is conducted. There would be one summit of fairs held every year. In this fair, even martial masters of neighboring kingdoms would come over to find and buy the items that they require. As Lin Ming arrived at the entrance to the fair, he was shocked as he observed the bustling crowd of people and the high range of goods on display. This was a place of luxury, a world for nobles and masters. It would not be surprising to see a pulse condensation stager randomly moving around the crowd of people. As Lin Ming was observing the movements of the crowd, a disturbance occurred amongst them. Lin Ming turned his head to watch and was surprised to find a white luxurious carriage drawn by horses arriving at the entrance to the fair. The horses pulling the carriage were all the same precious type, draconic snow horses. These horses possess great speed and endurance. One of them could fetch up to 10,000 gold liangs in price. Forget the young masters of wealthy families, not even the young masters of great families would be willing to purchase it. What kind of personage could be inside it? For them to be riding in a carriage worth several tens of thousands in gold liangs, could it be that a member of the royal family is here? Lin Ming thought to himself. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong spoke up. Do you see that crest depicting a knight with golden spear on the carriage? That is the martial quarters carriage. Martial quarters? You mean Marshal Qin? Lin Ming asked. Who else could it be? There is only one marshal in all of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Within the military structure of Sky Fortune Kingdom, the position of a captain of 10,000 men is a great accomplishment. Next up would be the position of major. Above major is colonel, above the colonel is the general. Finally, above the general is the marshal. In all of Sky Fortune Kingdom, only one person made it to the position of marshal during the past 80 years. A number of citizens of Sky Fortune Kingdom may not know of the current emperor's name. However, all of them knew the name of the marshal. The kingdom protector, Grand Marshal Qin Shao. 80 years ago, Sky Fortune Kingdom suffered from an invasion led by the Eastern Sun Kingdom. Countless lives were lost and the imperial family had to take refuge in the south. Qin Shao was the only one who had stayed behind. Commanding his Qin army forces, he contributed meritorious deeds in succession, reclaiming lost lands and saving the northern population who were in dire straits. After 3 years, the Qin army forces finally managed to defeat the Eastern Sun Kingdom. The capital was relocated and Qin Shao was granted the title of marshal in the very same year. At the same time, the veterans of the military were organized to establish the Sky Fortune Martial House. Due to their limited foundation, the Sky Fortune Martial House is unable to compete with the Seven Profound Martial House that is established by a Grade 3 clan, the Seven Profound Valley. However, Sky Fortune Martial House also serves as the military academy for Sky Fortune Kingdom. Those who enter the military after graduating from Sky Fortune Martial House would certainly be able to attain a good position. As for Qin Xiao, he is the honorary principal of Sky Fortune Martial House. His martial cultivation had reached the post-celestial stage, middle phase. For the average martial artist, the post-celestial stage and those beyond the pulse condensation stage is something too far away. Presently, the carriage had stopped and Lin Ming inhaled deeply. Could it be that Qin Xiao himself is inside? That man is a legend. The carriage's curtain was pushed aside and Lin Ming became surprised. The one who had emerged was a young woman. Seeing the young woman, Lin Ming felt surprised while Lin Xiaodong's eyes became glued straight at her. What is a beauty that can topple kingdoms? This is it. The young woman was wearing a white dress, her black hair descending down onto her waist, her skin glistening with the luster of beautiful jade, her appearance as mesmerizing as the full moon, her eyes shining like the waters of autumn. She has a fine raised nose, pointed chin, and a slender jade-like neck. There were simply no flaws that one could see. In addition, she exuded an aura of wisdom and purity, causing an inevitable thought to enter the minds of those who set their eyes on her, a peerless beauty. Escorted by her bodyguards and maids, the young woman came out of the carriage and proceeded into the fair. Wherever she went, it would seem as though numerous colors had lit up in the area and peach flowers would blossom. As for the young woman, she seemed to be dancing within this beautiful image, leading to everyone seeing her becoming lost in a reverie. All eyes were gathered onto her. Her carriage that cost several tens of thousands of gold liangs, her spectacular beauty, the Qin family that had endured for over 80 years, any of these factors would have been enough to make her the center of attention. It was not until the young woman had disappeared from his sight that Lin Xiaodong was willing to turn away his gaze, a look of reluctance etched on his face. Lin Ming asked. Who is she? Do you know her? Lin Xiaodong answered. I do know her, but she doesn't know me. She is Qin Zhao's granddaughter, Qin Xingxian. Truly, perfect. While explaining, Lin Xiaodong praised. Lin Ming only gave an "oh." He had somewhat guessed her identity and had simply asked without any motives. Thus, he was not too surprised. Lin Xiaodong glanced at Lin Ming and smiled as he continued. That girl is a grade 6 martial talent. Wah. What? Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Grade 6 talent? Are you certain? The highest talent that Lin Ming had seen before was grade 4. As for grade 5 talent, there was not a single one in Green Mulberry City. Perhaps these people do exist in Sky Fortune Kingdom, but their numbers would surely be limited. However, he had just been told that the young woman that had just passed by is a grade 6 talent. For him, this was simply an unimaginable fact. Li Xiaodong had already expected this reaction from Lin Ming and said, I say, Brother Ming, don't you think that in comparison with her grade 6 martial talent, her looks are even more amazing? Lin Ming replied. I think that her talent is even more amazing, a grade 6 talent. This is simply unheard of. Speaking of which, what martial arts stage is she in? Lin Xiaodong shrugged. I do not know about that. But, it must surely be unbelievably high. Considering that she is gifted with such a high talent and also born within a great family, a physical training 4th or 5th stage is probably nothing surprising. However, Brother Ming, why do you only ask about these martial arts stuff? After seeing such a perfect beauty, aren't your heart moved at all? The question surprised Lin Ming. He is not made of wood. A fair lady is beloved by all gentlemen, and Qin Xingxian is indeed perfect. However, after what had happened with Lan Yunue, Lin Ming had come to understand that a loving family that can last forever could only be attained after he has enough strength. With his current level of strength, such pursuits were meaningless. Turning around, he asked. Why? Do you like her? Nah, I am just an admirer. This girl is so far away from me, I cannot have those kinds of thoughts. I do not even know how many people within Sky Fortune City are hoping to be the lucky men, however, none of them is worthy. This girl would surely enter a true clan in the future, like the 7 Profound Valley. She had long since become a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. Mortals like us simply cannot hope to match someone like her. But, what makes me most jealous is the fact that she is also an inscription master. Inscription Master. Lin Ming do not have much understanding towards certain unique professions. Generally, these unique professions have a high demand in qualifications and the number of people holding those professions is small. The amount of money spent on those professions is also much smaller, comparable to a drizzle when placed beside the expenses necessary for martial arts cultivation. An inscription master can utilize special ingredients to engrave arrays and symbols upon weapons. They can strengthen equipment by engraving a symbol on it. This profession requires a high level of talent and a strong soul force. But, once one becomes an inscription master, earning money would be as easy as eating and drinking. Unfortunately, most martial artists would have no chance to come in contact with this profession. Even if they have the talent, they will have no chance of achieving success in their practice because the practice would involve too many materials. Naturally, that amount of money is only a drizzle for the Qin family. It is said that Qin Xingxuan's attainment in inscription techniques had reached a high level. She is unmatchable amongst her peers and could even beat many from the older generation. Lin Xiaodong had received a formal education in the martial way, thus leading to a higher level of understanding compared to Lin Ming. As he was eloquently explaining, he suddenly realized that Lin Ming had his head lowered as though he was deeply considering something. Brother Ming, you are not feeling aroused, are you? Well, considering what a heavenly beauty she is, this is normal. Nothing, Lin Ming waved his hand. So, that is what it was. Those arrays, inscriptions, engravings, various symbols and mysterious characters, simple-looking weapons that radiated a strong atmosphere that were within the soul fragment, they were all pertaining to inscriptions. It turned out that those items that he had temporarily ignored actually had such a high value. Chapter 9, Inscription Technique. The truth was, at the time Lin Ming had thought of giving up on pursuing the path of being an inscription master. It was because he single-mindedly desired to practice martial arts, and the steps to being an inscription master were unfathomably difficult. One had to work themselves silly, and be able to comprehend thick and comprehensive tomes in short periods of time. It was also very serious and taxing in terms of spiritual consumption. Lin Ming did not have the energy to pursue both the martial path and inscription at the same time. But now things had changed, and that was because he needed money. For body transformation, there was no such thing as the good medicine, there was only better. What he was using right now were only budget goods. There was medicine in the world that was able to directly increase the cultivation level, and even to assist in breaking through bottlenecks. For this type of medicine, the price was of course astronomically expensive. Not only that, but weapons, armor, martial skills, all of them needed money. For Lin Ming, the 1,000 taels of gold that he had won was only a pittance. It was insufficient to help him break into the pulse condensation period. If he wanted to make money, he would therefore need to become an inscription master. Lin Ming immediately decided to rent a room, and began to fuse memories left over from the soul fragment. These memories comprised the bulk of that little soul fragment, and they were also very obscure and difficult to understand. For Lin Ming, this fusion took several hours. Lin Xiaodong was left by himself to stroll around the trade fair. It was hard to imagine that his friend had come all this way to unexpectedly cultivate. This dedication was something to at least be admired and supported. He truly was a martial nutjob. In the afternoon, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. Although he had a splitting headache, a devilish smile split his face. His eyes were bright and wide with the wild color of joy. The inscription techniques that originated from the realm of the gods were beyond exquisite and utterly profound. They was not something that the lower planes even dare hope to compare with. The inscription techniques found within the soul fragment were unexpectedly amazing. They could increase the level of equipment, they could also increase the strength of medicines. One could also engrave the body itself to enhance the speed of cultivation. This was the sum of countless millennia of knowledge within the numerous dimensions of the realm of the gods. And it was only a tiny fragment. The lower planes might possibly have had some similar techniques, but most were without a doubt lost in the passage of time due to destruction of ancient sects or other such reasons. Sky Spill Continent's engraving inscription technique can only increase the level of equipment, moreover, even it can only do so by a tiny amount. To compare this with the realm of the gods' techniques was truly comparing the heavens and earth. Lin Ming raised himself to stand. Suddenly a wave of nausea swept over him. The massive amount of information emerged from within the recesses of his mind. It was a pain that came with a certain virtue. He had spent 3 hours fusing with the soul, and had only managed to absorb half of the information so far. But in his mind he already had a clear plan. First he would buy the materials and start from the very foundation to practice. In particular he would focus on increasing the efficacy of medicines and other compounded drugs, as well as the body engraving method. Lin Ming was ecstatic with the endless possibilities. It had to be known that there existed certain pills, drugs, and herbs in this world that were prohibitively rare and precious. Even if you had any amount of money you still might not be able to purchase medicine like them. If the engraving inscriptions for medicine were applied, then the strength of one impossibly rare medicine could become 2. What kind of ridiculous concept was that? As for the bodily engraving inscription, there wasn't need to say anything about increasing the practice speed. It was equal to enhancing one's own grade of talent. It was truly a heaven-defying technique. However, thinking of the precious materials that he would have to buy, Lin Ming gave a forced smile as he recalled recent events. He had succeeded in obtaining more than 800 taels of gold. He must spend this wisely. Sky wind grass juice, rank 3 desolate beasts blood, long-tailed. Cicada's molt, icebound shrimp. Ling Ming purchased these materials in a frenzy. He could find only a few that matched those in his mind. Perhaps most ingredients he recalled were from the realm of the gods. If so, even in the Sky Spill continent, much less the Sky Fortune kingdom, it was possible that these materials did not exist. Whether for better or worse, Lin Ming had gone all in on inscription. He purchased several symbol papers and headed back to practice his inscription technique. This truly was a money-burning field. He must be successful in engraving these inscriptions and selling a few. Otherwise, he would not have any more follow-up funds. As Lin Ming was calculating, Lin Xiaodong arrived back from the trade fair. His eyes widened as he saw the massive pile of materials in front of Lin Mind. "You nutjob, what have you done?" Lin Ming did not know what to say, so he only replied truthfully, "I'm studying the engraving inscription techniques." "Studies? What studies?" Lin Xiaodong asked with a whisper as his eyes widened to the size of eggs. He did not dare to believe his ears almost. "Studying the engraving inscription techniques." Lin Ming replied again. "Your SSS studying the engraving inscription techniques. Holy sh*t brother. My brother, my own brother, were you turned into an idiot this morning? With less than 1,000 taels of gold you want to study the inscription techniques. And where would you get a teacher? I purchased a rare and precious book." Lin Ming pointed to the table. Lin Xiaodong's eyes bulged again as he read the thick letters. Inscription technique, getting started on the path to inscription. Lin Ming had bought the book mainly to understand the Sky Spill continent's inscription techniques and contrast them with the ones he acquired from the soul fragment. As Lin Xiaodong saw this knockoff, inscription technique, getting started on the path to inscription, he almost vomited blood. He was speechless. He immediately began to regret boasting about the greatness of inscription masters in front of Lin Ming. The regret was heart-wrenching. He turned to the materials again and Lin Xiaodong felt his heart bleed yet again. Although he didn't want to know, he still turned to look at Lin Ming and asked, how much did you spend on these materials?" Lin Ming replied helplessly, "About 70 taels of gold." Lin Xiaodong sighed. 70 taels of gold he could accept, but the tone of his voice indicated Lin Ming had not finished. The following words almost caused him to collapse in a fit of despair. "I have 70 taels remaining." At this point, Lin Xiaodong's world turned black, and he slipped and passed out on the floor. This young and handsome master. This is a very good inscription symbol paper. It is a product of the famous master Bai Hong. If you use it on a treasure, the strength and prestige is bound to increase by a minimum of 20%. At the trade fair's transaction hall, a man wearing formal clothes smiled as he introduced the goods to some juniors of large aristocratic families. After the inscription was drawn up, it was placed on the symbol paper and could be used. One merely had to speak the command to mark the desired equipment. It was extremely convenient. This transaction hall was not a place where one could casually stroll through, it required an admission of 50 gold taels. To the average martial artist, this was not a small number. It was enough for them to purchase medicinal herbs for half a month. Lin Ming had paid the fee and entered. At this time the entirety of his fortune was a grand total of 75 taels of gold. He entered the transaction hall carefully and with the utmost caution. If he accidentally hit a bottle or pot, even if he sold his body to some old noble lady, he would not be able to afford it. Lin Ming wanted to see how inscription masters made money, but this was the floor where inscription products were sold, so he could only spend the money to come here. "This is Master Baihong's work?" a young noble asked as he stepped forward. He was obviously attracted by the renown of this master's work. "Do you have any proof, clerk?" "Certainly, young master, we have proof that even Master Baihong's own master will approve. Be reassured, young master, that the goods at this trading hall have their provenance known. If not, then we will compensate at 10 times the price." How much gold?" 1,500 gold taels. If you have the VIP card, we can also offer a 10% discount. I think that." The young noble pondered this for a moment. Even if he was obviously rich, 1,500 gold taels was not a small number. Hearing this price, even though Lin Ming was prepared, he was still startled. 1,500 gold taels. This was simply gold coins raining from the heavens. But, since he was learning inscription techniques by himself, then it would be hard to turn a profit so early. Thinking of this golden rain, Lin Ming became excited. He was already brimming with impatience to learn inscription techniques. Chapter 10, Heavenly Ladies Gathered in the Holy Land. Although Lin Ming fused with the memories of the soul fragment, he could not make light of the difficulty of inscription. In order to obtain more knowledge to fill the gaps, he must practice body and mind spiritual coordination in order to fully integrate the soul's memories within his body. The materials for inscription were equal to his hard-earned gold. He could not waste a single bit of them. At this moment, Lin Ming dared not use any of his precious materials. Instead, he gathered the true essence within his body to practice. He circulated the energy in his body, and every time it seemed to sync with the memories from the soul fragment, he carved that feeling into his mind. This was a very tedious and spiritually taxing process, but in Lin Ming's mind he could see tens of thousands of pages flipping one at a time, again and again, as his soul and body gradually acclimated and his movements became smoother. The soul force required was excessively demanding. Every now and then, Lin Ming would take a short rest, and in the process he would read that alarming knockoff-like manual, Inscription Techniques, How to Get Started on the Path to Inscription, and he would feel relaxed. Although the manual could offer him nothing that he didn't know from the soul fragment, it let him have a more solid and concrete understanding of the sky spill continent's engraving inscription techniques. At the end of a full day of practice, Lin Ming closed the Inscription Techniques, How to Get Started on the Path to Inscription manual. In the manual was not a single description of anything resembling sky worm silk. The sky worm silk was a top priority for Lin Ming. He had seen many materials in the trade fair, but had not seen this, though he had found a good trail of information. The Sky Fortune Kingdom did have sky worms, but they were generally used for making zither strings. Lin Ming could not actually be sure that these two things were one and the same. Because of the differences in quality of land and cultivation, materials identified in the realm of the gods might not necessarily be the same even though they shared the same name. The sky worm silk in the realm of the gods could be completely different than the one in the sky spill continent. Lin Ming identified not with the name, but with other factors such as appearance and smell. If these matched, then it was most likely the same thing. But in Lin Ming's mind, he has only the memories of the realm of the gods' sky worm silk, and since he has not seen the sky spill continent's version, he could not be sure that they were identical. Lin Ming thought very carefully about where he could find sky worm silk, and finally concluded that he might be able to locate some in the 7 Profound Martial House. The majority of martial artists may use the sword, sometimes the saber, or bow, and so on, but ever so often there are those that use extremely rare and precious weapons. For instance, the zither. The 7 Profound Martial House's name of 7 Profound naturally originates from the 7 Profound Valleys. But the 7 Profound Valleys name also originates from a faction of 7 people, each of which uses various weapons. One of them was a female, and her weapon happened to be the zither. Therefore the zither is also a legacy inheritance of the 7 Profound Valleys, and has been passed down from generation to generation to the present day. Because of this, it is an established department in the 7 Profound Martial House. But the difficulties of the zither are too many to count. The talent required was unbearably high, but the user also had to have a calm and regal temperament. Due to these requirements, this department of the Seven Profound Martial House had always been lonesome compared with the more popular departments. The vast majority, at least 99% of those who came to study the zither were women who came to cultivate their character and instrument skills, and held neither interest in bloody killing nor interest in the extreme studying of martial arts. Lin Ming immediately set off. His destination was the zither department's public lecture hall where they publicly lectured. Each year, the Seven Profound Martial House that was set up in the Sky Fortune Kingdom selected top-tier talents to enter the Seven Profound Valleys. At the request of the royal family, the Seven Profound Martial House also gave special permissions to non-students to enter the public halls where they were able to attend lectures. However, in order to enter the public lecture hall one needed a special pass card. Otherwise everyone and their mothers and fathers and pet dogs would come. So the public lecture hall was waterproofed against anyone except those with permission. The Seven Profound Martial House had laid down the rules for entry. One had to be at least the third stage of body transformation, part of the aristocracy, or a student of the Seven Profound Martial House or the Sky Fortune Martial House. Others did not have the privilege of entering the public lecture hall. The lectures were truly popular and in high demand, but the real content was still reserved for core disciples. The pass card that Lin Ming currently had was borrowed from Lin Xiaodong. The Lin family was very big after all, and many juniors and seniors that cultivated the martial path were naturally in the Seven Profound Martial House. With Lin Xiaodong's connections, obtaining a pass card wasn't too difficult. As Lin Ming first went to visit Lin Xiaodong, who shouted, "Brother! My own, dear brother! Have you finally been cured of your idiocy?" Lin Xiaodong truly did admire his brother's hard work and diligence towards inscriptions. In his heart, he had always believed that this big bro of his would reach the highest possible boundaries of martial artists and become a legend, known throughout the lands. But the engraving inscription techniques were something that were not achievable through just one's convictions. No matter how driven you were, you needed inborn aptitude. If it was really possible to become an inscription master by tossing around 800 gold taels to purchase some materials and a copy of this truly shady manual, inscription technique, getting started on the path to inscription, then inscription masters would be crawling all around like ants. In Lin Xiaodong's eyes, for Lin Ming to study inscription was nothing but a pipe dream. Not only would he lose all of his money and become a beggar, but he would also waste valuable time. But Lin Xiaodong was a true brother to Lin Ming. It wasn't possible to persuade him, so Lin Xiaodong could only helplessly lend Lin Ming the pass card as he considered his options. He decided he would find an auspicious time and bring Lin Ming to the medical hall and find a renowned doctor. What else could be wrong with Lin Ming but that his brain had been muddled and his spirit was disturbed? Then, Lin Ming arrived at the Seven Profound Martial House Zither Department. Public Lecture Hall. It was a graceful building that was 3 floors high. The lecture area was spacious. However, pitiful and occasionally thick-headed Lin Ming did not know that the Seven Profound Martial House's Zither Department Public Lecture Hall was equivalent to a ladies' restroom. It was a true holy land in which all men were expressly forbidden. The reason for this was that the Zither Department students were essentially all women. These women who wanted to study the Tao of the Zither tended to be from aristocratic families. In their entire lives they had been gradually influenced by the sweet melodies of music, and thus their appearances also were incomparably high. They were among the most beautiful specimens of womankind. The result of this was that many aristocratic young masters' hearts were disturbed and tempted with lewd thoughts, and had the night dreams that they would poach one of 2 of these beauties. These young masters relied on their status to attain a pass card and could thus frequent the Zither Department to spy on girls with their dark and frankly dirty intentions. They did not come for the lectures, instead focusing their eyes on the female students' curves, especially those with luscious thighs and rounder chests. Even after the lectures were over they would follow them around and eat meals in their proximity, and badger them as the ladies went shopping. Finally the beauties of the Zither Department reached the limits of their patience. They had come here to learn the Tao of the Zither, and they needed to maintain a calm heart and peaceful mind, which was impossible with all of the lewd dogs hounding them about. Gradually the Zither Department began to prevent men from entering, in particular those shifty-eyed male hooligans, and directly threw them out, relentlessly and without mercy. Lin Ming entered the Zither Department lecture hall, but the lecture time had not yet started, and several female students were quietly inside, exchanging talk and Zither skills with each other. In the center, a girl was playing a new tune. It was a nimble and fresh tune that was filled with elegance as the notes flowed out. It was a tempting tune that lingered on one's mind. Lin Ming approached to take a gander. The string on the zither was not sky worm silk, as he had anticipated. After all, sky worm silk was an expensive and rare item. The strings were also especially fierce and tenacious. Someone whose cultivation was too low could easily be wounded trying to play on sky worm silk. The young and fragile flowers of the zither department would have no way to use such powerful strings. The girl who was playing the zither was too dedicated to her craft to notice Lin Ming, but the two other female students who were listening naturally noticed the presence of a male. They knitted their brows and frowned, but did not speak. Every other period of time there would always be some men with evil intentions hovering like flies. They would wait for their turn, and while pretending to be some zither enthusiast, they would come closer, only to look at the female students' chests. These sorts of men made the female students feel utter revulsion. The female students who studied the Tao of the zither tended to be thin-skinned, and did not want to lose face over arguing against some dirty beast over whether their goods were ogled. So many sexual deviants would be intense and even maybe cop a feel with their hands or feet. It wasn't until a group of sisters banded together under the guidance of the elder senior sister that all the perverts were shown the door. Even so, there were still those utterly shameless and thick-skinned rogues and rascals, who even after being thrown out, would come crawling back with the excuse that they were true students of the Tao of the zither, and that they wanted to study this Tao of the zither together with other female students, and that they certainly did not entertain any dirty thoughts. But they were without a doubt shameless students who were only masters of the Tao of depravity. Because of this, the elder senior sister also became equally ruthless, and on the second day, she set upright a bold sign above the entrance upon which was written, "Men and dogs, do not enter." The matter became increasingly serious, and was finally addressed through the intervention of high-level members within the department. Men were therefore banned from the zither department lecture hall. The exception was that male students who came in could still enter, but under the absolute condition that their presence was determined by the zither department's female students. Any men that had a hint of lewd of evil intentions were instantly expelled and had all privileges forever revoked. As such, over time, now the zither department lecture hall no longer saw even the shadows of men. Lin Ming naturally didn't know the sordid history of the zither department and its war with all perverts everywhere. He looked around a while and did not find a single instrument that used sky worm silk, and so began to stroll around down one side of the hall to a collection of books, hoping perhaps that there was something here that was related to what he was looking for. As he left, several students finished playing, and they looked at the distant Lin Ming that was standing near the bookshelves. They said with a whisper, "This fellow doesn't look like he studies the zither. I think I saw that little shifty-eyed rascal looking at Xiao Xian's hand a moment ago. Surprisingly, he doesn't seem that old. He looks around 15 to 16 years old. Humph. This is our home turf here. A 16-year-old male should already be married. Someone at my age might already be a mother." The girl who spoke was only a light 17-year-old girl. In Sky Fortune City, 18-year-olds will generally have married by then. In the more rural countryside, they would even marry 1 or 2 years in advance, so a 16-year-old married man wasn't too rare. Whatever, it is not under our control. Elder senior sister will come to the lecture soon. If this fellow has any dirty thoughts, she will immediately ask him to leave. Lin Ming had not heard these young girls' discussion, otherwise he would have been left speechless. He indeed did look at Xiao Xian's hand, but that was only because he was trying to ascertain the material of the strings. He kept looking for the information on the sky worm silk. Luckily the zither department lecture hall was very large, and even this one side had a good area set aside for a collection of books, each of which held a variety of musical knowledge and history. Lin Ming of course was not interested in music whatsoever. He searched and finally found what he was looking for. It was a manual named the Sky Zither List. Sky Zither List was an encyclopedia on ancient instruments of all sorts, that included origins, users, manufacturers, materials, and other arcane knowledge, all of which were described in minute detail. Of course, in these rare materials were also included the sky worm silk. Lin Ming was incomparably excited, and he began to read with vigor. Sky Zither List introduced the sky work silk's properties and gathering methods. The only fault so far was that was no available picture of the sky worm silk, but Lin Ming was able to roughly determine that this was the sky worm silk that he was looking for. Lin Ming was just innocently and earnestly reading, and did not realize at all that the number of female students in the lecture hall began to creep up. They on the other hand did notice him in the corner by himself. In this group of heavenly beauties, the presence of a single man in his dirted clothes was truly plain as day. Luckily, Lin Ming had not looked around, as all of his heart's attentions were focused on the book. Even though the female students thought it might be fake, they did not have any evidence that they could use to throw him out. Originally, the lecture would have proceeded smoothly, but there existed the zither department's legendary elder senior sister, who retained an enormous prejudice against the entirety of mankind. In the social circles of aristocratic young masters, the senior elder sister's name was like a thunderbolt that reverberated in their ears and caused their hearts to heat up with anger. That sign upon which, "No man or dog shall enter," was written was an insult to all of them, and caused them to feel the pain of losing so many chances with ladies of such appreciable goods. They cursed her to remain a spinster for the rest of her life. In fact, the elder senior sister was a beauty among beauties. She was around 20 years of age, and had a flawless oval face, stature that belonged to royalty, long and slender thighs and legs that climbed to the sky. It was a pity that the elder senior sister had never shown any interest in men, and was easily irritated with a short temper. Any male who dared to gaze upon her majestic beauty would be sent a swift and decisive kick between their two legs. After the elder senior sister arrived, she instantly discovered Lin Ming. Her willow eyebrows instantly wrinkled, and she laid down her zither and arrived in front of him. She rapped her fingers 3 times on his desk and asked him, "How did you get in?" Chapter 11, Elder Senior Sister. When someone is angry, there can be differences in the projection of that anger. With just a few words, or a slight change in body language, the story told and the effect created would be drastically different. For instance, this elder senior sister had her slender eyebrows pointing straight up, her waist was rigid and unbendable, and in addition to the knocks on the table, the intense and murderous gaze, and the chilling tone used, her killing intent was soaring to the heavens. A young, simple-hearted male student who saw her would only be frightened out of his wits and cause a mess in his pants, timidly being unable to speak. Lin Ming was also a bit confused, and wasn't sure if he came to the lecture in the proper way, so he asked a bit timidly, "Was I not allowed to come here?" As soon as the elder senior sister heard Lin Ming's words, her heart instantly raged with flames of anger. This little rascal. She did not believe that he could possess a pass card and still not know that the zither department had an unwritten agreement that all men could not enter. At this moment, a sweet and gentle voice sounded out, "Sister Ling, what is happening?" Lin Ming looked towards that sweet sound and he was suddenly shocked. It came from a girl wearing a simple white dress, with hair like flowing ink. She was simply an elegant immortal beauty with incomparable grace. She was none other than Marshal Qin Zhao's granddaughter, the infamous Qin Xingxian. At the trade fair, Lin Ming had seen her from afar. In every single parameter, from her #1 family background, her 6th grade talent, her peerless beauty and charm, her skill at inscription, and strength, all of this made even top-tier talents feel inferior. Although Lin Ming thought that with his stroke of heavenly luck, he was destined for greatness and would be able to become a hero of the entire Sky Spill continent, at this moment Qin Xingxian was an unattainable existence. Let alone him, before her presence even that spoiled bastard Zhu Yan would be nothing but a frog staring out of a well. Lin Ming was astonished. He had not thought that he could see Qin Xingxian at this moment, but his astonishment was seen by everyone, and especially the elder senior sister. Humph. This was his true sexual deviant nature emerging at last. The toad thinks he can eat some swan. The elder senior sister's heart burned as she criticized him. The truth was that the girl's thoughts were complex at this moment, although the elder senior sister thought him a repugnant man. Since Lin Ming did not respond after seeing Qin Xingxian, she did not get the general feeling that he was some sort of pervert. This didn't sit well with her. After all men were perverted. She said to Qin Xingxian, "This deviant little child snuck in to harass us women. I am questioning him. Where is your pass card?" The following few words were to Lin Ming, who could only scratch his head. When did he come here to harass girls? Why was he being accused of this? He said, "I only came here to look up some reference books, please don't accuse me of anything I did not do without evidence or proof. All you are doing is drawing absurd conclusions and insulting mine and your intelligence. Looking at reference books. All you did was look at that Sky Zither list. Are you thinking that you are going to make a zither or something?" Lin Ming didn't have anything to say in response, so he casually said, "I just wanted to understand some things." Humph. These shameless lecherous men have always said that they wanted to understand music, and used this as an excuse to take advantage. Such acts are really disgusting. So you have interest in zither? Good, then I ask you, how many notes does a zither have, and what are they? What king of zither material suits the treble notes, what kind of material suits the bass notes? If you can tell me and satisfy me with your answers, then I'll believe you have an interest in music and you want to study the zither. Lin Ming froze on the scene. He knew only the most minimal details of zither and music, much less zither knowledge of which he knew nothing. Humph. So you dare to lie in public? You just wanted to look at a book so you could appear as if you were acting casually. You little pervert, your real goal was to peek on us girls. I've seen your kind plenty enough. Hand over your pass card, scum. The elder senior sister put out her hand in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming was silent. His pass card was borrowed, and although the 7 profound martial house was lax in their use, he had to conform to the rules since he was here using the pass card. But Qin Xingxian said, Sister Ling, consider this matter settled. This is only his first offense, there is no need to be so harsh on the boy. Qin Xingxian also thought that Lin Ming was lying, and the truth was that he was indeed lying. The elder senior sister could naturally not disregard Qin Xingxian's words, so she said, Xingxian, your heart truly is too gentle, we really cannot afford to tolerate people like this. This kind of person, just taking his pass card is being lenient. Take my pass card. Lin Ming said with a shock. You are also a student. You aren't part of the school authority. What jurisdiction and right do you have to confiscate anything of mine? Humph. What a smart mouth. I have the qualifications to confiscate the pass card and this was granted to me by the school authorities to me and me alone. In this zither department everyone must give me face. What I say goes. Here, I am the god. Now hand it over, or you'll see what I can do. The pass card was borrowed from Lin Xiaodong, naturally Lin Ming could not let it be taken, or else how could he face his brother who had taken such pains to get it for him? Lin Ming did not have any choice but to admit his true purpose. In fact, this wasn't really anything. Inscription development was nothing new, and new materials being researched were a common matter, whether or not they succeeded. Lin Ming said, I am researching inscription techniques in regards to the sky worm silk material. Researching inscription techniques. Using sky work silk as a new material in some technique. If these words came from the lips of an inscription master in their 50s or 60s, then the elder senior sister wouldn't be surprised, but to hear these words from a young boy of 15 to 16 years who was still wet behind the ears. The development of new materials and techniques. Were you kidding me? Was this a bad dream? Only an inscription master who was practicing techniques and found his current materials inadequate would go to seek something new as a substitute. This 15-year-old country bumpkin, at best his foundation would be reading some shoddy guide like, Inscription Techniques, How to Get Started on the Path to Inscription. Even that would be considered good. So to develop new materials, on what basis was he not lying out of his ass again? The elder senior sister laughed out loud and said, You think we are dumb or something? It's true that I do not personally understand inscription at all, but unfortunately for you, you are out of luck. At my side is the greatest inscription talent in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even in several countries around. You want to show off your garbage skills before a true expert? I really am going to die smiling here. Xingxian, I ask you, have you started to study new materials yet? Qin Xingxian gave a straight look at Lin Ming. She was similar to him in age, and could not think that Lin Ming was saying anything that wasn't a lie. She said, engraving inscription techniques are numerous and have profound diversity. Even just in primary materials there are recorded over 13,600 kinds, and in more advanced materials, because of their secrecy it is hard to state the number. Even these 13,600 materials are enough for an inscription master to learn for years to discover their effects, usages, mix ratios, structures, and other such things. My own talent is low, and I have not been able to find the use for all these primary materials, much less search for alternatives. The elder senior sister laughed with a self-satisfied smile. Ha ha. The little perverted boy is spinning his web around and now it all comes crashing down. Spin some more, boy, this big sis is waiting for you. Lin Ming heard this grossly exaggerated laughter and could only laugh to himself. This woman was certified crazy. A complete nutjob. Was she dumped by a man or something? She had some sort of psychological abnormality towards men. He said, I really am here to study. I am studying the inscription techniques and was suddenly inspired by a dream. Who said that I must succeed or would not succeed? Who said that a new inscription apprentice could not study new materials? Humph. It seems you're not scared of death until you see your own coffin. Good. Very good. This big sis is a reasonable human after all. Today I will let you sincerely convince Xingxian here. The inscription technique I don't understand, so you test him. Qin Xingxian was frustrated. The elder senior sister was indeed paranoid of men, but looking at this young man, he had to be lying. He was young and wearing simple attire, so his family background can't be prominent. Did such a youth really have the financial resources and opportunity to learn inscription techniques? Why would you mercilessly expose the poor boy to this extent? She said, Sister Ling, please let this be considered as finished. The elder senior sister replied, Xingxian, you are just too kind-hearted. You do not know how we were initially harassed by these scum, and our struggles to stop them. If we are tender-hearted and merciful, then there will be no end to their pestering. Qin Xingxian didn't have anything she could further do except ask him a few simple questions. It would be fine if he could at least answer one. This fellow student, do you know who established the Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique? Qin Xingxian asked the most general question as possible. But even this caused Lin Ming to be silent and scratch his head. Who the hell knew what old fogey established the Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique? And who even cared? The memory of the realm of the gods would not have such trivial knowledge, and even the manual inscription techniques, how to get started on. The path to inscription only spoke of the rudimentary knowledge, and did not expand on the history or the Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique history. Seeing Lin Ming stuck, the elder senior sister's smile grew increasingly radiant. This only confirmed for her that the youth was nothing more than a pervert of the Tao of deviance, and in her psychologically warped mind she wanted to torment the little rascal some more for fun. You don't know even this. Even I know you have nothing to say. But Lin Ming reluctantly said, I do not know history but I know a bit about pharmacology and material reactions. Pharmacology and material reactions. This was quite a broad and diverse field that not even Qin Xingxian had begun to master, much less this youth. Qin Xingxian thought that there were some truly unreasonable people. If they were wrong first, then they just had to admit it and it would all be good. What was the meaning of continuing the deception further? Therefore she asked a not-so-simple question, as she wanted to end this boring and insignificant interrogation. After all, she came here to study the zither, and she was missing the lecture. Although Qin Xingxuan's weapon was a sword, that didn't stop her from playing an instrument either. Then this student, do you know the shock inscription and the unique pattern and characteristics of it? Chapter 12, Qin Xingxuan's Invitation. The engraving inscription technique may use tens of thousands of different materials, from the common to the incomparably rare. These materials could be combined in a variety of different ways, and when supplemented by an inscription master, they would then be able to draw a myriad of arcane and profound inscriptions. The inscription techniques contained 3,600 foundation lines and 4,900 foundation symbols. This myriad of lines and symbols could then be combined into a variety of permutations to trace and engrave the ever-changing inscription technique. The shock inscription was only a single one of the 3,600 kinds of foundation lines. Lin Ming naturally knew the shock foundation line. In fact, he knew that the foundation's lines were not limited to 3,600, but there were actually 6,000 different types. It was almost double the foundation lines that the inscription masters of the Sky Spill continent possessed. However, just like the Sky Worm Silk, Lin Ming was not sure that the Sky Spill continent's shock line was the same as the one in the realm of the gods. He could only hope that there weren't too many differences. He stretched out his right hand and the true essence gathered on his fingertips. With his hand he drew a series of brilliant lines in the air. They glowed with a silent and gorgeous light and finally coalesced into a complex diagram that shone in front of Qin Xingxian and the blankly staring elder senior sister. Lin Ming had been practicing these inscriptions every day, and the soul fragment's memories and his finally began to harmonize. The results of this were in 2 words, quite handy. Lin Ming asked, was this the shock symbol? Qin Xingxian stared dumbfounded, and the elder senior sister looked at her and noticed her expression. She was instantly able to determine that this young hooligan was not just doodling with his fingertips, but had drawn the shock line, and there was no mistake about it. **T. This young hick pervert actually unexpectedly understood inscription techniques. Wasn't this just too preposterous? In Qin Xingxuan's heart she was truly surprised and was trying to not reveal her complex emotions. There were 3,600 foundation lines, and it was absurdly difficult for an amateur to remember them completely. It wasn't too strange to say that Lin Ming knew this one foundation line, but what startled her was that shock symbol he drew was completely correct, the energy was placed in the right spots, and it was simply astounding. This could only be the results of painstaking effort during practice. With a bit of depression in her heart, she startled, "It is." Lin Ming said, "The shock pattern is a sign of the killing god. Its use typically will have it placed on a weapon. When a martial artist uses a weapon, he will generally concentrate his energy on the weapon, and the energy will be used in a battle to defeat the enemy, but the increased effectiveness is limited. If the shock line is placed on the weapon, then when a martial artist concentrates his energy in the weapon, it will flow through the shock pattern and create a high-speed vibration which increases the penetrating power, effectively increasing the degree of weapon sharpness." Lin Ming easily explained the shock pattern as Qin Xingxian had expected. If he was able to draw the shock pattern with such skill, then he of course had to know the principles behind it. It would only be strange if he did not. Qin Xingxuan's competitive spirit was also aroused. She couldn't let this boy outdo her. She asked, "Then, this fellow student, do you also know the flag symbol drawing technique and principle behind it?" She had abandoned the relatively simple foundation lines and raised the stakes to some of the more complex foundation symbols. However, this naturally could not confuse Lin Ming. In fact, Lin Ming's understanding of foundation symbols was far more deep and profound than anything that could be offered in the Sky Spill continent. He calmly drew the flag symbol in the air. Although the foundation symbols were somewhat complex, Lin Ming's finger did not have the slightest pause, and in the blink of an eye, the complex inscription symbol sparkled in the air. Now, even Qin Xingxian was completely awed. The foundation symbol was far more complex, with double the lines and even more so difficult to trace the energy in the symbol, but Lin Ming had done so with ease. This had already far surpassed Qin Xingxian. My God, this was a genius. Unexpectedly, this random kid turned out to be a genius among geniuses in inscription talent. But who did he study with to learn this godly engraving inscription technique? His appearance indicated he was not from some big aristocratic family. Was it possible that he was apprenticed to some ancient sage or extraordinary hermit who liked to live in the remote and secluded mountains? Qin Xingxian found that Lin Ming was filled with riddles, and she continued to test him. The more they exchanged, the more she was surprised. This Lin Ming was not like he seemed. There were 3,600 lines and 4,900 symbols, which added to more than 8,000 different kinds, and he casually listed them, as if he were familiar with each one. Compared to Qin Xingxuan's surprise, the elder senior sister was already floored by their conversation and remained confused on the sidelines as the two inscriptionists spoke to each other in what seemed to be a different and completely heavenly language. She could only look on at Xingxian, who showed increasing amazement and admiration. The elder senior sister understood Xingxian very well. Do not be fooled by Qin Xingxuan's elegant and cool expression. She treated everyone with good manners and effortless grace, but the truth was that the natural sixth-rank talent and her immense strength had doomed her heart with the soul of arrogance. Before now, she had never given anyone of the same generation such a high appraisal. Finally, the elder senior sister became numb. She only understood one thing: today it would be impossible to confiscate this boy's pass card. **T. To think she would make such a big mistake. She stomped her feet on the ground. To think that this random hick kind could actually be some sort of inscription talent. This elder senior sister was really going to go mad. Gradually, Qin Xingxuan's expression grew increasingly respectful. From the tone when the exchange started, it became progressively humble. She found that by conversing with Lin Ming, her knowledge of symbols and energy structures insights had a broadened outlook due to his unique understanding and depth of knowledge. It was a great and rewarding feeling. Qin Xingxian was able to confirm her suspicions that Lin Ming was a rare talent that could only emerge once a century. But behind him was an even greater mystery. This shadow master who taught him. could only be an inscription master of absolute knowledge and authority. Even if compared with her own teacher, it was like comparing a candle to the raging sun. Exactly what kind of origin did this youth have? Qin Xingxian had great interest in Lin Ming, not mention the exchanges they had in which she just profited, but Lin Ming himself, and the mystery teacher behind him had extraordinary significance to the Qin family. With that thought, Qin Xinghuan said, "Fellow student, it's about time to begin zither lessons, so I'll have to excuse myself. It was very wonderful talking to you today. If possible, perhaps after the zither lecture ends, then little Xingxian would like to ask you to go to the Great Clarity Pavilion for a quick meal, and explore the principles of inscription techniques together. Is this agreeable with the fellow student?" Qin Xinghuan's sweet and dulcet voice was very persuasive, and coupled with her sincere expression and heavenly appearance, it was hard for any male to refuse. The truth was that Lin Ming did not want to reject her. Not only was Qin Xinghuan's background impressive and she herself beautiful, she was also rare in that she treated others well and did not have any airs of superiority. In front of such a girl it was impossible to have any hint of malice. However, Lin Ming was too tight on time and the exam for the 7 Profound Martial House was only 3 months away. He needed to make money during this period with the inscription technique to purchase the medicines he needed, and then engrave the inscriptions on the medicines and further his own cultivation as quickly as he could, all in order to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. Even if he entered the 7 Profound Martial House he would still need strength. There was still that slimy Zhu Yan that would undoubtedly be eyeing him for a fight. If he didn't increase his strength then he couldn't even be considered a worthy opponent for Zhu Yan, and would be stepped all over miserably. Lin Ming was simply uninterested to stay in the zither class, then have lunch with a beautiful woman, and after lunch continue chatting with the day disappearing without any of them keeping track, and then exchanging contact information with the aim of meeting again. For Qin Xingxian this was good and dandy, but for Lin Ming he would learn nothing. After all, just in the exchange right now, it was Qin Xingxian who had picked up all the advantages and insights, and there was no new knowledge or inspirations that she could confer upon Lin Ming. So Lin Ming somewhat regrettably refused and said, "I'm very sorry but today I have some things to do, so I must hurry back." "Oh. Well, I should have known," Qin Xingxian said with regret and her cheeks flushed red. She had asked him and had not considered the possibility of rejection. In fact, Qin Xingxian since her childhood days had never once invited a boy of the same age as her to eat a meal. But she has been asked out countless times. All of which she rejected as she ate together with her close friend. When refusing others' time and feelings, she had absolutely no feelings towards it. But this time she was the one rejected, and her number one discovery was that the taste of rejection was also very bitter, as if she suffered from an injustice. After all, even though she came from a large aristocratic family, in the heart of her heart she was still a 15-year-old young girl. To Lin Ming's rejection, the elder senior sister's brain short-circuited and she almost ran up to slap him around. In her mind was only one thought. This guy actually refused the one and only Qin Xingxian. My God. Is such a thing even possible on this beautiful world? Is he really a man? Chapter 13, Inscription, Go. Hey you, stop. Stop, do you hear me? Do you even know who she is? The elder senior sister yelled in utter disbelief. Although it wasn't evident from just looking at Qin Xinghuan's cool expression, but because they were the closest of friends, she knew what the poor girl was thinking. How could she let this little punk get away with harming the heart of her dearest friend? Why must men always be this cruel and thoughtless? This was what scholars called a true miscarriage of justice. This man truly was a hateful specimen of all mankind. Let alone the most stunning beauty Xingxian, even if a random girl plucked from the zither department were to be presented, she would cause hordes of men to run over like dogs. This boy didn't know his own limits. For any man to just simply reject Qin Xingxian like it was just another day, this must have been a dream. Lin Ming's heart mourned. He certainly knew who Qin Xingxian was, but it wasn't like he could reveal his plans, so he tried to skirt around the subject. "Elder senior sister, I really do have something I must do, I'm not lying to you here." "Who the hell are you calling elder senior sister, you little rascal? Look, I'm not going to quibble with you over such small matters, so I'm going to show some grace and lend you some servants to do whatever it is that you needed to do, however unimportant it may be." The elder senior sister stood in front of Lin Ming with her hands firmly set on her waist and blocked him from leaving. Although her family background wasn't anywhere near as grand as Qin Shingshuan's, she was also from an aristocratic family, and dispatching a few servants to handle matters in Sky Fortune City was simplicity itself. Lin Ming was at a loss of words. This maiden was too overbearing and haughty. He said, "My business is cultivation. I just don't have the time in these few upcoming months to spare." The elder senior sister wanted to say something, but Qin Xingxian interrupted her. "Let this fellow student leave, perhaps it is his master calling him." In Qin Xingshuan's mind, with Lin Ming's accomplishments at his young age, he must have focused most of his life's attention on diligently practicing. In these cases it was only natural that his mysterious master would arrange harsh lessons for him every day. Hearing these words of hers, Lin Ming felt relief in his heart. Although he had spoken the truth, and he was just a tad more mentally mature compared to these two beauties, he could not relax because of their overwhelming strength and backgrounds. With just a word alone, they could crush him. As Lin Ming prepared to leave, Qin Xingxian smiled and said, "My name is Qin Xingxian. If fellow student is ever finished with his cultivation and has some time to spare, please come to the marshal's quarters to look for me. Your presence will always be welcome." Lin Ming paused in his step, and told her his name, Lin Ming. Then Lin Ming walked away. Staring at his departing back, Qin Xingxian could only sigh. What sort of characters were used to spell his name? Was it Lin as in forest, and Ming as in bright? With just these two characters, there would be too many duplicates in Sky Fortune City. How would she find him in this city? As he returned from the Seven Profound Martial House, Lin Ming had already decided what he needed. The Sky Fortune Kingdom did produce sky worm silk, but it was mainly used for instruments. With his martial arts background, it was difficult for him to find and purchase. However, he could have Lin Xiaodong request the family to purchase some, as such a large family certainly had musicians and it would be easy to obtain as long as one paid the market price. From the Sky Zither list, Lin Ming could tell the approximate price of sky worm silk was about 20 taels of gold per foot. Although it didn't sound too expensive, it was because sky worm silk was very thin and light. If calculated in weight, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would require over 10,000 taels of gold to purchase a single pound. Lin Ming only had 70 gold taels, so he could purchase 3 feet. At the trade fair he had spent 800 taels of gold to buy a massive pile of materials, but just 3 feet of sky worm silk would cost 60 taels of gold. These 3 feet of silk would no doubt be light, and it only proved that it was prohibitively expensive. Lin Ming tacked a calendar onto his bedpost with pages equal to the number of days he had left. He would rip one off every day. The first month he would spend practicing the inscription technique, and the other 2 months he would purchase the medicines he needed and then cultivate like a madman. He believed that with elixirs and pills, he would be able to break through the first stage of body transformation, and perhaps even reach the peak of the second stage. If he could reach the peak of the second stage, then even if he couldn't exceed Zhu Yan, at least he would not suffer a disastrous loss. After using his true essence to practice 100 times, Lin Ming finally began the formal steps for inscription that involved materials. This was how most inscription masters started, but Lin Ming did not have the luxury to casually waste the materials he had. He had to treat each and every precious attempt with the utmost care. With this pile of materials that costed 800 taels of gold, he had to come out with at least a single viable inscription. Inscription not only required good perception, it also needed a good teacher, financial support, and most of all, a powerful soul force. Because in the inscription process, one had to control the engraving marks by using their soul force to draw the energy structure. Lin Ming's soul force had already been measured as a child, and it was also a third-grade soul force. The third-grade soul force and third-grade martial talent could be considered decent. To an aristocratic family with no history of martial arts, it was good, but it certainly wasn't anywhere near the top. Martial artists in the body transformation stage did not have many reasons to use their soul force, so this was Lin Ming's first time utilizing this form of energy. He began to mobilize his soul force in accordance with the memories found in the soul fragment. He circulated this soul force in his body, familiarizing with it, and moving it with his mind. All living beings had soul force, but being able to consciously move it was something that the average person did not dare to achieve. It required the soul law formulas, and needed daily rigorous practice. Many inscription masters had managed to memorize the varieties of symbols and basic structures, but if their time studying the soul law formulas was inadequate, it would result in them not being to use soul force. If one could not use the soul force, then the material could not be utilized. As a result, they would not even have the qualifications to waste these goods. As soon as Lin Ming began to revolve the soul law formula, a feeling of deep peace came from the memories of the soul fragment. It filled him with a familiar sensation. This soul law formula that he used, the elder who the memories had belonged to, must have used it a truly terrifying number of times before his death. With this kind of familiar feeling, it was as if Lin Ming had been practicing inscription techniques for his entire life, and he felt his fatigue fade away. Not only that, but the majority of his soul force was retained and he did not need to worry about any negative influence from the memories. He gently placed out his hand and the invisible soul force began to tug at the sky wind grass roots and suck out the juices. Using his mind, Lin Ming began to practice changing the juice into various shapes under his control. Sometimes he made it into thin strings, sometimes he condensed it into a crystal clear bubble. This level of ease even caused Lin Ming to be surprised. He knew that in the cheap manual, it had stated that for those that could utilize soul law formulas, those with inborn talent of perception would only need 1 month, while those with lesser talent could practice for half a year and still have no results. Each inscription master had their own personal soul law formula. The soul law formulas naturally had their different rankings, as some were worse and some were better. Inscription masters thus naturally regarded their own soul law formulas with great love and care. It was something that they might not even pass down to their disciples, because the soul law formula would directly influence the ability to utilize the soul force. It was of the highest importance to an inscription master. Without a shadow of doubt, the overbearing soul tactic within the memories of the elder was at the apex of soul law formulas. Even the Sky Spill continent's greatest inscription masters were nothing but little bumpkin children compared to this great elder. Adding that Lin Ming had a familiarity with the law soul formula that originated from the memories, in practice his 3rd grade soul force talent was on par with a 4th grade talent, or perhaps even a 5th grade. These were the precious techniques that had been left by the memories. His 5 fingers easily formed a simple seal, and a surge of soul force entered the drop of sky wind grass juice. Lin Ming's fingers drew a line in the air that shined with a sparkling light. The soul force interacted with the sky wind grass juice and rapidly coalesced into a pleasant and mystical rune. The rune was smaller than a fingernail, yet it contained a complex energy. Even within the same rune, because of the subtle differences in shape, technique, strength of the soul force, and other factors, 10,000 inscription masters would have 10,000 different manifestations. And within these there would be those of lesser or greater profundity. Lin Ming could not tell whether the symbol rune he created was garbage or treasure, but he was still satisfied with his result. He began to create his next symbol rune. He had only used half a drop of the sky windgrass juice, so he still had half a drop remaining. His fingers twisted as he formed another seal, and began to condense his soul force with the half drop into another seal. However, as soon as the seal flashed, there was a slight murmur in Lin Ming's soul force which caused degradation in the output. Lin Ming could only gaze on as that half drop of liquid turned into floating ash. Lin Ming could only sigh and bite his tongue. It required about a gene of roots in order to create that single drop, and it cost a few taels of gold for those roots. For the general populace, that was the monthly income of an entire family. It was hard to imagine, but for those that had just begun studying inscription techniques, there was no way for their soul force to be stable, and thus failure was an everyday occurrence, and successes were the true miracles. In the blink of an eye, a few taels of gold had evaporated into the air. In one day it was easy to spend a few hundred taels of gold on practicing inscription techniques. It truly was burning away money. With the taste of failure still fresh in his mouth, Lin Ming became increasingly cautious. He moved his fingers again to form a seal, and one by one, more inscriptions emerged from his hands. Of course, he failed more often than he succeeded, but as time went on the number of failures began to decrease. As Lin Ming produced more runes, he began to discover that his own scant soul force was just too weak, and this was related to his first stage of body transformation. Even with the top-tier, true primal chaos formula, and overbearing soul tactic supporting him, he couldn't continue for much longer. Using such little soul force, Lin Ming couldn't form the runes as easily as he could before. Moreover, more faults began to show in them due to a lack of soul force, and with each fault that occurred, it was also a waste of soul force. As his soul force became increasingly low, Lin Ming's inscription process was only at the halfway point. However, he began to have difficulties in sustaining the soul force, and without him sensing, the soul force in his body had become too exhausted and a wave of dizziness passed him. The runes in front of him began to vibrate, as they verged on the border of being shattered. Lin Ming's heart jumped, and he quickly stabilized his soul force. In an instant his palms were covered in sweat. He had almost made a mess of things. How many tens of taels of gold would have disappeared? But Lin Ming could see that shining gold pot at the end of the sweat-covered rainbow. He slugged right on through. Chapter 14, Increasing Strength. Lin Ming spent half of his concentration on maintaining the integrity of the symbol runes with his true essence, and the other half of his concentration was directing the true primal chaos formula to speed up the rate of true essence absorption. With these two opposing thoughts in his mind, he failed his inscription. After 5 consecutive failures and 5 piles of materials turned to ash, Lin Ming came to the realization that he was completely unable to complete the inscription before he ran out of true essence. After spending such a long time on these futile efforts, he finally cut off the soul force. The remaining seals in the air trembled, and then detonated in a succession of brilliant sparkles. Looking at the beautiful brilliance, Lin Ming felt a stabbing pain in his heart. This was money. This was all his money. Although he didn't expect the first time to be successful, but losing so much gold was hard on him. The only silver lining was that he had not arrived at the stage where he had to use his most rare and expensive material, the skyworm silk. His leftover material was about enough for 10 more attempts. If he was unable to complete an inscription before then he would be dead broke and unable to continue any further. Any other inscription master would have listened to his thoughts and coughed blood. Wanting to succeed in 10 more attempts. What a fantasy. This was his first time attempting inscription, let alone completing an inscription in the next 10 tries. A normal inscription student would have trouble even drawing up a successful line. Lin Ming gathered the residual ashes of the materials, and began to recount his mistakes from a moment ago. The memories that he inherited from the elder weren't wrong, but it was just that the gap of soul force between them was simply too vast. He might not even be able to complete a simple inscription. These inscription techniques in the elder's memory may have been considered simple and light by him, but in the Sky Spill continent, they were still incomparably complicated godly techniques. Once drawn, even the inscription masters of this land would be shocked. After summarizing the reasons for his failure, Lin Ming began to plot countermeasures. He couldn't enhance his own soul force in such a short time, but what he could do was minimize the mistakes he made as much as possible. It was simply because each mistake was a waste of soul force. If he made less mistakes, then he would not only have more materials and thus money, but more soul force to use. Thinking like this, Lin Ming gave up using materials and instead only practiced using his soul force again and again like an unthinking zombie. His idea was very simple. Using soul force was free and it was easy on the body. If he practiced the true primal chaos formula well, then he wouldn't lose anything, but would also be able to practice at the same time. What could possibly be more perfect? It was as if these two were made for each other. As long as he didn't waste any money, then he had no fears. It didn't matter if he practiced 100 times. If that wasn't enough, he would practice 1,000 times. If that wasn't enough, he would practice 10,000 times, or 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times, until the process became a reflex, and then he wouldn't believe that he would fail again. Sky Fortune City. Marshal's Quarters. In Sky Fortune City, 2 complexes were considered the most grandiose and splendid architectural achievements, the Imperial Palace and the Marshal's Quarters, which was situated in the Sky Fortune City's northwest corner. The Marshal's Quarters was 3 miles long from one end to the other, and it was 1,000 steps wide. There were rocky waterfalls with beautiful flowers, and a winding corridor garden, along with countless waterside pavilions. It truly was breathtaking. Right now, in the Marshal's Quarters Library Pavilion, was an elderly man wearing a long gown and carrying a gold-gilded bird cage. Next to him stood a peaceful-looking girl in white. It was Qin Xingxian. Oh. So there is someone like that out there. Even you were humbly defeated by him. Qin Xingxian politely nodded. The old man was her master, Sky Fortune City's most prestigious and famous inscription master, Mr. Mui. Qin Xingxian had a very good memory. She completely recounted the events that had happened, even every word of Lin Ming's. After the old man listened, his expression grew increasingly dignified. At first he assumed that his young student was in love and being modest about some boy she liked, but it seemed like she really was inferior. Moreover, that youth's knowledge was too rich and experienced. It wasn't likely to come from someone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, but instead some ancient master from another, more developed land. After she finished, she also described how Lin Ming drew up the foundation lines and symbols with such ease and fluidity. It wasn't something that she was capable of doing. Being able to draw the foundation lines with soul force, but also not stopping and still being able to grasp the intricacies of the energy of each point. What is this? Mui said with surprise. Mui inhaled. He had always dreamt of performing this so-called drawing by instinct, but one need millions, if not billions of attempts to even think of it. Did this young boy start practicing while he was still kicking around in his mother's womb? You're really sure that he is 15 or 16 years old? Yes. Qin Xingxian replied with certainty. Marvelous, marvelous. Mui sighed, such a small age and he is already this accomplished. It truly is amazing. This is the first time in my life seeing such a heaven-defying young talent. I thought I'd only hear of geniuses like this in legends. But I'm even more curious about who this boy's master would be. Mui thought in vain. In his mind, he considered the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even several nearby countries, but he could not think of any hidden inscription master who could compare with this elder. Even though Mui could not think of anyone, in terms of inscription knowledge he was considered the forefront expert in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even in neighboring countries he would be well compared to their own inscription masters. But compared to this mysterious elder, he could not say that he had any chance of winning. Mui said, I cannot think of anyone who is capable of teaching such a talented disciple. But if I ventured a guess, then the young boy's master might have come from some ancient clan. Ancient clan? Qin Xinghuan startled. Sky Spill continent was vast, and had many thousands or millions of years of traditions of ancient clans. These clans had incomparably deep and profound heritages and legacies. For instance, just the most recent clan of Sky Fortune Kingdom had established the 7 profound martial house. They were the 7 profound valleys. They likely had their own secret masters and legacies. 12 years ago, the 7 profound valleys elders arrived at Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even the imperial family had to be respectful. Qin Xingxuan's master, Mr. Mui, was considered the top inscription master in the country, but to the large clans, he wasn't anything special. Mui said, Xingxian, if you see him next time, be sure to ask him to stay so that I can personally introduce myself. This youth isn't so simple. Even if he has a master that comes from some ancient clan, for him to have this degree of ability is simply heaven-defying in this day and age. Also, be polite to him and treat him with respect. His master is a person of inconceivable skill, which the entire Sky Fortune capital cannot disrespect, nor afford to offend. Yes, master. As the day passed, Lin Ming tore off another page from the calendar. Lin Ming had been practicing inscriptions every day. Every sort of symbol and line and rune had been practiced God knows how many times, and each was thoroughly imprinted in his heart. Using soul force day and night was very tiring to his spirit and mind, so his eyes were always red with exhaustion. His true essence had long been wrung dry. He was constantly like a lamp without any oil. But he had gained some benefits. Lin Ming discovered that besides the progress in his inscription technique, his perception had become increasingly sensitive. Now he was still debating in the Great Clarity Pavilion, but even if it was a second-level vicious beast, Lin Ming could easily perceive the entire structure of the beast, avoid the bones, and let his knife smoothly follow through the solid flesh of a second-level vicious beast. Lin Ming needed only an incense stick worth of time to completely finish. At such a monstrous speed, the Great Clarity Pavilion staff were astonished at first and didn't believe it, but after seeing it, they became numb to disbelief. Now in the Great Clarity Pavilion, Lin Ming had a much higher status. His work hours were optional and even rush hour was optional. His wages were no less than those of master chefs. With such treatment, any employee would be satisfied. And although Lin Ming was privileged, he still kept debating for 2 hours per day. It was also a form of practice to him. Debating was a good way to take advantage of the soul force utilization. However, Lin Ming soon found himself not being able to work the 2 hours. There just weren't enough vicious beasts in the entirety of the Great Clarity Pavilion. Indeed, all of the storehouse's stocked goods were already sliced and prepped by Lin Ming. When Sister Lan, who was responsible for checking the kitchen daily, went to the ice storehouse. She saw that all of the vicious beasts had been turned into neat piles of meat and bone. Not only that, but each piece was uniform in size and marbling. Sister Lan was naturally speechless. This young boy was simply a machine. Finally, it was the last 10 days of the first month. Lin Ming had prepared both his mind and the materials. It was time to start the inscription once again. Chapter 15, Overwhelming Symbol. Today, Lin Ming had prepared as well as he possibly could, solely in the tracing of the lines and symbols. He was no less than those lofty masters. Manipulating the sky windgrass juice, Lin Ming opened both his hands and a single drop of emerald liquid flew into the air where it steadily remained. Looking at this liquid green pearl, Lin Ming closed his eyes as his hands flashed and formed a series of seals. These movements had long ago been printed in his mind, and along with memories of the soul fragment, these complex signs were as instinctual as breathing. With a deep breath, Lin Ming began. His 10 fingers flowed like branches in a storm, and they even collided with each other as his speed of seal formation was too fast. His fingers blurred as another drop of liquid from a different material flew into the air. With his soul force at full strength, Lin Ming rapidly formed the beautiful and mysterious inscription symbols. In order to preserve his soul force, Lin Ming had started working on another material before the first had finished. In this high-intensity and highly complicated plan, Lin Ming's error rate was low, extremely low. When the inscription was half finished, Ming began to feel the strain. When the inscription was 2/3 complete, Lin Ming felt that his soul force was reaching its end, and he began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. With that on his mind, the chance that a problem would arise also increased. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and pressed on. He still had to divide the several materials to use them to draw the final rune. Skyworm silk has completed. The tense Lin Ming finally let loose a breath of relief. Skyworm silk was what he lacked the most. He could now allow for failure here. There are 5 runes. Lin Ming counted the number in his heart as his soul force reached the limit. 4, 3, 2 inch. Success. Lin Ming finished the inscription at this moment. The sparkling runes shined and flashed for a brief moment as they coalesced into an inscription the size of a square inch. It hung there suspended in air. Lin Ming had almost collapsed, but as he looked at this completed inscription floating in air, he felt nothing but absolute joy. This small inscription was like his precious child. He had spent a month of inhuman suffering and massive amounts of money to raise it up. The elder had named this inscription the Overwhelming Symbol. This title was a tad too vulgar and childish, but stemming from the respect that Lin Ming held for this elder in his heart, he did not change its name. It was the Overwhelming Symbol. Lin Ming had bought 15 of the cheapest symbol papers at 1 to 2 taels of gold per dozen. With just a slight bit of soul force, the overwhelming symbol fell onto the symbol paper. Gold lines converged to form ancient runes on the symbol paper. The symbol paper truly was plain, and the overall effect made it look bland and unremarkable. At the last minute of forming the symbol paper, Lin Ming changed the outwards design appearance with his soul force. It resembled a flame pattern. This kind of design left on the inscription treasures would become a sign. His sign. Many inscription masters had their own personalized designs as a mark of their work. Lin Ming decided on flames, as flames represented rebirth into nirvana. Cultivating a martial path was a trial by fire. Pain was constant, and danger was ever present. Traveling down this path would burn one into ashes. Only those that have firm hearts and immeasurable wills would be able to be rebirthed through the flames, and become a dragon or phoenix that ascends like a god into the skies. Lin Ming carefully received this precious symbol paper. He opened the window and the fresh air and bright sunlight sprinkled down on him and reflected on his bloodshot eyes. He was bone-tired with exhaustion and wanted to go to sleep right away, but Lin Ming had an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Time left before the 7 profound martial houses exam, 2 months and 10 days. In the past 5 days Lin Ming had branded his last inscription onto the symbol paper. Thus, all his materials had been thoroughly exhausted. He had managed to altogether create 4 copies of the overwhelming symbol. Looking at these symbol papers, Lin Ming has an unforgettable sense of achievement. Now he wanted to sell these 4 symbol papers. At the last trade fair, Master Baihong's engraved inscription had sold for 1,500 taels of gold. Clearly this was affected by the renown of the inscription master. Lin Ming had not sold any inscriptions before, so he was not famous or well known, but he was confident in his work. This inscription came from the realm of the gods. Its effect compared to that of Master Baihong's work was like the heavens and earth, there was simply no comparison. In that elder's memory, the overwhelming symbol was merely the most basic inscription, but it was enough to use on a superior piece of equipment, a third-grade piece of equipment. If used on lower-grade equipment, then the effect would increase by at least 60%. Not only that, but the overwhelming symbol also granted equipment an additional skill. Some top-tier inscription techniques can add additional skills to equipment. By concentrating soul force, it was possible to use these skills. They ranged from energy attacks, armor-increasing shields, illusionary techniques, to demonic techniques and more. Lin Ming's inscription, if engraved on a weapon, would give that weapon a skill called the instant violent strike. The small inscription rune was in fact a complex array. When the user concentrated a massive amount of soul force into the weapon, the inscription would absorb this energy, compress it to the limit, and then instantly erupt. In a close combat battle, this move was truly formidable in its lethality. Lin Ming didn't actually believe his inscription was as amazing as the ones he recounted in the elder's memories. There was also definitely no way for a piece of equipment to achieve a 60% increase in power at his current level. As for that instant violent strike, Lin Ming did not know if it actually would work because the inscription technique was too complex. After making the end product, all those runes and symbols were concentrated in the tiny inscription, so it was difficult for even the creator to judge the ability of the end product. There were just too many possible structures, and a corresponding number of possible mistakes. In the worst-case scenario, the weapon might even blow up. As long as there was the tiniest of problems, the entire inscription would have to be sold at great discount. Lin Ming finally had a night of full rest, and slept blissfully until the early morning. His soul force and energy were in peak condition. He asked Lin Xiaodong for some trade fairs and auction house addresses, and then departed with his symbol papers. He had bought some new clothes, included a hooded cape that covered his face. Although the trade fairs and auction houses always had a good reputation for safety, and wouldn't leak the identity of patrons, it was best to be careful. After all, if the 4 symbol papers were sold for any high price, then if that person were known, they might rob and kill them for their possessions. Lin Ming first went to the official Sky Fortune City auction hall. There were many auction halls in Sky Fortune City, and there wasn't one that stood out among the rest, so he chose one with a slightly better reputation. As long as these 4 symbol papers sold, he would be able to purchase the materials for medicine. However, as Lin Ming approached the auction house, he thought that it was just too simple. Chapter 16, Frustration. The auction house had an extremely strict review process, in particular concerning the goods they sold, otherwise fakes and replicas would be managed to get through and the reputation of the auction house would suffer a loss. To an auction house, reputation was everything. A middle-aged man greeted Lin Ming, to be more exact, blocked him, and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Ming was wearing a clean and crisp robe and he looked like any other well-to-do citizen. However, his height was shorter than an adult male by several inches. In addition, his voice had not yet fully matured, so it wasn't possible to cover up the fact that he was a young boy of only 15 or 16 years. Therefore Lin Ming simply said with his own voice, "I'm here for an appraisal of inscription runes." "Oh." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming somewhat suspiciously. "Can I see your inscription?" In fact, this man's manners were already very polite. A 15 to 16-year-old coming into the auction house to appraise some inscriptions was already strange. The price frequently rose to over 1,000 taels of gold. Most people would have well-founded suspicions that this was a practical joke. After Lin Ming pulled out the symbol paper, the middle-aged man frowned as he noticed the shoddy quality of it. This was the most basic and cheap symbol paper that was available on the market at 1 or 2 taels of gold for a dozen. Although the cost of the symbol paper did not affect the quality of the inscription, it was still a sign of the inscription master's status. Naturally, they would never use this kind of symbol paper. They would normally use high-quality symbol paper that cost several taels of gold each, to show off the results of their inscription. However, there was a faint energy which emitted from the symbol paper, and the middle-aged man was able to determine that this was a complete and real product, not a practical joke. He looked at Lin Ming and asked, Do you have some sort of certificate stating which inscription master created this? Lin Ming shook his head. Well, all right, come with me. The middle-aged man led Lin Ming through the hallway to an appraisal room at the back of the auction house. The man in the appraisal chamber wore an unlined black garment and looked to be a harsh grandfather in his 50s or 60s. Lin Ming also noted the sign in front of the man that wrote, Advanced Appraiser. The black-robed man took the symbol paper in hand and noted that the inscription was placed on inferior paper, but he didn't reveal any expression that indicated he was disgusted or skeptical. Instead, he maintained a tranquil and calm demeanor, and quietly slipped on a pair of white gloves and invested his full attention towards an earnest and practical appraisal of the work. This demonstrated that he was a true professional. However, the appraiser only just began when he raised his head, his face slightly more serious, and looked at Lin Ming. If I'm not wrong, the one who created this inscription symbol, his strength should not exceed the third level of the body transformation stage. The inscription symbol would always carry a slight hint of the maker's soul force. It was possible for an appraiser to judge the creator's martial arts cultivation level through these traces. Since Lin Ming created the inscription paper, the soul force trace would naturally be weak, but since he practiced the overwhelming, true primal chaos formula, the soul force was much thicker than the average martial artist's. If the appraiser knew that the inscription was created by a mere boy at the first level of the body transformation stage, his chin would surely drop to the ground. Lin Ming knew that there was no way to deny this, so he nodded. The only man sharply inhaled, and then sighed, to think there was such a talent within the young generation. A trivial little third-level body transformation cultivation can draw an inscription symbol. It is shocking. Usually, the inscription masters tended to be of the older generation, and most were above the bone-forging boundary. Many even broke through the pulse-condensing boundary and some even at the pre-celestial boundary. Perhaps this third-level body transformation was just an inscription master's apprentice, and happened to get lucky and create a successful inscription. However, this boy brought in 4 of the same inscription, which was truly amazing. Lin Ming heard the old man's praise and thought things were going well, but he didn't expect the old man to change his mind. It is a complete and real inscription symbol, but the creator is only an apprentice, therefore we are unable to identify the increase in strength it would provide or the integrity of the inscription. You must know that an apprentice's soul force is generally limited in quantity and quality, and it is very difficult to complete the myriad and complicated inscription designs. Even if the symbol increased the strength by 10%, if it cannot be placed onto superior equipment, then we cannot auction this, as failed product would harm the auction house's reputation. Inscriptions were used only on superior equipment, because only superior equipment was sturdy and strong enough to concentrate the soul force and energy of martial artists in battle. Since the inscriptions modified soul force, it needed to be at least that level. Therefore, the lowest quality goods that someone would place an inscription on were at least several thousand gold taels. This equipment was not something the average person was able to obtain. Even the juniors of aristocratic families had to cultivate to at least the altering muscle or bone forging level to even be considered for having such a high-quality weapon. For instance, Wang Yigao had an excellent family background, but because his cultivation was low, even though he had used a fine blue sword, it did not necessarily mean it was a treasure. That blue sword was only 200 taels of gold. The number of times that you can engrave on a weapon was limited, essentially, it was only one time. After an inscription, another cannot be placed on. Thinking about it, who would spend several thousand taels of gold on a weapon, only to place on it an inscription of dubious origin? Therefore the inscription market for apprentices was non-existent. Lin Ming had expected this result and said, I only need to auction 3, the last you can use for experiments. After the inscription is made, it is too difficult to test the result. Even the creator can only guesstimate its effectiveness. When a martial artist purchased an inscription, he was basically gambling on his luck, so high-level inscription masters were well received because they had the reputation to guarantee the effectiveness of their products. Very few people would purchase an unknown master's inscriptions, much less an apprentice's. It was just gambling with their own precious money. The appraiser said, of course. However, the experiment needs to be done with your own equipment. Lin Ming suddenly turned silent. A weapon worth several thousand gold taels. He supposed it was impossible for the auction house to casually put up a weapon worth several thousand gold taels to test as an experiment. If Lin Ming were an inscription master, then things might have been different, because the masters have reputations and wouldn't need have their inscriptions tested. Moreover, the auction house would be happy to be on good terms with such a figure and even provide their own weapons. At Lin Ming's moment of highest worth, he only had 800 taels of gold. Where would he get a weapon that was worth several thousand taels of gold to engrave an inscription on? He did not bother arguing or saying anything else. He could have said that there was no way their equipment would have suffered a loss, but there was no reason to believe him, because the soul force on the inscription really was too weak. So Lin Ming took his 4 symbol papers and turned around to leave the Sky Fortune official auction house. Sorry, but we need proof that the Inscription Association provides, or a signed notary provided to the inscription master. At the Sky Fortune City Trade Fair, the merchant had directly rejected Lin Ming after seeing his age. This was a polite rejection. Afterwards Lin Ming went to several private shops and the attitudes of these people were even worse. He tried the inscription transaction trading pavilion that was under the jurisdiction of the trade association. The store was opulent and luxurious with 6 floors, each filled with high-class establishments and boasted an air of refinement. Everything was expensive, nothing was cheap, the goods ranged from a few hundred to several thousand gold taels. Even the shopkeepers were needlessly arrogant. If a rich young master came, then they would be polite and offer tea, kind words, and never-ending bootlicking. But for the poor salesman, they received nothing but a straight boot to the rear. Some did not even bother saying anything, and just waved him away impatiently. Look kid, don't make trouble here, you're blocking my good business. Hey you, this isn't a place where a little boy should come to. Hey customer, what do you need? Come see. Haha, child, don't try to tease me here, I've already laughed today. This is just toilet paper. And you drew some small flames on this toilet paper. Did you think it was an inscription? Haha. Chapter 17, Lan Yunue. In the span of an entire day, Lin Ming had visited 2 auction houses, a trade fair, and also 5 treasure trading pavilions that were set up by respectable families, and yet he hadn't found a buyer. As he returned to the Great Clarity Pavilion, Lin Ming sighed. He hadn't expected that selling a few inscriptions would be so difficult. However, this was just a little setback. The dismissive taunts and jeers had no effect on Lin Ming, whose pain and suffering from cultivating martial arts had exceeded any psychological pain he would experience by several times. Even if it was Zhu Yan taunting him about Lan Yunue, his poor family background, his lower cultivation, none of these could affect Lin Ming's heart of martial arts. He placed away the symbol papers and began to practice the true primal chaos formula. Although he had practiced the inscription techniques every day this month, he still managed to eke out some time to practice the true primal chaos formula. Now, with his hard work, the true primal chaos formula had already finished the entirety of the first level. His own martial arts cultivation was also at the peak of the first level of body transformation. With the strength of 9 stones and a fist that can shatter iron wood, this was proof he was at the peak of body transformation's first level, strength training. 9 stones was equivalent to 900 genes. This was the peak of body transformation's first level. But the reality was Lin Ming's present strength was no less than 1,000 genes. This was due to the influence that the chaotic virtues combat meridians had on his training, and not only that but his strength was increasing daily. Yet, Lin Ming was actually still stuck in the first level of body transformation. After he circulated his soul force with the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming began to focus on his understandings of bones. His own deadening time had already reached an extremely high degree of proficiency and speed. Even a second-level vicious beast was not enough to satisfy his practice requests. Unfortunately, even at the Great Clarity Pavilion, level 3 vicious beasts were very rare. Lin Ming wanted to practice on these rare beasts but was unable to. So he thought of an idea, and began to instead use the flat back of the knife to debone. Normally, someone who was deadening who with the sharpest knife they could, or even an axe or any other sharp instrument. Deadening would also often take the entirety of a day to finish a second-level vicious beast. But Lin Ming actually used the very thick back of a knife to debone. It was absurdly difficult and impossible. The knife felt as if it were cutting into solid rock, and every inch required an extreme degree of effort and strength. This was forcing Lin Ming to constantly be exhausting his physical ability to the limit while perceiving the skill. Before, it took more time to eat a bowl of rice than to debone a second-level vicious beast completely, but now 2 hours still wasn't enough time to finish. Even after he did, he was soaked in sweat. Thankfully the results were still good and he neatly cut off the slabs of meat as he had before. If Great Clarity Pavilion knew that Lin Ming was finishing deboning these second-level vicious beasts with just the back of a knife, they would not only check Lin Ming into the nearest hospital, but would also check themselves in. After a night of practice, Lin Ming was weary to his bones. He had completely forgotten about the inscription matters and directly fell asleep. After a night of deep rest, Lin Ming awoke before daybreak and headed to his secret place at the Zhou Mountains to practice his martial arts. With strike after strike, the sun began to rise into the sky. At this time, a young boy approached from the glade. He was a tall, healthy-looking boy dressed in white. "Brother Lin, why did you ask me yesterday where to sell inscription symbols? Did you really finish engraving some?" This boy was precisely Lin Xiaodong. Yesterday around this time, Lin Ming had asked him and he had answered without thinking. But after thinking about it more and more, he realized that there is no way that Lin Ming should have been able to create any inscriptions. Although Lin Xiaodong did not have a deep understanding of inscription, he still knew it was impossible for Lin Ming to create a complete inscription symbol. It was likely some shoddy or half-finished product, and if he brought something like that to the trade fair to sell, then the merchants would likely have had him beaten up for being some swindler. Lin Ming smiled and nodded. "I finished some." Lin Xiaodong's heart tightened. "You brought them to sell?" But I didn't sell any." It was expected that he hadn't sold any, these merchants weren't fools. Lin Xiaodong sized up his friend with a bit of worry. His puppy dog eyes were filled with anxiety as he asked, "Brother Lin, you weren't beat up, were you?" Lin Ming was stunned silent. This little brother of his truly had a wild imagination. He burst out laughing and clapped his friend on the shoulder. "I really did finish the inscription symbols, and I'm not some second-hand swindler. Why would I be beat up?" As he said this, he took out the 4 symbol papers which he had labored over the past month and showed them to Lin Xiaodong. He didn't want him to worry over him. However, as soon as Lin Xiaodong saw these 4 symbol papers, his face immediately stiffened in horror. The appearances of these symbol papers were truly terrible to look at. He guessed that Lin Ming's inscriptions might be second-rate, or even defective, but this was just too much. The paper was thick yellow, it just had the appearance of toilet paper that was used too many times. Only a fool would buy it. Lin Xiaodong had seen several symbol papers by inscription masters before and they were always on bright, clean sheets with shimmering colors. Lin Xiaodong looked as if he had eaten spoiled porridge. He let out a dry smile. "Oh brother of mine, sweet brother of mine." He did not have the nerve to embarrass Lin Ming, who was probably suffering. He could only think of the several hundred tales of material that had become overused toilet paper. Lin Xiaodong's heart was in immediate pain. This really was a waste of money. Lin Ming noticed Lin Xiaodong's expression had changed, and he could guess what he was thinking at the moment. He simply put the symbol papers away. There just wasn't any way he could adequately explain this to Lin Xiaodong in a way that he would understand. "Brother Lin, I must say with your talent and effort, you will break through the pulse condensation period sooner or later. Why bother with this?" Lin Xiaodong decided to try the carrot approach to persuade his good friend. The stick obviously had not worked. Lin Ming smiled and stayed silent. Lin Xiaodong wasn't wrong. Even if he didn't bother with inscription, it was only a matter of time until he reached the pulse condensation phase. Even the Houtian phase or even the fabled Xiantian phase wouldn't be too difficult. But cultivating the martial path was a daily struggle, and time waited for no man. If he didn't improve his cultivation as fast as he could while he was young, it would only become increasingly difficult with age. If he didn't use special medicines or magical objects and only relied on his own diligent efforts, even if he had a solid foundation, it would still take a massive amount of time. Time that Lin Ming could not afford to spend. Therefore he needed to make money using the inscription technique and take as many shortcuts as he could. He said, "Xiaodong, you head back first, I still have some matters to attend to." "Matters? Brother Lin, you aren't thinking of selling these symbol papers, are you?" Lin Ming laughed and said with a smile, "Don't worry about it too much, I already know how things are." As he said this, Lin Ming had already passed several dozens of meters into the distance. F***ck. Lin Xiaodong saw Lin Ming had disappeared and could only curse at his back. He knew Lin Ming had decided on his course and he couldn't change it. "Brother of mine, oh brother of mine, please be careful. Although Lin Ming's truly had the firm will and aspirations, some things were beyond even the control of the heavens. Although there were many shops in Sky Fortune City, the number that had the qualifications to sell inscription symbols weren't many. Including the auction houses and trade fairs, altogether there were less than 30. Within these, Lin Ming had already visited most of them, and without an exception had been rejected from all of them. It was just that he was only an apprentice. Occasionally an apprentice would luck out and create a complete product, but no one would want to waste their precious weapons on such a dubious product. Lin Ming was a tad disappointed by this setback, but it didn't affect him. In his mind he knew that he only needed some more time and he would see the fruits of his labor. "You want to sell us this inscription on consignment? Are you kidding me, little boy? You're so young and yet you want to do something so dishonest. This simply cannot be sold. Go, and do not delay me in doing business. You're blocking the way." The storekeeper of 100 Treasure Hall impatiently waved him away. The manners of private shop owners were always worse than the more professional auction houses. Lin Ming didn't take this to heart, but as he turned around he saw a familiar face. It was an extremely beautiful face, but one he was also reluctant to see. Not too far from him were two girls wearing light yellow dresses. One of them was the one who had missed their promised meeting a few months ago, and had accompanied Zhu Yan to go to the 7 Profound Martial House, Lan Yunyue. Lan Yunyue had also just arrived, and she looked down at the 4 sloppy symbol papers in Lin Ming's hand, and thought about the words that the storekeeper had just said. Her dewy complexion changed. Lan Yunyue had not seen inscription symbol papers before, but even if she had she would not connect those fabled objects to these rough papers in Lin Ming's hand. She guessed Lin Ming was reselling goods. Some goods didn't cost much, and they would try to buy up such things and sell them at the more common, lower-end markets for the price difference. This kind of work had low profits, and above all, it wasn't work one could hold their head high to. Also, Lin Ming's family was not rich, and he had to support the expenses of cultivating martial arts along with daily expenses for living. He must have been short on money recently, and therefore tried whatever he could. With that thought there, Lan Yunyue sighed. She did not know if she should say anything in this situation. She felt as if anything she said might possibly injure Lin Ming's dignity, but she also couldn't pretend that she had not seen him. By now the storekeeper had seen Lan Yunyue, and his ugly mug immediately smiled in welcome. From the past to now, it was as if he were a completely different person. "This young lady, what goods were you looking to purchase? Yesterday you bought a sword, was it easy to use?" "Oh yes, and how about that young master that accompanied you yesterday, did you come together?" "I don't see him." It was obvious the storekeeper's mention of young master was referring to Zhu Yan. Seeing that smile on the storekeeper's face, Lin Ming also knew that the last time Zhu Yan had come here with Lan Yunyue, the storekeeper had made a fortune. Lan Yunyue didn't think that the storekeeper would mention Zhu Yan at this time, which only made the situation more awkward and tense. She wanted to explain that she hadn't done anything with Zhu Yan, but she held the words on the tip of her tongue. Her face paled and she steeled herself. She was not a little girl anymore, and she had to be clear about these things. Sooner or later she would marry into the Zhu family, and although she did not like Zhu Yan, but for her goals, she had caved into her destiny and had chosen the path of betrayal. After a little more tense awkwardness, Lan Yunyue asked in a low voice, "It's been a while, have you been well?" "All right." Lin Ming replied calmly. What was in the past was in the past, he did not wish to dwell on these matters. "All right. If you were truly all right, then how could you be there?" A 15-year-old boy suffering from the pain of cultivation, while also having to worry about his own livelihood, and experiencing the derision of others, was this really okay? Lan Yunyue knew Lin Ming's stubbornness, but seeing his appearance like this, she could only urge, "You had not thought to turn back." "Turn back? Turn back to where?" "Haha, are you telling me to give up on martial arts?" "I am not saying that. I am only saying that cultivating martial arts is dangerous to the body. If you don't have enough money to buy medicine, then it is easy to suffer permanent disability." Lan Yunyue sighed, and her gaze fell on the symbol papers in Lin Ming's hand. "Money you make from reselling some small goods is not enough to support the needs of martial arts cultivation. I do not think that you have suffered from anything yet. I know that you are unwilling to listen, but I do not want to think that later in life the only thing you'll be doing is lying down on a bed." Hearing her heartfelt words, Lin Ming smiled and said, "Thank you for the advice, but I won't give up." I will never give up. He lifted his hand and pointed at the beautiful burning flame image on the symbol paper and said, "The path of the martial artist is like this flame. Practicing the martial arts will only cause pain. The dangers are countless and the road is filled with obstacles. Everyone who walks down it will eventually turn to ash, but the true martial artist will be reborn from these ashes. Even if I was only a small and weak moth, I will walk into the flames without hesitation. I will fight my destiny for a 1 in a million chance that I will experience my own samsara and be reborn into a flaming phoenix. And even now, I am no longer a moth." Lin Ming spoke those words with a faint smile. He put away his symbol papers and quietly departed, leaving only the silhouette of his lonely, but proud back. Lin Ming left the 100 Treasures Hall like a moth to the light. This was his heart of martial arts. This was his Tao. He will persevere until the day he reaches nirvana. He will not rest until that day that he would soar into the skies. Chapter 18, Sold. Lin Ming's last stop was the Red Maple Auction House. Lin Ming did not entertain any ideas of success, and as he thought, the auction house's beautiful auctioneer had come out herself to turn him down. However, this beautiful lady felt that Lin Ming had been treated a bit unfairly, so she gave him 2 suggestions. First, he should try the Inscription Association. Perhaps they would be interested in purchasing his symbol papers for collection or educative uses. Normally an apprentice-level inscription symbol was relatively rare because of the low success ratio, but Lin Ming had 4, so it was even more so. Secondly, he could try heading to the city square and peddling his goods there. Lin Ming had not gone to the Inscription Association before. He did not have the credentials of a genuine inscription master, and even a top-tier inscription master would be unable to see the mysteries behind Lin Ming's inscriptions. The difference between Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique and those of the realm of the gods was simply too large. The only thing Lin Ming could do was to go to the city square center, and hope to sell his symbol papers there. Unfortunately, it was impossible to get a decent price. Although the city square was a lower-tier trading center, it was still an official establishment propped up by the government. In here there were a variety of goods that could be sold on commission. The trading center would take in 5%, but the reputation of the center was well known, and there wasn't a fear of being cheated, so many people chose to do that. The quality threshold to enter the trading center was low. As long as it was genuine and not a knockoff, then any goods could be sold at reasonable prices. Lin Ming's inscription symbols were naturally the real deal, this no one could deny, but it was just an apprentice's work, so the value was low. After the trading center's appraiser examined his goods, the fat man offered him a starting price of 100 gold taels. Hearing this number, Lin Ming could only be stunned into silence. "Your sister? What is this?" The materials for the inscription cost 700 to 800 gold taels, and the trading center offered 100 gold taels for one. If he sold it at 100 gold taels, Lin Ming would only receive 400 gold taels. "So do you want to sell or not?" Lin Ming clenched his teeth. "Yes, I will sell. I'll sell too." Lin Ming had recently spent all his money. If it weren't for the large salary and good conditions of the Great Clarity Pavilion, he would have been starving on the streets. Even if it was selling at a loss, he could accept selling too. As for the other 2, he would just wait a period. His heart wasn't willing to sell the last 2 at 100 taels of gold each. "Leave your address behind," the fat appraiser said. The trading center was responsible for the sale of commission items only. Only when people have bought the item would they be paid. For Lin Ming, these 2 inscription symbols also didn't have a certainty to sell. A low rental is 1 gold tael, a medium rental is 3 gold taels, and a high rental is 5 gold taels for a lease of 1 month. If after that time period the item is unable to sell, the item goes off the shelf and the money is not refunded. The fat appraiser said. F***ck. Even this required money, his luck was really dog **t. He turned his head and thought about it. The high rent was obviously the best, followed by the medium rent. The low rental was probably some shady corner where no one would see his items. Lin Ming fished out 5 gold taels from his pockets, and slapped 3 gold taels on the able. "I'll take the medium rent." To think that matters would come to this. The inscription was without a doubt no worse than a master's, but now it sold for 100 taels of gold only, and he also had to pay 5% taxes along with a rental fee. And it also depended on whether someone bought his items. Lin Ming sighed. It really was difficult being unknown. He placed the 2 gold taels back into his pocket and forced a smile. Let alone buying any rare medicines to cultivate his martial arts, he would be lucky if there was enough food to put on the table. Without the medicines and without any other materials, Lin Ming did not feel right asking his good brother Lin Xiaodong to borrow money. Therefore he stayed in the Zhou Mountains and practiced the true primal chaos formula. The days passed one by one like this. Already 7 days had gone. The City Square Trading Center had always been a bustling place. Some people with good judgment would come here and window shop for some rare goods that were misplaced at a lesser price. It was a rewarding feeling to find a hidden treasure. However, these people would not normally look at medicinal herbs or inscription symbols. It was just too difficult to see their quality, so they often skipped these items. Because of this, hundreds and thousands of customers had come, but Lin Ming's inscription symbol calmly stayed on the shelf, as nobody asked for it. But today, a tall, brawny man with a large upper body came strolling into the trading center. His whole body was wrapped with thick muscles and he had a rugged appearance. He was simply an intimidating man. He carried a 4-foot-long sword on his back, and walked proudly like a tiger that was looking for trouble. The person had cold eyes. His body was crisscrossed with scars. He was a man who had experienced countless life or death experiences. This man was a true killer. Those little boys who trained at the martial house simply could not compare with his presence. Seeing this person, the fat appraiser shrank. This man was at the 5th level of body transformation. A powerhouse at the peak of bone forging. This person was only a step away from the pulse condensation period. But this one step had too many people who were unable to cross over in their entire lives. What does the customer wish to buy? The fat appraiser stood up and greeted. The men did not say a single word and just looked around, so tactfully the appraiser also remained silent. The men looked around the store and it didn't seem like anything caught his interest, until suddenly, he pointed at 2 yellow slips of paper that were pressed between panes of glass. This is the inscription symbol. Yes. It's 100 gold taels. The men said with a hint of surprise. The usual inscription symbol cost more than 1,000 gold taels. 100 gold taels really was cheap. The storekeeper said truthfully, this is the product of an inscription apprentice. His cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of body transformation. The increased strength it offers is probably only up to 10%. 10%, the men frowned. This really was a low number. But alas, he could not afford to purchase inscription symbols worth more than 1,000 gold taels. This hero's name was Tai Feng. His background was common, and his salary was dependent on what the army provided for him. He had to provide for his elderly parents along with supplying his own medicine, so he could not spend any large amount of gold. Not even 1,000 gold taels, but even 100 was a pretty hefty price. 1 month ago, Tai Feng had accompanied the armed forces on an expedition and had taken the head of the enemy leader, who was also at the bone forging stage. He took his sword as the spoils of war. This sword was a treasure of the human steppe. The army's rules were that treasures earned were one's own. Like this, Tai Feng obtained a treasured sword. However, the sword had been damaged, the sword's tip had broken off. This incomplete treasure could only display a limited effect. When the martial artist concentrated his soul force in the weapon, because the sword was incomplete, the combat strength was also lowered. Moreover, Tai Feng was also disappointed that the sword did not have an inscription symbol, so its strength is even lower by a level. Tai Feng did not think of engraving an inscription on it, as he was unable to afford the high price, and also because the sword was damaged, so one could say it was unworthy of something like an inscription symbol. But seeing this inscription symbol from an apprentice, he began to see the appeal of it. Generally, a symbol that increased the strength by 30% would take about 1,500 gold taels. But this only increased a weapon by 10%, so the price was only 100 gold taels. The ratio of effectiveness to cost was high, but more importantly, he could afford it. Tomorrow was the 3rd round of the army's martial arts tournament. His next opponent was a pretty difficult one. If he could raise his sword's strength by just a bit, then his chances of winning would be much higher. The tournament was required by all martial artists within 30 years of age. If one had a great result, they would obtain great rewards, or even a promotion in military rank. Tai Feng's military exploits had already accumulated throughout the years. If he showed great results this time, he might even be raised to captain of 10,000 men. Moreover, he wanted the rewards. 10 years ago his mother had picked herbal medicines so he could continue practicing his martial arts and had fallen off a cliff and broken both her legs. She had been confined to a bed since. Tai Feng swore to the heavens that he would buy the rare medicine black jade paste for his mother. Black jade paste had the ability to heal broken bones if set properly. With it, he would be able to cure both his mother's legs, and she would be able to walk again. But the price of this rare medicine was 5,000 gold taels. To him now, it was simply an unimaginable figure. With this in mind, Tai Feng must grasp victory with his own hands. Tomorrow was the third day of the tournament, and even Marshal Qin Shao would attend in person. He was the number one figure in the land. There was no way he could lose with so much on the line. For his family, for his mother. Tai Feng clenched his teeth and said to the storekeeper, "This inscription symbol, I'll take it." "No way. Somehow, you managed to get back 95 taels of gold." Lin Xiaodong looked at the banknote in Lin Ming's hand and couldn't believe it was real. He couldn't say what he thought in his mind, that some pitiful fool and spent 95 gold taels to purchase a piece of toilet paper. "It's 92 gold taels," Lin Ming said. The City Square's trading center was very quick in terms of money. The next day after the purchase they had handed over Lin Ming his profit. It was originally 100 gold taels, and after taking out 5%, and 3 gold taels for the rent, there was 92 gold taels left. An inscription symbol that should have had a minimum value of 1,000 taels of gold only sold for 92. It really dumbfounded Lin Ming that the person who bought it profited so, but it was true that those who bought them took the risks. 90 taels of gold was not enough to buy any sort of rare medicine. It was only enough to buy the common kind that cured wounds. Lin Ming shrugged and went to the medicine shop to look for some materials. What he didn't know was that at this time in the armor grounds, there was a tournament of unmatched pomp and grand that was occurring, the Grand Assembly of Martial Artists. At the 10-mile grounds, wearing heavy iron armor under the blazing sun, 10,000 soldiers stood in a tight square formation. If one simply approached them they would feel the aura of war, as if they were drowning in some ancient battlefield as the god of death was galloping towards them. These were the Sky Fortune's kingdom's most superb warriors. Even picking out one randomly, it wasn't a joke to say that they could fight against 10 other warriors. Opposite of these soldiers were rows of seats. At the center of this sat a man wearing golden armor. Although the thick hairs at his temple were already graying, his expression was bright, and his eyes were sharp like a falcon. He gave a feeling of infinite power, a hero among heroes. This was the man whose strength had swept away the Eastern Sun country 80 years ago, Marshal Qin Shao. His presence here showed how important this tournament was. The Qin family also came in attendance, including Qin Xingxian and her master, Mr. Mui. Mui was already 100 years old. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of Houtian. He was also one of Sky Fortune highest masters, and was an inscription master. Even the king of Sky Fortune Kingdom had to treat him with respect. Besides the Qin family, there were also thousands of other military officials. Chapter 19, Mui's Doubts. The Sky Fortune Kingdom held martial arts in high esteem, especially in the military. A tournament would be held every 3 years, for the selection of talents into higher positions, and to raise the fighting spirit of the martial warrior. The requirements for this tournament were that one had to be less than 30 years old and had achieved at least the 3rd level of body transformation. Thousands of competitors would enter in, and after several tests and 3 rounds, only 50 would remain. Now the 3rd and final round of the competition was beginning. The competitors had gone through their rounds, and soon there would be only 50 remaining. This was the last battle. The contestants would put forth all their hidden abilities and fight with all their might. The stage would fill with the aura of a raging fire as each man made their last stand. However, the start of the competition had not caused the higher-ups to pay much attention. The competitors on the field so far either had low strength, or too much of a disparity between them. It had reached the 20th round so far and there hadn't been any rousing fights. All Qin Shao cared about so far were the results. The competition now had 2 sides. One was the son of a general, a handsome 29-year-old man at the peak of bone forging. The past few years this man has gone on numerous missions and earned many medals and awards for his service. His strength had been strengthened by these events, and in his possession were even two treasures, a saber and a suit of armor. The saber also had an engraving on it from an inscription master. Its strength was no small matter. But on the other side was a birth soldier of humble origins. His name was Tai Feng. His talent wasn't outstanding, but he practiced diligently to the point it left one breathless. He was fearless in battle, not even the threat of death could cause him to waver. He had killed many enemies and earned himself many merits, even more so than the general's child. Now, Tai Feng was also at the peak of bone forging. It was rare for two soldiers to have such a similar and high cultivation at their age. After slaughtering their enemies in the battlefield, in the future it was possible that they would enter the pulse condensation period and become pillars of the country. As the referee announced the two competitors, a silver emblazoned general smiled with happiness and gratification. The one going on stage was his son. "Haha, old Manly, your son really did you proud this time." Qin Shao smiled as he said this. This silver emblazoned general had once been under his command and they were old friends. "Commander is too polite. This poor son of mine has grown up with many rare medicines and still hasn't shown much promise. He really isn't making an effort to succeed." Although the silver emblazoned general said this with deprecation, he couldn't conceal his smile. He was very satisfied and proud of his son. This Tai Feng has had very good results, but he will find it difficult to win today." Qin Shao said so because of the difference in martial skills and the disparity in rare equipment. The silver emblazoned general's son had two rare treasures, and they also had the engraving of an inscription master to bolster their strength. This Tai Feng came from a humble background, naturally he wouldn't have such things. This battle didn't seem fair, but Sky Fortune Kingdom's tournaments have always been so. Treasures and equipment were considered part of a soldier's inherent strength. In the midst of the battlefield, because of the disparity in equipment, if you were cut down by the enemy, could you then complain that it was unfair? It was impossible for the army to supply each soldier with rare equipment, thus as if a soldier wanted to prepare, then their family background also became a part of their strength, and even an important part. When Tai Feng came on stage, he drew out his 4-foot sword. Qin Shao turned to Mui who was sitting beside him. "Mr. Mui, is that Tai Feng's sword also a treasure?" Mui stroked his beard and nodded. "Treasure indeed, but it is damaged." "Oh. Damaged." After Mui said that, Qin Shao also saw that the sword missed the tip. It really was a damaged sword. Mui said, "Damaged equipment is of course worse than a whole one. Not only that, but it is Tai Feng's only treasure, whereas Li Qi has two. Their two levels of cultivation may be similar, but Tai Feng's martial skill manual is inferior to Li Qi's. This battle, Tai Feng will lose." Qin Shao said, "Although he will lose, that this Tai Feng managed to get this far with a damaged sword is also amazing. If in this next battle he can manage to take 20 moves, I might promote into the army's martial hall. Xingxian, take a good look at this battle, you two will enter the 5th layer of body transformation. Although you practice a specialized martial skill for women, all creatures are the same, so if you watch carefully it will help you." Qin Zhao's last few words were to Qin Xingxian. She politely nodded and said, "Yes, grandfather." As soon as the referee commenced the start of the fight, that man named Li Qi rushed forwards with several fierce strikes. He hoped to end the battle as soon as possible. He had the advantage in every aspect. The quicker he finished this, the better. He began to utilize the secret skill passed down through the Li family, the 5 sacred mountain saber art. This kind of swordsmanship was overwhelming, as if a mountain were falling down upon you. Each slash and thrust was accompanied by an incomparably imposing sense of power. It was able to instantly overwhelm anyone of a lesser cultivation level. Even with an equal cultivation, it was difficult to defend against this strike that crushed down on you like innumerable mountains. Most would just succumb to the demolishing heavy attack. As soon as Li Qi wielded his saber, the air filled with the whistling of the wind, as if an entire orchestra were playing a battle song. The saber in his hand was 500 genes. It was the perfect combination to display the overwhelming power of the 5 sacred mountain saber art. If the enemy's weapon quality was less, then the weapon would simply break apart. Tai Feng saw Li Qi's come chopping down and his eyes hardened, his complexion changing. He knew of Li Qi's secret move. He sunk his waist and steadied his legs. With both hands gripping the broken sword, his body erupted with a flood of turbulent true essence that poured into the blade. Facing Li Qi's overwhelming strike, he could only meet him head-on with all of his strength. But as Typhon poured his true essence into the sword, his heart gave a slight skip. The true essence was flowing as if it were much smoother than before. Typhon had already had this sword for several months. Before now, when he poured his true essence into the blade, it was like pouring water into a drainage ditch. The sword couldn't absorb much true essence, and in fact wasted a lot. But this time the blade was sucking up his true essence like an eddying current. The smoothness of absorption was incomparable, and there wasn't a single feeling of waste. How can it be like this? Typhon didn't have any time to think with Li Qi's saber coming down on him, so he simply cried out and cut his blade upwards. With his common low-grade army martial skill, Total Annihilation Strike, he met Li Qi's secret high-tier martial skill passed down through his family, the 5 Sacred Mountain Saber Art. Their blades collided, and a loud explosion filled the air. The collision of true essence erupted into the air, and the floor of the area was smashed apart. Li Qi was forced backwards 3 or 4 feet, but Typhon was also forced back a few steps. Evenly matched. Typhon gasped and looked at the blade in his hand, his face filling with color of disbelief. He had never fought before with Li Qi before, and had only heard of him. After that strike now, he finally realized how fearful this man truly was. Before, he would have suffered some light wounds, not how he had managed to keep that saber of his in check. He knew with absolute certainty that it was not his own strength that increased, but this sword of his had changed. Was it because of the inscription symbol from yesterday? Typhon did not understand exactly how inscriptions worked, but knew that they could strengthen weapons. Typhon thought they might increase the sharpness of the blade, but after testing it out yesterday on several trees he did not feel anything different, so he had been disappointed. He had never realized that the inscription technique used true essence to enhance the strength of the weapon. Was this really the inscription symbol of an apprentice? How could it be so fierce? Although he did not understand the pricing of most inscriptions, in his heart he absolutely knew that with such strength and such a powerful effect, there was no way that this inscription could be bought with only 100 gold taels. With just a collision, Li Qi had been struck back down to reality. This man had taken his saber strike with that broken blade and had come out even, perhaps even higher. This man was terrifying. Good. Qin Xiao praised, the ordinary army martial skill was able to keep off Li Qi's 5 Sacred Mountain Saber skill with a broken blade. This Typhon is good. Very good. Mr. Mui, what do you think? Mui wrinkled his brow and was at a loss for words. Although he and Qin Xiao had about the same level of cultivation, he was also an inscription master, so his understanding of treasures naturally exceeded Qin Xiao. In that brief strike a moment ago, he clearly saw that Typhon's broken blade was not any less amazing than Li Qi's saber. And that was because the true essence that poured from that blade had even shocked him. How could it be like this? Looking at the damaged blade, he could see that it wasn't a high-grade treasure. Could it be because of an inscription symbol? Chapter 20, Inscription Skill. Bang. As Mr. Mui was thinking, Typhon and Li Qi collided yet again in another dazzling shower of sparks. Both of them were violent and vicious warriors, each of their moves was met head-on with another. But Typhon relied on a broken sword to evenly match Li Qi, and even the brilliance of the true essence that burst from his sword exceeded Li Qi's saber by far. In the next clash, Li Qi made a careless mistake and was scratched by Typhon's sword. Although Li Qi's armor was also a rare treasure, the opposition's sword contained a dangerous true essence that pervaded and drilled through his body. Li Qi's face instantly turned ash-white as he almost spit a mouthful of blood. Even Qin Xiao noticed that the sword was strange. He looked at Mui and said, "It looks to me like I underestimated that sword. What rank of treasure would it be in the human steppe?" Mui replied, "It definitely is a lower-ranked treasure within the human steppe." He tapped his fingers against his armrest as he pondered what the possible cause was. At this moment, Qin Xingxian, who had been carefully observing the battle, opened her mouth and said, "Master, perhaps on this treasure was engraved a symbol by a great inscription master." Mui said, "I also suspect this. I was thinking which master's skills this could belong to. Even if the sword were already damaged to this state, for it to be able to command such power." As they talked amongst themselves, the fight on the stage was reaching its finale. Li Qi had been injured and could no longer hold back anything else. It was time to use 6th type of the 5 Sacred Mountain Saber skill. He had just learned this skill and was saving it as his killer move in the final match, but right now he had no choice but to use it, otherwise he would suffer defeat. Li Qi crossed his saber on his chest, and the true essence within him began to rumble as he said, Tai Feng, I acknowledge your strength, you are a true master. With your ordinary martial skills you have pushed me to the point of hurting my pride and have me use my strongest blow. But it ends now. Get ready to meet my final strike. The black dragon will descend from the mountains. Li Qi cried out as he poured the entirety of his true essence into his saber. The black saber suddenly shined with a brilliant and haughty orange light. Li Qi lifted the saber high up above his heads and aimed at Tai Feng, then slashed downwards in a fierce divide. At that moment, several horrifying and faint shades emerged in the air. This was the claws of the black dragon. He's already managed to form the black dragon shades. This Li Qi is truly accomplished in the Li family's saber arts. Tai Feng will find it impossible to resist this strike. As the black dragon rushed towards him, Tai Feng knew that this was Li Qi's strongest move. Although the black dragon contained an energy that would frighten most warriors, at this moment Tai Feng felt nothing in his heart but an incomparable calm. Without the slightest hint of fear, he gripped his sword with both hands. He could feel the thick fighting intention from the sword as if it were an old friend. *CK your mom. You think you've won but I will be the winner. Tai Feng's heart abandoned all needless thoughts. He let out a tremendous roar that cracked the air and compressed every last ounce of remaining true essence into his sword. The true essence in the blade had been compressed to its very limit. At this time it suddenly erupted with an overwhelming strength. A dazzlingly bright light emitted from all degrees as a volcanic true essence erupted from that sword. It turned into a brilliant rainbow that shot forward like a blazing meteor straight into the black dragon's shade. Overwhelming all opposition, overwhelming all enemies, overwhelming all creation. This was the skill of the overwhelming rune, instant violent strike. There was a huge explosion and the inconceivable occurred. The black dragon shade had been cut in half by Tai Feng's blade. Li Qi was flung off stage upside down like a rag doll as he spit blood. Qin Zhao's eyes lit as he saw this scene. True essence had condensed into reality. How was this possible? That bright light was clearly true essence, but to use true essence like that required at least the pulse condensation period for martial artists to use. Tai Feng was only at the bone forging boundary, so how? At this time on the field, as soon as Li Qi had been struck off stage, Tai Feng collapsed to his knees. His true essence had been completely spent. He supported himself with this sword as he kneeled. Both eyes gazed reverently at the flames that were traced from the inscription symbol. This symbol, did it help him itself? He held out his hand and gently stroked the 1-inch wide flame inscription. A stream of fighting spirit continually transmitted from the inscription, and Tai Feng felt a very close, almost familial bond with it. The referee hopped on stage and announced Tai Feng's victory. This was a stunning upset. The talented and rising star Li Qi had been defeated by Tai Feng. Qin Zhao looked deep at Tai Feng, and said to me, "It seems I was right just now. How did the true essence change shape? How did Tai Feng do this? It likely wasn't some martial skill. It appears so." Mui took a deep breath. His eyes showed a trace of shock. He said, "If I'm not wrong, then that is a skill of the inscription symbol. The inscriptions could change the flow of true essence and send out skills in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Such techniques have been nearly all lost." Skill of the inscription. Qin Zhao was stunned. He did not completely understand inscription skills, but he had seen them before. 80 years ago when he commanded the army to fight the Eastern Sun country, he had fought there. Generals and seen the skills of the inscription symbols at that time. To think that after a period of 80 years, he would see it once again. He thought on this and then said to a soldier, "Pass down the order, have Tai Feng come to see me." Yes. Tai Feng had not thought that Marshal Qin would ask to see him personally. This was truly the greatest of honors. In ordinary circumstances, the military officers did not have the qualifications to see Marshal Qin directly. Although he had passed through countless life and death situations, but as soon as he saw the marshal, an extremely heavy wave of pressure forced him to kneel. He said, "Tai Feng greets the marshal. Stand up." Qin Zhao waved. "I called you here to ask you a question. Where did your sword come from?" Reporting to the marshal, 3 months ago it was taken from the enemy after a battle. "Oh. Let me have a look." Yes. Tai Feng presented his sword. Qin Shao flicked a finger on the blade as a clear sound rang in the air. Thought it was long, he could tell there was a trace of disharmony. The sword was good, but it was broken. Qin Shao showed the sword to Mui. Mui held the sword in his hands and locked his gaze onto the flame engraving. He reached out a hand and touched the inscription. He closed his eyes as he perceived the soul force. Mui stood still for a very long time. He had not said a single word, but Qin Shao patiently waited. After a good period of time passed, Mui finally opened his eyes. He turned and let Qin Xingxian hold it. It was impossible for her to tell anything from it, but he only wanted her to be able to feel this master's work. Qin Xingxian held the sword to her body and let her soul force sink into the flame-engraved symbol. Because she was so focused, her pair of elegant eyebrows couldn't help but gently twitch. "How is it?" Mui asked Qin Xingxian. Qin Xingxian replied, "Xingxuan's talent is too poor. I only sense that it was full of incomparably mysterious symbols and lines. It should stem from the hand of a master." Mui said, "It's normal to not be able to tell. After the inscription is finished, the secret symbols and runes will be hidden in the treasure. It is difficult to see, especially with an inscription this complex and intricate. It is startling, but only if there were more than I could find out more secrets." After Mui said that, Tai Feng said, reporting to the marshal, "Tai Feng purchased this inscription symbol at the shop. There were 2 for sale, but regrettably I only purchased 1. If Master Mui has a need, I shall go to the shop to purchase another." Qin Shao startled. "You bought this inscription? It wasn't originally on the sword." "Yes. I personally engraved it yesterday." Mui heard Tai Feng's words and was immediately excited. He asked, "Where did you buy it at?" "The city square." "City square?" Mui paused. In his impression, the goods there were at most 100 or 200 gold taels. How would they sell an inscription symbol? Moreover, with Tai Feng's family background, how could he afford it? Therefore Mui said with some doubt, "Your family is ordinary as far as I know. How did you afford such an expensive inscription symbol?" Tai Feng hesitated and then said truthfully, "This is, at the time I purchased it, it was marked at 100 gold taels. In the end I was just able to afford this." "1 hun, how much was it?" The usually calm Mui's eyes widened like saucers and he panted. 100 gold taels. This sold at 100 gold taels. Chapter 21, Inscription Apprentice, Symbol. Tai Feng had not expected Mui to react in such a big fashion. He said, "Yes, it was 100 gold taels. The city square's storekeeper said that it was an apprentice who made it." "Apprentice? Like hell." Mui was surprised, but thought this was impossible for an apprentice inscriptionist. It should be that the storekeeper made an error. But who would be so stupid and wasteful to just throw away gold like this? It really was a miscarriage of justice to take something of a great inscription master that was worth several thousand gold taels and to sell it like some common cabbage. "Lead me to this place." "Yes, sir." Then, Mr. Mui took Qin Xingxian along with him, and under Tai Feng's directions, they rode a horse-drawn carriage straight to the city square. The horse-drawn carriage of the Qin estate might not be known by everyone in Sky Fortune City, but most recognized the 4 snow-white horses that drew it. As they passed the streets, pedestrians stopped to watch them, and stood aside as the carriage drove past. This was the respect given to Marshal Qin. The bright summer afternoon brought several hints of laziness with it. It made a person's whole body weak and languid and not wanting to move. In the city square's trading center, the fat storekeeper that had received Lin Ming before, was sitting in a rocking chair at the entrance. He lay down with a leafy fan covering his face, and was in the midst of falling asleep. Today's business was a bit slow, so the fat man was considering closing a bit earlier this afternoon. But at this moment, he heard a clear hoofbeat that woke him up. He opened his eyes uncomfortably, and was thinking of reprimanding these people. Did they not know that horses were not allowed in the city square? However, as turned towards the sound, he saw immediately noticed the 4 snow-white horses, each the highest breed of thoroughbreds, and also the golden shield symbol. He nearly almost rolled out of his chair. "It's the martial quarters horse-drawn carriage." The fat storekeeper hurried to stand. Why would the martial quarters come to the city square? He was wondering about this, but then was astonished as this carriage swiftly came to a halt in front of his own entrance. My God, what is this? The master of the carriage was coming into his own shop. When the carriage's curtain was lifted, the fat storekeeper saw an old man and a beautiful young girl step out. His rolls began to tremble. Mr. Mui. Miss Chin. How did these two famous figures of Sky Fortune City, these living Buddhas, decide to come to his little temple? This is it. Qin Xingxian asked Tai Feng. When she had heard that the inscription symbol was on sale, she was also filled with excitement. Qin Xingxian had an enormous interest in inscription since childhood, and after seeing Tai Feng and Li Qi fight, she yearned to learn that inscription technique. It is here, Tai Feng said as he led them to the front. Together with Qin Xingxian and Mui, they entered the store. The fat storekeeper had a body like a meatball, but he still stood as straight as he could as if his back was against the wall. He didn't even dare breathe the same air as these two distinguished guests. Storekeeper, yesterday I bought an inscription symbol, do you remember? Tai Feng was at the 5th level of body transformation. He also resembled a walking steel golem, his whole body was covered with scars like he came from some faraway and dangerous battlefield. Naturally he left a deep impression on the storekeeper. The storekeeper nodded. I remember, it was an apprentice's inscription symbol, 100 gold taels. The fat storekeeper was afraid. Was there some problem with the apprentice's inscription symbol? If it had any problems and these people came looking to account for it, then there was nothing he could do but lay down and die. *T. He shouldn't have let that boy rent a spot. But still, it was only an apprentice-level inscription symbol, a second-tier item. Why would the martial quarters be involved in this? I heard you have another one, where is it? Mui impatiently asked. The fat storekeeper pointed at a shelf in the corner, where a rough yellow piece of paper was pressed behind a glass pane. Mui took 3 steps and arrived in front of the shelf. He lifted the glass and then cautiously held the symbol paper in his hand like a baby. He felt the soul force fluctuations that came from the paper, and then sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. How is it, master? Qin Xingxian asked as she walked over. This inscription symbol, Mui took a few breaths to steady himself and calm down. Even he could not believe what he was saying. In this inscription the soul force cannot surpass the 3rd stage of body transformation, it might even be lower. Qin Xingxian felt her heart jump. She took the symbol paper and also examined it with her soul force. It really was as he had said. When Tai Feng had said the inscription symbol was the work of an apprentice, Qin Xingxian had not believed it was possible and assumed he had been tricked, but now she had been proven wrong, inconceivable. She said, is it possible that an inscription master intentionally suppressed their true strength to the 3rd level of body transformation, and created this symbol? Mui responded, the pulse condensation period and the Hotian stage have completely different qualities of soul force than someone in the lower levels of body transformation. Not only is it immeasurably difficult to suppress, but it may also cause harm to themselves. Not only is there no need or benefits to doing so, but it would also lower the quality of the inscription symbol. I truly cannot fathom the thoughts of the elder who created this. That fat storekeeper listened to the two discuss the symbol, and felt his brain short-circuit from all the conflicting emotions. He had originally thought that the inscription symbol had some defect so they came to deal with him, but listening to these two, it seemed the inscription symbol had some significance, so they came to investigate. This is Mr. Mui. He was one of the top 3 inscription masters in the entirety of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even he was shocked by how strong this inscription symbol was. The fat storekeeper felt a pang of regret. If he knew about this sooner, he would not have sold them at such a low price. But, those symbol papers were sold by some shabby-looking youth. How did he manage to obtain such a fierce inscription symbol? This storekeeper, do you remember who brought this inscription symbol in? Yes, of course I remember, the fat man nodded hurriedly. A young boy of about 15 or 16 in ordinary clothing brought it in. I also have his address. As the fat man said this he quickly began flipping through his book of records. The trading center always kept a point of contact so they could deliver the sales of commission. A 15 to 16-year-old youth, as soon as Qin Xingxian heard this, her mind jumped. Her first thought was that of Lin Ming, that young boy that had so thoroughly impressed her at the zither department. Was it him? Body transformation 3rd level or lower, inscription apprentice, was it possibly him? Aware of these possibilities, Qin Xingxian felt her heart tremble. If it was true, then the term genius was insufficient to describe him. He could only be described as an once-in-a-lifetime monstrous talent. The fat storekeeper was shaking as he rushed to find out the address. He looked at the shelf serial number and stuttered as he said, Great Clarity Pavilion. That boy lives in the Great Clarity Pavilion. That's the address that he wrote down. Great Clarity Pavilion. Let's go. Mui said. As soon as they boarded the carriage, Qin Xingxian said with some concern, this address was left down 8 days ago. I don't know if he is still staying at Great Clarity Pavilion. People do not usually stay there too long. Qin Xingxian assumed that Lin Ming was a guest staying there. Great Clarity Pavilion was one of Sky Fortune City's most luxurious restaurants. It had a feast hall and many guest rooms, but under ordinary circumstances it was only for temporary stays. Chapter 22, Strength and Delicacy. These days Lin Ming had been practicing deboning with the flat back of a knife. He had taken half of the 95 gold and used it to purchase medicines. Now when he was training, he was able to leave a 7-inch deep indentation in the ironwood tree with each punch. His strength was not any lower than 1500 genes. However, he had still not reached the boundary of formlessness as described in the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians Manual, where each fist flowed like silk. The so-called flowing like silk was merely controlling one's own strength. As soon as he accomplished this as described in the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, then, if he were to punch at the ironwood tree, he would leave the bark unblemished, but the inner would be shattered. Lin Ming had still not reached this flowing like silk boundary. Lin Ming drank a bowl of medicinal soup and stripped off his shirt. He had practiced deboning like this every day, and through this method, was slowly beginning to understand how to control his strength. The kitchen was hot, and using the back of the knife, the strength Lin Ming consumed was increased by several times. He even activated the true primal chaos formula, at the same time he was cutting. Rivulets of sweat quickly flowed down his body. At this time, he did not that his inscription symbol had already caused a not-so-small controversy. Mr. Mui, Miss Qin, I would like to personally welcome you to our establishment. If you would like to come in, we have already specially prepared a private room for you. Sister Lan had already received the news ahead of time and arrived at the main entrance to greet the esteemed guests. The Great Clarity Pavilion and other high-class restaurants and special rooms prepared for dignitaries and other high-profile guests. These guests often did not like to eat in the open, so in order to create a more comfortable environment for them, there were several private rooms that were set up. Xiao Lian, prepare the best blue spring tea we have any. Inform the kitchen to prepare well. Bring out the best dishes. Although Great Clarity Pavilion often entertained many honored guests, Mui and Qin Xingxian were the absolute cream of society. Regard if it was the martial quarters or the imperial palace, they had several executive master chefs that were beyond the skills of Great Clarity Pavilion's chefs. There was simply no need for them to come here to eat a meal. Qin Xingxian said, it is unnecessary, this time my master and I have come here to look for someone. Oh. Looking for someone? Yes, I hear you have a 15 to 16-year-old boy staying here. About as tall as me, and his last name is Lin. Qin Xingxian said Lin Ming's last only, because it was common practice for guest rooms to only have the last name registered. For instance, Mr. Lin. Qin Xingxian guessed that Lin Ming might even be with his master. If so, the registration wouldn't be under Lin. A 15 or 16-year-old youth. Sister Lan thought about this, then asked Xiao Lian, have we recently had a young man stay here? Xiao Lian shook her head and said, I don't recall, but I will check the log book to see. After Xiao Lian left, Sister Lan entertained Qin Xingxian and Mui as they sat down. After a period of time, Xiao Lian came back saying, I checked the log books, and haven't seen any recording of a young man coming in recently. The Great Clarity Pavilion was an establishment mostly frequented by professionals and top-level figures on business. They tended to be older individuals. There were very few families that came in and of course rarely young men. Mui frowned and said, not in the last 10 days. How? 8 days ago the young man was at the Great Clarity Pavilion. Sister Lan seriously thought of this and said, our Great Clarity Pavilion doesn't have many young boys or girls that stay here. Perhaps, if you are looking for someone with the last name Lin, our kitchen does have one and he has been here a month. But, he shouldn't be the one Miss Qin is looking for. Sister Lan thought that Qin Xingxian and Mui came to look for a junior of some aristocratic family. Although Lin Ming had an interesting story in the kitchen so far, his family background was ordinary and his martial arts cultivation was not high. He shouldn't have had any dealings with the martial quarters. Kitchen. Qin Xingxian said with a hint of surprise. He is a debonair, he is a very responsible young boy, it's a job where one slices the meat. Sister Lan saw Qin Xingxian did not know what the occupation of deboning involved, so she explained to her. Slicing meat? Not possible. Mui heard it and did not entertain any hopes. How could an esteemed inscription master be a meat slicer? But Qin Xingxian did not give up. She pressed on, what name was he called? I'm not very sure, he speaks very little. We only know his last name is Lin. He should be working in the kitchen at this time. Would you like to take a look? Lead the way. Qin Xingxian nodded as she stood up. They followed Sister Lan and arrived at the Great Clarity Pavilion's kitchen. Upon opening the door, Qin Xingxian felt a billow of hot air and steam wrap around her. It was late in the summer, and combined with the kitchen heat, it was unbearably hot. Qin Xingxian simply revolved her soul force and scattered the dry, scalding air, and entered the kitchen along with Sister Lan. The kitchen chefs widened their eyes in amazement, some of the young men's jaws almost reached the floor. Great Clarity Pavilion had many esteemed guests entering and leaving, so these waiters and chefs had a broad experience and knowledge of who was important. Many of them recognized Qin Xingxian and didn't believe their eyes. In the entire Sky Fortune City there was nobody who had not heard of her name or knows of her outstanding talent. Why would she come to the Great Clarity Pavilion's kitchen? Sister Lan finally stopped and pointed at a room just off the corner of the kitchen, over there. Great Clarity Pavilion's kitchen was very large, and Lin Ming worked in his own little room. He would slice the vicious beast meat here and then have it sent off to the freezer for preservation. The door opened and Qin Xingxian peeked inside. She could only see a youth wearing just a pair of green pants. His slightly muscled upper back was bare, and he was holding a common bone knife as he cut into the body of a vicious beast. The youth's back was facing Qin Xingxian. Viewed from behind, the young man had a symmetrically muscled and fit back, with skin tanned from the sun, and with a healthy sheen from exercise. Perhaps it was because of the kitchen heat or maybe it was because the boy was working very hard, but his back was entirely covered with beads of sweat, and it gave off a daunting sense of strength. Was he Lin Ming? Qin Xingxian was unsure, so she approached several steps. She saw the young man's profile. It was a young and tender face with a resolute expression. At first glance it was not noticeable, but looking a bit longer could cause the heart to palpitate and leave a sense that he was an unforgettably lofty character. Although she only saw a small side of him, Qin Xingxian recognized that focused and sharp look, and it began to overlap with the image she had of Lin Ming from the zither department. She did not know why, but it caused her mind to jump and a slight flush crept up her neck. She hadn't imagined the scene in front of her. The exquisite inscription symbol that required fine control of soul force and a delicate, gentle touch, was the same as this young man that was barbarically cutting the animal meat. These two completely contradictory ideas appeared in the same boy, the complicated and mysterious noble beauty, and the simple strength in contrast with each other gave her heart a momentary sinking feeling. At this moment Lin Ming turned around. The kitchen had many people passing through, and when Lin Ming practiced he often ignored his surroundings, but he felt a difference that there were some people observing him. It might have been that there was someone coming to look for him. But as he saw it was Qin Xingxian, he paused. Qin Xingxian. Why did she come to the Great Clarity Pavilion? For him. Qin Xingxian had noted the simple knife in Lin Ming's hand. It was less than a foot-long bone knife, and there was nothing special or particular about it, but what astonished Qin Xingxian was that Lin Ming had unexpectedly been using the back of the knife to cut the meat. This was really. Her gaze moved to the cuts of meat that Lin Ming had sliced up. The sections were consistent, even, and neat. Were these made using the back of a knife? Miss Qin, were you looking for me? Lin Ming asked. He saw Mui from behind and his heart shrank. This old man gave him a feeling of absolute strength, as if some invisible and constant force was pushing down on him. His background was most likely a top powerhouse, perhaps some master in the pulse condensation stage or even the rarer Hotian stage. Little brother, are you Lin Ming? The old man asked Lin Ming with a smile on his face. Lin Ming nodded. he couldn't conceal anything from a master at this level. He guessed it was because of the sale of the 2 inscription symbols were brought to this old man's attention. Although he had already assumed that the inscription symbols would be brought to others' attention, he didn't think it would happen so quickly. This kind of circumstance might be a stroke of luck, but it could also be a calamity. If it was luck, then his inscription symbol prices would sharply rise in prestige and price, and he would be able to obtain a fortune he could use to buy some medicines to cultivate. But if it were calamity, then because his strength was low, he would be like a rhinoceros that was hunted and killed for its horn. Lin Ming had no ability to protect himself and might even be put under house arrest by certain parties and forced to create inscription symbols all day. Before Lin Ming had entered the auction house, he had considered all these points. He had thought of changing his identity and looks, but he didn't know any profound skills to do that, and moreover was only 15 years old, so any illusion would easily be broken. Sooner or later his inscription skills would have attracted attention and there would have been major forces investing him. He was just a young boy at the first level of body transformation, and had no great background. Using some cheap parlor tricks to disguise himself from these major powers was no different from some moron spouting nonsense. Therefore, Lin Ming did not plan to hide his identity, and thought of a different way. Chapter 23, Xian Tian. Lin Ming knew it was useless to conceal who he was, so he decided that he would instead fabricate the identity of a master in order to placate any questions. The inscription techniques were not possible to be self-learned, much less to the point that he had at such a young age. In the eyes of a reasonable person, it was most likely that Lin Ming had some sort of legendary inscription master backing him, even if this character did not actually exist. Of course, there were also risks. The world had many crazy people, some who would even disregard the existence of such a person. If Lin Ming ran into such a person, he would be in danger. But Lin Ming didn't run from such risks, instead he faced them head-on. He cultivated martial arts. How could he run from something just because there was the risk of danger? If he feared every shadow and shade, then it would be impossible for him to reach the peak of the martial path. Mui saw Lin Ming go on alert. And he said to everyone behind him, "Leave." Quickly, everyone had left this small room, included Tai Feng. Soon there was only Mui and Qin Xingxian. Mui circulated his soul force, and something an invisible bubble surrounded the entire room. "Little brother, I don't have any ill intentions, this is merely my sound sealing skill. Under it, no one will be able to hear what we are saying. I just want to ask you, are you the one that created that flame-engraved inscription symbol?" It was a tradition for the inscription master to have their own personalized image that they used on the inscription symbols. It identified who they were, and represented the spirit behind their inscription path. Lin Ming's was a raging flame that represented his desire to tread the martial path. Qin Xingxian held her breath, her eyes wide and unblinking as she waited for his answer. Lin Ming hesitated, nodded, and said, "It was me." Since he decided to act, then he would do so thoroughly and completely. Only then would he be in a strong position and others would believe that the mysterious master behind him was a legendary figure that could not be offended. Although they had already expected this, after hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Mui gasped, and in particular Qin Xingxuan's eyes widened with shock. She was also an inscriptionist, so she knew. She knew that it was immeasurably difficult to become an inscription master at the tender age of 15. Qin Xingxian understood that for every mountain, there would always be a higher one. Sky Fortune Kingdom was only a small state in the entirety of Sky Spill continent. If though she was talented herself and considered the best here, if she had left for other lands, then perhaps she would only be one in any countless number of talents. But, Qin Xingxian still had not left the country before. After all, even in the surrounded few countries she was the top number 1 talent, there was not a single contemporary around her that could compare with a tenth of her. 6th rank martial talent, in addition to an inscription talent that was second to none in Sky Fortune Kingdom, Qin Xingxian was truly blessed by the heavens and had not found a match in those of her generation. She had never felt a half ounce of frustration at her age, so Qin Xingxian had grown up with a self-belief of arrogance. But today, she was suddenly defeated by a youth of the same age. Although his strength was less than hers, his talent and ability and accomplishments in inscription had outstripped her by miles. Concerning inscription technique, it could be said that she was a little fledgling that hadn't learned to fly, and he was a soaring eagle that rules the skies. The gap was simply too big. She was frustrated, but Qin Xingxian was not depressed or hopeless. She was actually excited, because now that she had found a goal, she could then strive to improve herself. To this young boy, Qin Xingxian was filled with curiosity. She also hoped to become his friend and compare notes with him in the future. She could learn from these exchanges and further increase her understanding of inscription techniques. But she remembered that before, her invitation had been rejected. Qin Xingxian felt wronged. Girls were naturally thin-skinned, shy, and proud. Beautiful girls from aristocratic families were all like this. Even if in her heart she wanted to become his friend, but because of that single time, she was not able to take her own initiative to invite him again. After Mui heard Lin Ming's answer, he finally managed to compose himself from the sense of disbelief he felt. This truly was unbelievable. He had originally guessed that the inscription symbol's creator did not have a cultivation that surpassed the third level of body transformation, but it seemed he was wrong. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the first layer, but because of his solid foundation and the density and precision of his soul force, it had given the illusion that it was higher than it was. Because of this dense soul force, he was afraid that this youth practiced the top-tier martial skill manual. The kind of skill manual that only the most ancient and powerful of clans would have. Moreover, this young boy was extremely assiduous and dedicated. For instance, he had just cut apart that vicious beast now with the back of a knife. Perhaps this young boy came from an ancient clan, or had the backing of a supreme master. Thinking of this, Mui took a deep breath and asked with a respectful tone, "Excuse me for asking, but may I request the name of your esteemed master?" Mui had a high and aloof position with the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if he approached the emperor, he would no need to bow. But from this respectful expression it was sufficient to see the deep awe and reverence he had for this supreme and mysterious master behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, Sorry, senior, but my master once told me that to speak his name was a taboo. The truth is my parents do now know that I have apprenticed myself to a master. When I was 12 years old my master found me and taught me some skills." Lin Ming had lived in Green Mulberry City since childhood, so this was easy to investigate. He only said as little as he could to avoid being suspected. Mui said, "I apologize for being crass with my words. For an elder of such high skill, they tour the four corners of the world, so it is difficult to glimpse their whereabouts. I should not inquire so rashly, it's just that little brother's inscription technique was so outstanding that it is unlikely to belong to someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Likely is someone from an ancient sect." Mui said that he did not want to ask who Lin Ming's master was, but he was still vague and wanted to ask for some information. After all, a legendary master like this was rare to see even once. If one does, then perhaps it could be their own stroke of luck. Mui had already been stuck at the peak of the Hotian boundary for a very long time. He had always wanted to pass the threshold to the next stage. But without guidance, the single-step simple and impassable ravine. In the 8 years of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history, there had been many pulse condensation martial artists. And in those were many talents that would even arrive at the Hotian stage. However, disregarding the peerless talents that had entered the 7 profound valleys, then Sky Fortune Kingdom had not had a single Xiantian master. If the step from bone forging to pulse condensation was a little stream to pass, then the path from Hotian to Xiantian was like a raging ocean. If one did not depend on the direction from a sect, then depending on one's own skill and personal discovery, the possibility to enter the Xiantian stage was close to zero. It was already too late for Mui to enter into a sect. His only hope was to encounter a mighty elder who was able to give him a pointer or two, and thus also give him the hope that he could one day dream of crossing into the Xiantian level. He did not ultimately seek to enter the Xiantian level, he only wanted to know the direction, to give him a goal so he wouldn't remain clueless and lost for the rest of his life. Lin Ming said, "My master is a recluse, but he had once said that he had entered a sect." After Mui heard this he felt a bit envious. He did not have the good fortune to enter a sect, but Lin Ming's master had already left his sect. He said, "Your master's cultivation must have been very high if he left his sect to go traveling. He had probably reached the limit of some high boundary. Perhaps he was above the Xiantian stage." To Mui, the Xiantian stage was an immeasurably distant ideal. For martial artists that were not in a sect, let alone the Xiantian stage, the stages above it must be even more unimaginable. Hearing Mui's question, Lin Ming finally understood the intentions of this old man. His interest in this so-called master of his was very strong. His eyes were eager and full of earnest. He must have been looking for some answers for his own cultivation. It was very difficult to practice oneself. After all, Mui was at such an old age, he had probably reached his own limits. Thinking of this, Lin Ming considered the memories of the elder's soul fragment. These memories, although there were some memories of martial arts cultivation, they were not complete. But there was not much value, so it was easy to say a thing or two. Lin Ming said, "I don't know what boundary master is at, but master once said the martial way is divided into two major parts." He was now contemplating the second part. Oh! Which two parts? Mui's eyes lit up. He feared missing even a single word, for he knew that the opportunity to listen to the words from a learned senior were truly precious. Qin Xingxuan's eyes were also bright, and she did not blink as she listened to Lin Ming with reverent attention. Chapter 24, Understanding. Lin Ming said, "Martial arts are divided into two major parts. First, cultivate the martial path, and then grasp the principles to attain enlightenment. To cultivate the martial path is to cultivate the body. To enlighten oneself is to cultivate the soul." Master often said that the life was a boundless sea of bitterness. Cultivating was the path of traversing the waters. To cultivate the body was to build a boat that could cross the sea, and cultivating the soul was to create oars to move the boat. If one does not cultivate the body, then the boat would not be steady or strong, a storm would easily capsize it. If one does not cultivate the soul, then their motivation and will would not be enough, and even if their predestined death was near, they would be unable to arrive at the distant shores. But the cultivation of the body and the cultivation of the soul is the difference in transition from the Hoqian to the Xiantian stage. Before Hoqian, the martial artist will cultivate the body; after Xiantian, the martial artist will cultivate the soul. After Xiantian, cultivating the soul. As soon as Mui heard this, he was startled, and felt that he would faint. No wonder all these years which he had been practicing he had actually been unable to take that tiny step. He realized that he had been headed the wrong direction the entire time. He had not imagined the Xiantian stage to be like this. He muttered, "And what is the meaning of Xiantian?" Lin Ming said, "Master once said that the answer lies in how a baby breathes in the womb. He said that when humans are babies in the womb, they cannot breathe through their nose or mouth, but must depend on the mother to give them sustenance through their connection only. This is how they breathe. This is the characteristics of Xiantian. After the human is born, then they can breathe through the nose and mouth. This worldly air is filled with impurities that gradually accumulate. This is the characteristics of Hoqian. In the Xiantian stage, the soul enters a state of incomparable tranquility and peace. The body changes the way they interact with their surroundings, and the soul becomes aware of the world and is able to communicate with nature, even being able to actuate the power of the heavens and earth with soul force. That is the true Xiantian. But from Hoqian to Xiantian one must cut off every root in order to pass through and return to the state of being in the womb. So, I see, that's how it is, Mui muttered under his breath. His eyes showed both admiration and dismay. This young boy casually tossed out a few words that were akin to ancient enlightenments. If this boy had these teachings, guided by the top-tier Xiantian skill manual, then he would soon become a martial arts master. The sects and clans were able to rely on their heritage and legacies. A martial artist that tried to fumble his way through would not find it possible to think of these things. Mui lamented, "How laughable. To think that I reached pulse condensation at 36 years of age and then reached Hoqian at 50 years of age, and afterwards I spent 60 years exhausting all my efforts to step into the Xiantian realm. And I had been wrong the entire time. I had started down the wrong path all this time. I have wasted 60 years. Lamentable. Truly lamentable." Mui's face was excited and yet his emotions were complex. Lin Ming stood at the side and watched, his heart sighing. This old man did not inherit the legacies and yet had wanted to step into the Xiantian boundary. This was naturally hopeless. One needed the legacy and understandings of a sect to accomplish this, but which sect would not stubbornly control their secrets from spreading? Not only that, but from Hoqian to Xiantian one needed to return their soul to a state of being in a womb. This required the most precious and rare of medicines. These medicines' methods of production and rare materials were tightly controlled by the sections. Not to mention the common people, but even the royal family could not purchase it. So even if Lin Ming told Mui these memories of his, even if he wanted to use them to advance into the Xiantian stage, it was simply not possible. Therefore Lin Ming said, "Senior, I will say frankly that Master once said that if one does not have the support of a clan, even if one obtained a skill manual that allowed them to enter the Xiantian stage, it would still be impossible. Mui said, I know, it's just that I have long striven to reach the Xiantian stage. It is my lifelong wish. Even if I cannot achieve this wish of mine, but to at least let me see its direction and to know where I was wrong, then I can also die in peace and without regret. Even though Mui said these words easily, the tone behind them was lonely. Lin Ming also unavoidably sighed with emotion. If he hadn't obtained that mystical magic cube, then perhaps he too would be like Mui. After reaching the Hotian stage, he would forever try to track down that illusory lifelong dream of reaching the Xiantian realm, and would eventually hold these regrets even when he died. Mui reflected for a long time, and finally said to Lin Ming, little friend, I feel like old friends even after meeting for the first time. If this little friend does not mind my old age, I would like to become good friends with you. Lin Ming also had a favorable impression of the Mui who had earnestly pursued martial arts his entire life. He said, Lin Ming also would like to become your friend. Ha. Then no other day is as lucky as today. Let us go downstairs and feast at the Great Clarity Pavilion. We will drink wine and speak fast and free. How about it, good friend? Lin Ming hesitated slightly, and then agreed. He also said, Senior, about the inscription technique, I would like to ask Senior to keep it a secret for me. Although Lin Ming created an imaginary master for himself, he also wanted to avoid those that were blinded by greed and took risks not matter what. It was therefore better to be low-key about these inscription techniques. Mui guessed correctly Lin Ming's worries and said, little brother Lin, feel relieved. As long as the martial quarters of Sky Fortune City exists, I guarantee your absolute safety. As long as little brother meets any trouble at all, then just send me a sound transmitting talisman and I shall handle it personally. About this, but I may now know everything, but why would little brother Lin have to sell the inscription symbol and also work at the Great Clarity Pavilion? Is it for practice? Listening to Mui ask this, Lin Ming forced a smile and said, it's because of economic reasons. Master taught me but never gave me any money. My family is ordinary, so it is not enough for me to cultivate the martial path. Like that, it must be a true martial artist's way. No anger, no extravagance, no greed, no laziness, and true hardship to forge the spirit. Your master must have consciously made this informed and experienced decision, as he naturally has his own reasons and truth. Such being the case, although I do not know if this goes against your master's opinion, but if little brother Lin would still like to sell your inscription symbols, I could buy them at market price. If it is that flame-engraved inscription symbol, would 3,000 gold taels be enough? After Lin Ming heard this price, his heart almost leapt out of his chest. 3,000 gold taels. 3,000 gold taels, but since he had 3, that was 9,000 gold taels. Although Lin Ming had expected his inscription symbols to rise in price, he had not thought he could receive 9,000 gold taels. What concept was 9,000 gold taels? Lin Ming's family's restaurant was also valued at 3,000 gold taels. If he could buy that restaurant, then his parents would not have to work so hard every day. He would have 6,000 gold taels left over and could use it for medicines. He could buy any body transformation pill or altering muscle pill and eat them like rice. As for blood ginseng and other medicines, he could eat one and throw one away, because to Lin Ming, creating another inscription symbol was an easy matter. Ling quieted the excitement in his heart and said to Mui, many thanks, Senior. Mui naturally saw Lin Ming's joy. When Lin Ming had been with his master, he had lived a simple and poor life, but now he had suddenly arrived at this lively capital city. A 15-year-old young man would find it hard to resist all the wonders and amazements and treasures that the world had to offer. Mui said, little brother Lin's inscription symbol is naturally at this price. Also, please do not call me Senior. My name is Mui, my full name is Mu Yizhua, by just Mui is fine. This, Lin Ming hesitates slightly. Although he did not know who this old man was, he only needed to look at Qin Xingxian's attitude of respect to suspect that this man's status was high. But Lin Ming was not a person affected by conventions. Since Mui said so, then let it be so. He simply nodded in agreement. Mui smiled and said, Xingxian, let's have Great Clarity Pavilion set aside a room for a banquet. I'd like to have a drink with little brother Lin. Qin Xingxian had been silent. She had also been carefully listening to Lin Ming's explanation of what it meant to be Xiantian. Now she heard Mui say this, she said excitedly, "Yes, master." When the staff of Great Clarity Pavilion heard that Mui was arranging a banquet and had asked Lin Ming to drink, everyone blanched. What kind of person was Mui? He was the martial quarters seat of honor official that was invited to serve at court. Qin Xingxuan's master was also the tutor of the crown prince. The crown prince would ascend the throne in the future, and Mui would be the emperor's teacher. Not only that, but Mui's cultivation was immeasurably deep, and he was also skilled in inscription techniques and was skilled in astronomy, geography, and the ancient art of divination. He truly was an outstanding person. Even the emperor had to give him 3 points of respect. But he actually asked Lin Ming, the debiting boy, to eat a meal. Moreover, as the two left the kitchen, it seemed they were speaking very familiarly, like they were contemporaries. What sort of background did Lin Ming have? If his real background was not small, would he willingly come to the Great Clarity Pavilion for debiting work? As the saying goes, the gentleman stood far from the kitchen. The kitchen, and especially the butcher's job, was always despised and looked down upon by martial artists and the scholar. Lin Ming had debiting skills that they admired, but it was difficult to say that it was a refined work. What background is that sparrow's chopper, little Lin? I don't really know. The two waiters who were serving the guests could not help but chat amongst themselves while they were serving. They were both dedicated staff that served the high-level guests, and were each around 20 years of age, with outstanding looks and also proficient at the fine arts of poetry and painting. They first saw Mui and Qin Xingxian enter the Great Clarity Pavilion and were shocked. After all, this type of honored guests was rare, and once it happened there was a reward of 10 gold taels for good service, which was equivalent to 2 months of wages. But they had not actually thought that they came to look for Lin Ming. The banquet dishes were simple, but very exquisite in taste and texture. The liquor was several hundred gold taels and was called Red Dragon liquor. It was specially prepared via a secret recipe and mixed in with a variety of rare herbs. A martial artist who drank this could cure their internal injuries and promote a stronger and fitter body along with a higher degree of cultivation. However, the brewing method was complex and the materials used were precious. Let alone Lin Ming, even the juniors of the aristocracy could not afford to savor it. In the banquet, Mui wanted to ask Lin Ming if he would like to stay at the martial quarters, but Lin Ming thought it would be inconvenient to practice martial arts there while preventing people from discovering his secrets, so he politely declined. Mui was forced to give up, but in light of these his opinion of Lin Ming was heightened. Before leaving, he left behind the 9,000 gold taels along with a gold-purple VIP card. Through this card it was possible to receive a 10% discount from every shop that was under the jurisdiction of the Chamber of Commerce, and in Sky Fortune City nearly every large ship was under them. He had finally managed to attain 9,000 taels of gold. He looked at this thick gold banknote and felt very excited. His blood boiled and finally proudly raised his head. 9,000 gold taels, and he would send 3,000 gold taels to his parents. He would have enough left over to buy medicine to easily break into the second stage of body transformation. If he obtained the precious medicines and increased their effect with inscription techniques, then later even breaking through the pulse condensation period would be an easy matter. He has doomed to go far down the path of martial arts. If in the past Zhu Yan was like a mountain that Lin Ming could only cross with immense effort, now Zhu Yan could only be a stepping stone on his road of martial arts. Lin Ming would only step on it to reach a higher peak. Lin Ming was in a sterling mood. He passed on a sound-transmitting talisman to inform Lin Xiaodong. "Dong Dong, let's go, today I will treat you to some shopping. I'll see you at the 100 Treasure Hall's entrance." Lin Xiaodong had helped Lin Ming many times. This type of sentiment was priceless. And now that his own situation was better because he had come into possession of riches, he would naturally help him back. A man must always repay favors. Go shopping. After Lin Xiaodong seized the sound-transmitting talisman, he thought to himself, this crazy guy also has money to use sound-transmitting talismans. Chapter 25, World Peace is My Duty. After Lin Xiaodong arrived at the 100 Treasures Hall, Lin Ming was already waiting there. "Brother Lin, what sort of thing did you want to buy? Did you manage to sell those 3 symbol papers?" Lin Ming smiled and said, "I ran into some good luck and sold out." "No." Lin Xiaodong cried out exaggeratedly. What fool was taken advantage of? This could also be an omen. He was a bit worried and said, "Brother Lin, you sold so many, if people come to look for us in the future they might beat up us brothers." Lin Ming snapped, "Humph. You actually think I created some fake inscriptions to trick people?" "I'm not saying you intentionally trick people, I am just thinking what happens if your inscription symbols don't work. If we spent 100 gold taels today, when the time comes we may not be able to repay the money." Lin Ming smiled and shook his head, "Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. Let's just go shopping." Lin Ming was saying this as soon as he stepped directly into the entrance of the 100 treasure hall. Lin Xiaodong gave him a silly look. He thought that they would only meet here, and then perhaps go somewhere else like the city square or some other small place to go shopping. He did not expect they would go straight to the 100 treasure hall. This place frequently sold items at several hundred or thousands of gold. It was one of the most luxurious shops in all of Sky Fortune City. "My brother, my own dearest big brother, are we really going shopping here?" It's here," Lin Ming said as he entered the store. The shopkeeper somewhat recognized Lin Ming as he was also in ordinary clothing, and was young and small of stature. This was a very conspicuous look, and after a little thought, the shopkeeper remembered that Lin Ming was the youth who had tried to sell him inscription symbols a few days ago. The storekeeper was immediately impatient and said, "You again, I told you that I will not take your inscription symbols." Lin Ming also naturally remembered this 100 treasure hall storekeeper. Initially when he visited the private shops none of the storekeepers had treated him with respect. These storekeepers were in truth not the owners. The bosses were usually some rich character and would not often be in the store. They would hire some clerk or shopkeeper to take charge of the store's business. Of course, their salaries were also tied to performance, so these shopkeepers would naturally treat the juniors of wealthy families with respect in order to earn some percentage of profits. Lin Ming still remained salty from the experience. Lin Ming said, "My inscription symbols sold. I'm here today to do some shopping." "Sold?" The shopkeeper's eyes showed a faint touch of contempt. With his experience this inscription symbols were not worth any money. With their cost, at most it would be a few dozen gold taels. This country bumpkin was truly a hillbilly. If he thought that a few dozen taels of gold made him a rich man, then that really was funny. What a ridiculous boy. The storekeeper did not throw him out though. 100 Treasure Hall had not listed a rule that said only those with money were permitted to come. Lin Ming looked at the dazzling pavilion's shelves that were stacked high with precious materials and rare goods. It really was amazing to see. The 100-year ginseng that Lin Xiaodong had purchased for him could only be considered inferior goods here. There were also rare and precious medicines, materials, master-class inscription symbols, even treasures that were several thousand gold taels. Lin Ming casually said, "Xiaodong, is there anything you want to buy?" Lin Xiaodong forced a smile and said, "Brother Lin, what crazy song are you singing today, ah? Although it doesn't cost anything to take a peek, did you not see the look the storekeeper gave us like we were some bumpkins? It really made my whole body uncomfortable." Ling Mind said, "He's just a small-minded idiot, there's no need to care about what he thinks. If you aren't going to choose something then I'll help you. Or you buy a flexible armor." Lin Xiaodong shook his head like a rattle. "Brother Lin, let's not waste our time. If I choose something in the 100 Treasure Hall then we won't have the money to pay and they'll come after us. Think about it. When that time comes, you will run faster, but I'm a bit fatter than you so I'll fall behind and get beat up." Lin Ming couldn't find the words to respond, so he said, "When have I wasted your time?" "What time have you not thought of these evil plans? Ah, look at me, I am an honest and good-natured person, pity me." Lin Ming laughed and opened his clothes a little. Near his chest pocket there were the edges of golden banknotes. He said, "Well, is this not money?" Lin Xiaodong saw those numerous golden banknotes in a red envelope and froze for a moment. He felt his mind go blank and his eyes were sluggish. They are banknotes worth 1,000 gold taels each. It actually turned out to be 1,000 gold tael banknotes. Moreover, he could see from the thickness that there was more than one, perhaps up to 10,000 gold taels. Up to 10,000 gold taels. What was this? Lin Xiaodong short-circuited and he swayed on his feet. "Brother Lin, you robbed people. It's not right, even with your martial arts you should not steal so much." Hearing this Lin Xiaodong mutter, Lin Ming's forehead was full of black lines. "My God, this guy," he reluctantly said, "I got the money for selling inscriptions, you just do not believe me." Inscription symbol. You said those 3 toilet papers were inscription symbols. You sold, how much did they sell for? 3,000 gold taels. 3,000. Lin Xiaodong's chubby face began to tremble. He was shocked, but still managed to lower his voice in fear that others would hear him. You sold them for 3,000 gold taels. You said you had practiced for 1 month and you could somehow create an inscription symbol that could sell for 3,000 gold taels. Lin Ming nodded. Lin Xiaodong was his best friend and good brother. He did not want to hide anything from him, and furthermore could not hide. If he wanted help Lin Xiaodong with some money, then he would also need him to understand what happened. Moreover, in the future he would most likely be contacted by Qin Xingxian, Mui, or other high-level persons, and it would be impossible to hide the truth from Lin Xiaodong. You are simply insulting my intelligence. Lin Xiaodong exclaimed. You've only practiced 1 month and you can create an inscription symbol like that. You think I am some little 3-year-old that you can trick into thinking cabbage leaves are rare medicines or something. Lin Ming shrugged, the facts are facts. If you do not believe me, then there is nothing I can do. Big bro, oh brother Lin, don't play with me, just tell me what happened. Lin Ming sighed and said, good, I'll tell you, but you have to promise you won't say anything. This is a promise. Lin Xiaodong immediately announced. Well, the truth is I have a secret motto. When I was 12 years old, that year my master appeared and said that my talent was good, and I had good intelligence and a grand destiny. He wanted me to maintain world peace, so he gave me the duty to do so and compelled me to work as his apprentice. Finally, I began to study inscription technique with him. As if. Lin Xiaodong felt like he had eaten a fly. Brother Lin, can you be serious about it? Lin Ming said, I'm not lying to you, I really do have a master. Knock it off, if you have a master and studied inscription for many years, then why did you ask me what inscription technique was? Lin Ming said, my master only taught me the skills and did not give me any money. As for the inscription technique, although I studied it, I did not know if it was of any use until you told me, then I knew that I could use it to make money. Damn it. Lin Xiaodong felt as if the world had gone crazy. This is like casually picking up a little kitten to raises and feeding and petting it for several years and then finding it turn into the most beautiful woman, and then having her be the overthrown demon emperor's legendary clan princess who just happened to fall in love with you. It was the exact same chance. Good. Well, you understand now. Let's go shopping. Lin Ming pulled soulless Lin Xiaodong, and continued to select flexible armors. Lin Xiaodong was not an ambitious person and he did not like to practice martial arts. He was just diligent enough to be able to preserve his status as a direct descendant in the Lin family. Lin Ming thought a flexible armor would be good as a life insurance. What material is this flexible armor? Lin Ming asked. The storekeeper impatiently looked at Lin Ming and said, it is a high-quality treasure of the shop, the description is in the notes on display behind the table. Look yourself. His words contained a jeer that taunted Lin Ming for coming into a high-quality shop. The shopkeeper had done enough business that he developed an innate ability to recognize who would purchase items and who wouldn't. When some rich and powerful figure came to the store, he would greet them and assist them, but those with no money he would ignore, not to mention Lin Ming would not only looked ordinary but had come in a few days ago trying to sell him some toilet paper. This kind of boy was impossible to be any sort of good character, so the storekeeper was impatient. Lin Ming went to where the flexible armor was and read the description. This soft armor was made with 10,000 6-foot-long day ruler hemp. It had also been mixed with several thousand strings of goldenwood root silkworm silk and been made from combining over 20 advanced crafting techniques. The price was 392 gold taels. This sort of excellent flexible armor was treasure. It could withstand attacks up to the 4th layer of body transformation. But after the 4th layer, then it would be easily broken, so Lin Ming did not need it. It was something that much better suited Lin Xiaodong. He continued to look until something caught his eye. It was a golden deer pill and soul-gathering pellet. Before now, Lin Ming had not taken any pills because the cost was simply too high. Pills and pellets were made from combining medicinal herbs and raw materials from vicious beasts and then refining them. It was many times better than simply using medicinal herbs or vicious beast materials. Moreover, because of the formulas, it was possible to achieve effects which the medicinal herbs or vicious beast materials could not achieve by themselves. Golden deer pills were very rare, they were made from a 100-year-old golden deer's deer embryo as the main ingredient and supplemented with a variety of herbs. Golden deer were rare and moreover mostly found in remote mountain forests. It was not easy for them to be difficult, and to take a golden deer's embryo was as difficult as it sounded. Because the golden deer pills were refined from the deer embryo, they contained a rich and fragrant vitality. In addition, they had not been contaminated by the Hotian phase of air outside the womb. Thus it was possible to remove the impurities of the body and promote an increase in soul force and physical cultivation. This kind of pill was a yellow rice-sized grain valued at 200 gold. The soul-gathering pellet also required precious raw materials to refine. Its main ingredient was 100-year-old blood fungus, and the main effect of the pellet was to increase the absorption of soul force and speed up a martial artist's cultivation. This kind of pellet was at 200 gold also. Even aristocratic families' juniors had to use their savings to buy it. Lin Ming stopped looking as he decided what he wanted to purchase. He turned to the storekeeper and said, "I'll take this goldenwood root silkworm armor. Wrap it up for me. I'll also take 6 golden deer pills and 10 soul-gathering pills, as well as the materials on this list. Don't miss a single one." Lin Ming said this and pulled out a list which had a variety of materials written on it. They were all used for inscriptions. He had taken a look a moment ago and saw that they were all sold here. Chapter 26, Breakthrough. Having listened to Lin Ming's words and seeing this exceedingly long list, the storekeeper flushed red. Did this country bumpkin think that the 100 treasure hall was somewhere that he could just play around in? Such a large order would cost several thousand taels of gold at the bare minimum. It was as if this young little boy was buying bok choy at the market. Spending a few thousand gold taels, not even the sons of those aristocratic families would be able to afford so much. He waved the list impatiently and placed it on the counter, then said, "I'm going to give you two a warning. For anyone that intentionally causes trouble in the 100 treasure halls, there will be severe consequences. I'll warn your mom." Lin Xiaodong slapped his hand against the storekeeper's hand. The storekeeper had only ever done business and did not have the talent to practice martial arts, and with a loud pat from Lin Xiaodong, he pitifully screamed, "You!" The storekeeper could not believe this hooligan would dare to cause a scene in the 100 treasures hall. "Look, you snobby little son of a bitch, us young masters have money." As Lin Xiaodong said this, he reached into Lin Ming's robes and took the golden bank notes near his chest. He slammed them on the counter with 100 genes of strength, and the counter shook. With gold notes in hand, Lin Xiaodong's confidence shot through the roof. This storekeeper was already a sore in his eyes. How could he miss this opportunity to teach the rude man a lesson? The storekeeper froze when he saw the golden bank notes. His eyes flashed as he fiercely calculated the total amount in that stack of bills. They were banknotes worth 1,000 gold taels each. With that, the total amount had to be at least several thousand taels. He immediately realized that the golden banknotes were the real deal. As long as he went to a bank that was part of the Chamber of Commerce, he could exchange them for gold taels. The storekeeper was thoroughly shocked. He sized up Lin Ming and also Lin Xiaodong. These two little guys were by no means the children of an aristocratic family. Just a few days ago that Lin Ming was just a poor boy that was door-to-door selling symbol papers. Where did he suddenly come into so many riches? Did he actually sell those symbol papers? It was impossible. An apprentice inscriptionist's inscriptions would be inconceivable to sell for that much money. Two upstart nouveau rich boys, he did not realize that they were suddenly high-class characters and had been acting arrogant in front of Theman. The storekeeper's heart was only melancholy. But money was God, and this was a temple. He rubbed his hand which had swelled like a grapefruit and put on a smile. Taking the list, he quickly scanned it. On it were listed materials that weren't cheap. In addition to those items that Lin Ming had wanted, he quickly calculated that this business transaction would almost be 6,000 taels of gold. This was equal to the price of 2 rare treasures. And with the commission he could earn 120 gold taels for himself. This was not a small number. Although his heart was still a little resentful, it wasn't worth it with the amount of money on the line. So the storekeeper groveled and bowed and said, "My foolish self did not recognize such esteemed guests of honor had appeared. Please wait, I shall prepare everything immediately." The storekeeper's keeper body was bloated like a pig with too much gas, and yet he moved like the wind. Lin Ming wanted a variety of materials that were all in different sections of the store, but the storekeeper was quick on his feet and fast with his hands and soon gathered everything together. The storekeeper had a radiant smile as he said, "To esteemed guests, please examine the authenticity of the goods. The total is 5,800 gold taels." Seeing the stacks of goods, Lin Xiaodong asked Lin Ming, "Is this everything, Brother Lin?" Lin Ming said, "Yes, it looks like this is it." By now, Lin Xiaodong's mouth twitched and he slyly smiled and said, "I'm sorry, this is embarrassing, but I would like to see a different storekeeper to pay." The storekeeper's happy face instantly stiffened. In such a high-class store like the 100 Treasure Halls, it was only natural that a storekeeper's worth was dependent on his ability to sell. Therefore, all the storekeepers here took commission on all items they sold themselves. Lin Xiaodong understood this, and decided to give the slimy man a hard time. "Please move a bit faster, we'd like to finish this as soon as possible." The storekeeper realized that Lin Xiaodong was messing with him intentionally, and his heart ignited with fury. If a junior of an aristocratic house had decided to play a joke on him, then he would bear with it, but these two were only some newly minted hicks that came into some wealth. They didn't have the right yet to be so insufferably arrogant. How could he let himself be at their mercy? His voice was cold as he said, "In this 100 Treasure Hall, I am the only one storekeeper. Who do propose I find another? You little clown, don't try to lie to us. Hurry and go, otherwise I'll complain to your boss." "Go ahead." The storekeeper sneered. "Boss." The idiot thought that he could see the boss just because he wanted to. He was preparing a few more harsh words when his eyes suddenly caught on something. In the golden banknotes was a purple gold-colored card. It was the card that Mui had given to Lin Ming, the VIP card. Everyone who used one would automatically be given a 10% discount on all shops that were under the government's jurisdiction. It was the Martial Quarters and Imperial Family's purple gold VIP card. The storekeeper's heart skipped a beat. This VIP card was given by the Chamber of Commerce to Royal Family and Martial Quarters to please them. To date, there had been less than 100 sent out. The only ones that had the qualifications to own one of these was either a member of the Imperial Family or a top-tier figure within the Martial Quarters. Any of these figures could squish him like a bug. He was finished. Everything was over. These two little punks absolutely had the background and qualifications to do as they wished. It might even be possible that they were the Emperor's little sons putting on some disguise and coming out of the Imperial place to play around. F***ck. His luck was such dog shit. The storekeeper despaired. "Two young masters, this lowly one was wrong and foolish and deserves punishment. This lowly one will look for another storekeeper for you, please have grace and mercy and do not keep in your heart my pathetic transgressions." The storekeeper began to slap himself, and although it wasn't heavy, the fat on his cheeks jiggled. Lin Xiaodong was dumbfounded. This guy, did he take some crazy pills? The storekeeper moved with fear and trepidation and found another storekeeper to close the deal. He kept apologizing and finally also called a carriage to bring them back. As they returned to Lin Ming's lodgings, Lin Xiaodong did not know that the reason for the storekeeper's actions was the purple gold VIP card. He thought that it was the gold that overawed the snobbish storekeeper, so his mood at the moment was excellent. Haha, that was fun. Damn, remembering that storekeeper's scared shitless expression really makes me want to laugh. Brother Lin, if you weren't in a hurt I would have complained to that 100 Treasures Hall's boss and made that little snob pack up his bags and leave. Lin Ming had actually been watching clearly, and knew that when the storekeeper had looked at the purple gold VIP card, his expression had greatly changed. He could not restrain a sigh of emotion as he thought that the Martial Quarters' power and influence that had accumulated over time was no less than that of the Imperial Family. He said, "Little people have their little ways of living." Flattery and rudeness was what they were forced to learn in order to live. There's no need to be so ruthless towards them. Xiaodong, this flexible armor and these 3 golden deer pills are for you. The golden deer pills were able to remove impurities in the body. The first one was the most effective, and afterwards the efficacy halves. Taking more than 3 would generally be a waste. As for the soul-gathering pellet, there was no limit to taking them, but it was only suitable for those that were diligent in practice. Lin Xiaodong naturally had no use for them. The 3 golden deer pills and flexible armor added to a value of nearly 1,000 taels of gold. To Lin Xiaodong this was a great sum of money, and he hesitated for a moment until he thought of Lin Ming's story. If it were true, then 1,000 gold taels was only a drop in the bucket compared to what he would make in the future. Thinking of these, he accepted the items and smiled with a laugh as he said, "Then I will shamelessly accept them. Brother Lin, later you will become my protective umbrella, haha." Lin Ming smiled and said, "We are brothers, there is no need for formalities between us." In addition, Li Ming took out the remaining 3,000 gold taels. "When the family messengers come next time to Sky Fortune City, help me get this to my parents and have them by the restaurant." Lin Ming's parents had invested more than half their lives into that restaurant, and naturally have a close attachment towards it. Lin Ming first thought of helping them by buying it. "All right, let me handle this matter." As Lin Xiaodong left, Lin Ming returned to his room alone. He looked at the calendar and saw that the 7 Profound Martial House entrance exam was 50 days away. In these 50 days, he must be reborn. Regardless of the golden deer pill or the soul gathering pellet, these medicines were not able to directly increase the cultivation of a martial artist. The former eliminated impurities of the body, and the latter made it easier to train with soul force. Combined together, they could increase the rate he could practice. As for directly increasing one's cultivation, these medicines could be bought, but they had implications in that they created more impurities in the soul force. Although cultivation would increase quickly, the foundation would not be steady, and one would have to spend a massive amount of time to consolidate the foundation in order for it to be stable. Therefore, Lin Ming did not rush to buy this sort of medicine. At the moment, Lin Ming was among the treetops, and had finally begun to take the first golden deer pill. Although the golden deer pill was expensive, it was not really a rare medicine. Although Lin Ming knew how to increase the potency of medicine with inscription techniques, it wasn't necessary for the golden deer pill, so he ate them directly. Lin Ming had filled a large wooden barrel with water. He stripped himself and then jumped in. In his body, the medicine began to dissolve with him. He could feel a flow of heat circulating in his chest. Lin Ming began to meditate and revolve the true primal chaos formula. The soul force stirred in his body and the golden deer pull began to display their hues. With the onset of the effects, Lin Ming felt a slight tingling sensation and his body began to purify. The body of a martial artist, ever since it comes from the womb, would constantly be exposed to the contaminated Hoqian air of the world. This kind of air was contained in every breath, in the grains they ate, in the rivers and streams and lakes they drank from. It was inevitable that the impurities would accumulate in the body. The golden deer pills contained a hint of Xiantian air from the deer embryo, and thus they could purify the body. Lin Ming lay in the wooden barrel for the entire night. The surface of the water began to shimmer with greasy dark oil. This was Lin Ming's impurities. An aristocratic family's junior would begin this process as early as 12 years of age. They would practice martial arts after their body had been tempered and purified. Soaking in baths of rare medicines were commonplace for them, and they naturally had fewer impurities in their body, and it would be much easier to integrate the soul force. Even if they were a grade 3 talent like Lin Ming, he would find it difficult to keep pace with these juniors. At dawn, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. The golden deer pill had been completely absorbed by him, and his body had been purified. Lin Ming again revolved the true chaos primal formula. It really was easier to circulate the soul force in his body. Lin Ming also found something else. It seemed the soul force had spread throughout his entire body. This was the starting stage of the second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming had finally reached the second stage of body transformation. Chapter 27, Examination, Start. Lin Ming exhaled slowly in relief. He had already long reached the peak of body transformation's first stage, and was only a small step away from reaching the second stage. Even without the golden deer pill, it would only have been a matter of days before he reached the second stage. Body transformation's first stage was strength training, where true essence mainly concentrated in the muscles, and with the advent of the second stage of body transformation, it began to proliferate and spread throughout the body. Not only would one's strength increase, but the body's fortitude would also rise a notch. Although one wouldn't become invincible, it wouldn't be difficult to say that the sword that would have easily pierced you before would only give you a slight injury. The combat effectiveness would also increase by a small margin. However, Zhu Yan had only been at the peak of body transformation's third stage half a year ago. He had only reached the second stage of body transformation, and even though it was with the power of the potent, primal chaos formula, compared to Zhu Yan, there was just too large a disparity between them. And this was discounting the half-year that Zhu Yan had been training. He was a 4th-grade talent, so his practice speed was similarly quick. Although he had not slept yet, Lin Ming had just broken through and was feeling refreshed and not tired or drowsy at all. He immediately ran outside and headed towards the Zhou Mountains. The Great Clarity Pavilion was a few miles distance from the glade that Lin Ming usually practiced at. Even running there at breakneck speed, it would have taken the time to burn 2 sticks of incense to cross the distance. But now that he had broken through to the 2nd stage of body transformation, time it took was less than half. Lin Ming was exceptionally happy at this moment. After he reached his usual spot, Lin Ming tossed his knapsack on the ground. In it was the materials for medicines and also bandages. The medicine was not the cheap stuff, they were all rare and precious medicines. Even the bandages had been steeped in black bone grass juice, which provided an extra healing effect. With this kind of luxurious medicine, he did not have to worry about internal injuries. Lin Ming was able to enjoy practicing with all his heart. Lin Ming ate a soul-gathering pellet to increase the rate he absorbed true essence. Lin Ming began to practice both the true primal chaos formula and the chaotic virtues combat meridians. In Sky Spill Continent, within those that practiced martial arts, having the strength of a 1000 genes was considered a small accomplishment. Then the martial artist would go through altering muscle, bone forging, and pulse condensation. By the time the body transformation was completed, a martial artist's strength could amount to 8,000 genes, in which a small percent who were born with divine heavenly strength, their strength could amount to 10,000 genes. This was the limit of strength. Even if one were a Houtian master, their strength would not grow, they could only raise their true essence. Then after reaching Xiantian, including the levels above, they would understand the true essence, and cultivate the soul. This was considered the correct path of martial arts. But recorded in the chaotic virtues combat meridians, having a strength of 1000 genes was only a beginning. Those who just entered should reach 10,000 genes, and those with a small bit of accomplishments could reach 100,000 genes of strength. As for the strength of the highest cultivators, there was no way to estimate. If they opened the 8 gates of hidden celestial stems after the 9 stars palace, the body could borrow power from the heavens and earth. Their feet would crack mountains, their fists would break the sky. That sort of strength was not even describable with a strength of 100,000 genes, it could only be at least 1,000,000 genes or above. When Lin Ming saw this in the memories, he could hardly believe it. If it had been 2 or 3 times stronger than normal, then perhaps he might have. After all, this was the legacy of countless millennia from the realm of the gods. But this difference of several thousand times was just too unbelievable. He was able to recall in his memories that in the sects, the custodians that swept the entrance and the little children that ran amok would have the strength of several tens of thousands of genes of strength. As for the true disciples, their strength would be above 100,000 genes. The memories were so detailed that Lin Ming was forced to believe them. Even if Marshal Qin Shao was compared, he would not even be able to compare with a simple floor sweeper. However, this sort of strength was very remote to Lin Ming, because if it was said that the step from tempering marrow to pulse condensation was difficult, then the step from tempering marrow to opening the 8 gates of hidden celestial stems and the 9 stars palace was even more so. Let alone Lin Ming, from his memories he knew that these sects had many disciples that were stuck at this stage. Compared to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it could be said to be more difficult than ascending from Houtian to Xiantian. Lin Ming thought all this and took a deep breath. It was premature to consider these possibly. What he had to do now was practice the basic abilities of the chaotic virtues combat meridians, and at least achieve strength training stage of flowing like silk. Flowing like silk, where one could punch a tree and leave the bark untouched while turning the inside to pulp. However, the elder's memories were a bit blurry here. Lin Ming had not yet reached this stage and could only attempt to decipher the secrets behind it himself. In the southeast of Sky Fortune City, there was a squad of armed guards that stood on alert. A youth dressed in the finest silk clothing and with a fine long sword strapped to his waist stood in the corridor and looked around as if he were waiting for someone. As soon as an instant of time passed, another young man wearing a mail armor and helmet walked down the end of the hallway. He seemed to be a bit over 20 years old. Although his stature was not princely, his step was calm and his breath relaxed, he appeared to be a master. The young silk-robed youth saw this man and smiled joyfully. He immediately welcomed him. "Elder brother, you've returned. Father will surely be happy. He was very satisfied with your successes on the frontier these past 3 years. The silk-robed youth was all smiles. He was the man who had lost 1,000 taels of gold to Lin Ming and had his name read in reverse, Wang Yigao. Wang Yigao had been pitiful. Although he had tried to suppress the news and prevent it from spreading, his father had still found out. Regarding this matter, General Wang was furious. He was not angry that Wang Yigao made a gambling bet, but that he has lost. Not only did he lose, but he had lost to a boy at the first stage of body transformation and had his name called in reverse. He was simply a great shame to the family name. Wang Juju had issued an order that he be confined for 2 months, and had just exited. The 2-month confinement had been rough on Wang Yigao's life. He could not eat meat, he could not go to the brothel, he could not lead his little minions to terrorize others, and had to read military classics and complete daily schoolwork. Wang Yigao hated these things with a passion, and all this was due to Lin Ming. He simply could not swallow this aggrievement. But Wang Yigao didn't know of a way to deal with Lin Ming. He did not have any real power with the army, nor could he defeat Lin Ming himself. As for those scoundrels that were his friends, not a one of them was Lin Ming's match. Moreover, his father had cut off his purse, so he did not have the means to hire someone. Simply put, there was nothing he could do to Lin Ming. Until today, that is. His elder brother came back and Wang Yigao almost cried. He felt that his opportunity had finally come, therefore he waited a long time for his brother to arrive so he could complain. Wang Yiming looked at the pitiful Wang Yigao. The two were both sons of the main family, and the same father and mother. Naturally he understood his little brother. He said, "You waited for me to discuss the matter of that bet you lost." General Wang had admonished and punished Wang Yigao about this, so naturally he was very clear about it. Wang Yigao looked up. "Elder brother is perceptive of the smallest details, truly fierce, you do now know, that boy is just too arrogant. First he hit my servant and then cheated in the bet. Not only that, but he insulted our army family." Wang Yiming listened and knew that his little brother was shameless and concocting irrational explanations. He impatiently said, "Cut the crap. You think I don't know what you want? You want me to take revenge for you? Elder brother is truly an unparalleled hero, taking care of that guy is just like lifting a small finger." Wang Yiming said, "I am a dignified military commander, and you want me to help you get rid of some kid at the first stage of body transformation. Is this a joke that I should laugh at?" Wang Yigao smiled a little. "Yes, it is a bit overkill. One must not use the oxen knife to kill a chicken. Elder brother, do you not have 4 strong armed guards? Letting them go is also the same. My father is the captain of Sky Fortune City's armed forces. The throne is about to be passed down, now is a sensitive time. You want me to use the armed forces guards to make an arrest in the national capital? You actually want to commit this sort of absurd matter? What do you think the results will be? I think your 2 months of confinement were not long enough." Wang Yiming yelled these words and paid no more attention to Wang Yigao. With a turn of his heel, he departed. Wang Yigao was left standing there to stew in his resentment. He had not thought that even his own brother would so loudly upbraid him. He clenched his fist and teeth until he was shaking. *CK. Never have I suffered such an injustice in Sky Fortune City. Lin Ming, if I do no cripple you, then my last name is not Wang. Sunrise, sunset, 50 cloudy days quietly passed. In the Zhou Mountains, a young boy was shadowboxing in a glade. The mountain wind howled, but the sounds coming from the young boy's fists overshadowed the mountains. As soon as the youth punched the wooden pillar in front of him, a pang rang into the air. Even though the wooden pillar had been infused with special medicines to make it more durable, it broke in half with that single fist. As the punch finished, not even waiting for the dust to land, he whipped his leg downwards and split the wooden pillar in half. Although I still haven't been able to figure out flow like silk, I still have reached some small success with the first stage of the true primal chaos formula, and my body transformation's second stage has consolidated very well. My strength should be at least 2,600 genes. This youth was Lin Ming. In these 50 days, Lin Ming had been constantly training in the mountains. He had unlimited precious medicines and had taken 20 of the soul-gathering pellets. Because of this massive gold consumption, Lin Ming had also sold an inscription symbol to pay for them. However, even with so many medicines, Lin Ming had still not been able to break through to the third stage of body transformation, viscera training. Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians focused on building a solid foundation. It wasn't something where one hastily progressed. It's been 50 days. Tomorrow will the 7 Profound Martial Houses entrance exam. I should have no problem in passing. Lin Ming said as he picked up his clothes from a large rock. He also took a quick wash in the river. Under the shining sun, Lin Ming's muscles were symmetrically solid. The light made his skin gleam with luster, and it was filled with an aesthetic strength. He was like a supple cheetah at the peak of his power. Just from looking at this back, it was hard to believe that this was the physique and spirit of a young 15-year-old boy. After washing himself, Lin Ming put on his clothes and left the mountain. He launched himself quickly like a falcon chasing after a rabbit, his speed like a flash of light, and in a few breaths he vanished into the boundless forest. Chapter 28, Conspiracy. Every year, at the beginning of fall and the beginning of spring, the 7 Profound Martial House would have their examination of potential recruits. This was also the most important day of those youths of Sky Fortune Kingdom who cultivated in martial arts. To them, the 7 Profound Martial House was the final goal. If they reached it, they could become a dragon that could touch the skies with a single bound. By entering the 7 Profound Martial House, resources were important, but it was the inheritance and legacy skill manuals that everyone obsessed over. The inherited skill manuals had accumulated over many years, and in them was the culmination of experiences that all the preceding martial arts seniors had learned. Without these experiences, then if one were to try and learn martial arts themselves, it truly would be a moron talking nonsense on the streets. But the available skill manuals were always very popular and dependable, but the true highest quality genuine goods could only be found and inherited in the sections. This method of inheritance was strictly controlled by the sections. If they were to discover even a hint that a disciple had revealed the secrets of their skill manuals, then a light punishment would be the destruction of their cultivation. A heavy punishment would result in instant execution. It was very difficult to inherit skill manuals. They were inconceivably hard to transcribe and duplicate. The martial arts pathway profound and esoteric. The flow of essence and the feelings that followed, the route of cultivation. These true essence-gathering skills were unable to be described with words, therefore the true rare skill manuals were not recorded in books and were unable to be transcribed paper. Skill manuals were usually recorded on jade slips. In each small jade slip contained a wealth of mysterious and arcane information. Even a manual could only contain a general idea of what can be explained inside. If one wanted to engrave the mysteries onto a jade slip, one must have complete understanding of the skill manual. This was truly difficult to achieve even then, and moreover had to spend a great deal of time and energy. The skill manual could also not be understood by everyone. Even if they attained the jade slip, they might not be able to decipher the mysteries. It was just like a bank that released golden banknotes. Although it was money, those who did not understand it could only use it as tissue. Therefore the jade slips that contained these ancient manuals were very few, and could not be obtained no matter the price on the market. This was also the reason that the 7 Profound Martial House were able to cause young martial artists to go crazy with the desire to enter. However, these selecting conditions were harsh, and every year there were inevitably a massive number of aspiring martial artists that failed to be elected. Lin Ming himself had the highest quality body transformation skill manual, the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, so he naturally did not have any interest in the 7 Profound Martial Houses' inheritance or legacies. The reason he desired to enter was not because of Lan Yunue. After he had decided to devote his life to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, the matter of Lan Yunue could no longer cause turbulence in his heart. Lin Ming desired to enter the 7 Profound Martial House because he needed the practice resources. The resources were not medicines or herbs, but were special areas where one could exercise. These special areas were either created through array arrangements, or were special environmental areas which were formed by Xiantian practitioners. They were able to allow humans to cultivate with twice the result and half the effort. But most important were martial skills. Martial skills were critical to a martial artist as they were directly linked to their level of combat strength. Lin Ming also knew a few martial skills that he had absorbed from the Elder's memory fragment. In those memories were 3 or 4 martial skills he had seen, but they were incomplete. The truth was that even though those martial skills were incomplete, they were in fact the top-tier martial skills even in the realm of the gods. Needless to say, even those incomplete versions were far superior to those of Sky Fortune Kingdoms. But it was a pity that those 3 to 4 martial skills that Ling Ming knew were impossible to practice from the start. To even dare begin practicing them, he would need to be at least at the Xiantian stage. In those memories, the weakest of the martial skills were able to destroy mountains with a single stroke, let alone killing people. It would probably be easy to destroy the entire Sky Fortune capital city. This sort of martial skill was almost an alien language to Lin Ming. Therefore Lin Ming needed to take this entrance exam and enter the 7 profound martial house. He also had to attain a good result, as with every year, the candidates with the top results were always richly rewarded. Perhaps it was precious medicines or rare treasures. These medicines were often produced from within the sect, the 7 profound valleys. In Sky Fortune City, not even the richest men could buy these. Even the juniors of aristocratic families would drool with envy at these coveted rewards. Lin Ming was also tempted. Before, his strength was low, so he had low expectations, but at the present, the situation had turned so he had high aspirations for them. At the first day of autumn, the square of the 7 profound martial house already had a sea of people crowded inside. Because there were too many candidates that would come to apply, the examination would always begin at sunrise and continue all day. Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong had not entered the square yet but were on the major road outside. Although there were relatively less people here, Lin Ming's ears still buzzed with the sound of discussion. They say that this time there are several top-tier talents that have come, included that number 1 talent Wang Yanfeng. 15 years old, grade 4 talent, and his cultivation has already stepped into the 3rd stage of body transformation. Truly a formidable man. Isn't it weird? Why would he not enter the 7 profound martial house earlier? Why didn't he come during the spring entrance exam? I guess his goal is the heavenly abode. As soon he enters the 7 profound martial house, he wants to enter the heavenly abode. How aggressive of him. The heavenly abode is absolutely impossible. The only one these past years to enter the heavenly abode was Qin Xingxian. The lowest cultivation for the heavenly abode is the peak of the 3rd stage of body transformation, and usually inside are those at the 4th stage of body transformation. Not even this Wang Yanfeng has the qualifications to enter. I think the reason he waited such a long time is to take the entrance exam reward for 1st place. Heavenly abode. Lin Ming muttered in his heart. Half a year ago Zhu Yan had relied on his peak of body transformation's 3rd stage to enter the heavenly abode. Without a doubt, Zhu Yan's strength was truly outstanding even among those of equal cultivation. He could absolutely not be compared to a sack of potatoes like Wang Yigao. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the gaze of someone fall on his body. Was someone observing him? In the large crowd, there were many that were looking at him, but the average person could simply not discover these people and their intentions. But Lin Ming had practiced the true primal chaos formula, so his perception was acutely keen, and even with so many people, he could feel a cold eye staring his way. He pretended to be nonchalant as he turned his head. There was a blue carriage at the origin of that sight, but when Lin Ming turned to look, the carriage's curtain dropped back down. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He had not even begun the entrance exam and there were probably people plotting against him. At this moment in the blue carriage, a youth in silk clothing and another gloomy-looking youth were sitting inside. It was Wang Yigao and Zhu Yan. He won't discover us. Wang Yigao had been frightened the last time by Lin Ming. Even though he claimed publicly that he wanted revenge, he was afraid of Lin Ming. Those 3 moves that caused him to suffer defeat had left a dark mark on his heart and tanked his self-confidence. Zhu Yan frostily said, "Stop being so scared and suspicious, there are many people here, it's not as if he has eyes on the back of his head." This guy, he even managed to break through to the 2nd stage of body transformation. The gap between the 1st stage and 2nd stage of body transformation was not small. A 15-year-old that could achieve this was not simple, especially when considering Lin Ming and his poor family background and mere 3rd-grade talent. I think the guy probably practiced like a freak, otherwise there is no way. Even I only hit the 2nd stage when I was 16 years old. He probably overtaxed his body and received some permanent internal injuries. This kind of idiot, in a few years he won't be any different from a vegetable. Wang Yigao viciously cursed. Zhu Yan despised this sycophant in his heart. Even with so many rare medicines supporting him, he only hit the 2nd stage when he was 16 years old. Not only that, but his combat level a completely weak mess. If his father wasn't Sky Fortune City's army major, then Zhu Yan would be disinclined to even bother paying attention to him. Zhu Yan said, according to common sense it would be impossible for him to achieve this stage. Overtaxing the body and receiving internal injuries, then he would sooner or later be disabled, but if he had the support of 1,000 gold taels, then it would be less certain. Hearing Zhu Yan say this, Wang Yigao's face instantly turned bright red. He thought that Zhu Yan did not know of the gambling matter, but it seemed he already did. Was there anyone who didn't? Damn. Damn it all. He really disgraced his grandmother. Zhu Yan paid no attention to Wang Yigao. His expression was gloomy. Generally speaking, a 16-year-old boy, if his cultivation had surpassed the third stage of body transformation, then he would enter the 7 profound martial house. Many disciples in respected families entered like this. To them, the massive amount of rare and precious medicinal herbs supported them, so this was not too difficult. Regarding these matters, the 7 profound martial house did not mind the family helping. After all, this too was part of a martial artist's strength. Family background was equivalent to talent. Whether by virtue of their own talent, or virtue of medicines helping them, they were a master martial artist and could expand the strength and influence of the 7 profound martial house. Those who relied on medicines had hopes to enter the 7 profound martial house, much less Lin Ming, whose combat ability surpassed someone from the same rank, so his chances of entering were higher. Zhu Yan did not want Lin Ming to enter the 7 profound martial house. He didn't fear Lin Ming surpassing him, after all he was only a third-grade talent. Zhu Yan had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Zhu Yan jumped a level or defeated Wang Yigao, it was no big deal. After all, Wang Yigao was only at the 2nd stage of body transformation and his combat level was piss poor. He was confident that he would always keep Lin Ming under his boot. But if Lin Ming were to enter, it would definitely arouse some mighty waves in Lan Yunyue's heart. Lan Yunyue had not forgotten her former friendship with Lin Ming. Would it be the same if he entered the 7 profound martial house? Zhu Yan liked Lan Yunyue. Half of this was because of her temperament and lovely appearance, and the other half was because of his possessiveness of all good things. He was absolutely unable to tolerate any other man being in Lan Yunyue's heart. Because of his family, Zhu Yan had a small connection to the royal family, so he had some connections to the 7 profound martial house. However, the martial house's inspections were a very public matter, so it was impossible to prevent Lin Ming from entering. So the only plan that he had left was to not let him participate in the entrance exam. Chapter 29, Overturn the Cavalry. Zhu Yan pondered as he traced the ring on his finger. He said, "Brother Wang, Sky Fortune City is your domain. What kind of connections do you not have? Naturally you associate with superior individuals that are at the 4th stage or even the peak of the 4th stage." Zhu Yan suspected that Lin Ming had a solid foundation and was stronger than he appeared. It would be impossible to have an expert at the peak of the 3rd stage deal with him in an easy manner. It would be best to jump straight up and look for someone at the 4th stage to send him off. Wang Yigao said, "I know many masters at the 4th stage, but they are the guards of my father or brother. Because of the previous matter, my father already issued a decree. Now no one listens to me." People at the 4th stage of body transformation were usually not some fresh spring flower. This sort of person tended to be over 30 years old and often occupied a high position, or were some powerful person's personal guard. By Wang Yigao's ability, asking them to deal with a 15-year-old boy was just not possible. Zhu Yan thought of this and said to Wang Yigao, "This 7 profound martial house inspection isn't the one policing at Zhao Mingshan. He seems to have received a promotion from your father recently." Wang Yigao was surprised, but he nodded and said, "There is such a matter. Brother Zhao is usually very nice to me." Zhu Yan had heard from others that Zhao Mingshan was the captain of Sky Fortune City's police force. The city police force and the city protection army were 2 parts of a system. The city police force was responsible for public security, such as catching thieves and maintaining law and order, and the city protection army was responsible for maintaining the emperor's ruling power and suppressing rebellion. "Ah, I know. I have an idea to make a cripple of you, Lin Ming." Zhu Yan peeked through the carriage curtain, and stared at Lin Ming like a poisonous serpent as his face began to darken. 7 profound martial houses inspections were divided into 3 parts, the strength trial, the dream trial, and the exquisite pagoda. This morning was the first test, the strength trial. Strength training was the first stage of body transformation. It was also the foundation of martial arts. If strength training was not solid, then the later stages of flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, and bone forging would all become useless. Therefore, strength was very important to martial artists. The measurement for strength was also relatively simple. As long as the trial was done well, then a large number of applicants could be eliminated. Because of this, for the last several years the Seven Profound Martial House had placed the inspection of strength as the first test. The test was a special stone structure the height of a man. There was a beam of light at the top that was formed by true essence. As long as someone punched the stone, the beam would transmit a light that signaled the person's strength. An inch-high beam of light would be a bit less than 100 Jin. If one managed a beam of light a foot high, then it would be 1000 Jin and one would qualify. Anything below that was instant elimination. But body transformation's peak of the first stage of strength training was usually around 9 stones. It was enough to break iron wood, but generally martial artists at the first stage had around 900 Jins of strength, so they had a difficult time passing the first trial. Lin Ming had already surpassed 1000 Jins of strength early on in the first stage. Presently he was a bit stronger than 2600 Jins. This was because of the overwhelming prestige of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Naturally in this test, strength was his forte, and he would be able to fight for first place. In the square, the trial had not yet started. Lin Ming was meditating on a stone platform off the road and controlling his breath. Suddenly a rapid burst of sound came as a loud voice shouted, "Out of the way! Out of the way!" Lin Ming opened his eyes and was surprised to see a 20-year-old man bolting down the road on a horse. He wore thick shiny armor and his hand was a 2-meter-long lance as thick as a child's arm. He dispersed the crowd by waving the lance around with one hand while wielding a horsewhip with the other. Da-da-da. The sound of the hoofbeat was crisp in the air, and the people in the crowded major road scattered. Lin Ming frowned. Today was the date of Seven Profound Martial House's entrance exam. Sky Fortune City would send the city police force here to maintain order. How did they allow someone to wildly buck into the crowd? Lin Ming soon noted that although this person was aggressive in his manner as he waved his lance around, he actually did not bump into anyone. It looked as though this man's martial arts was decent, and he was also skilled at horse riding. Lin Ming originally sat on the roadside, and did not get up. But at this moment he saw that the men sinisterly smile, and flicked his reins and turned and galloped towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression sank. He realized that this man was coming for him. The horse was coming faster and faster towards him. Not only was the man wearing armor, but the thick and long lance in his hand was at least 100 Jins. In addition to the speed of the horse's sprint, that lance would be able to pierce through a wall. When he was less than 10 meters away, the lance in the man's hand began to glow with a faint yellow light. Martial skill. They really think much of me, to actually use a martial skill. Lin Ming thought as his eyes turned ice cold. He slightly opened his right and as the true primal chaos formula quickly revolved in him. Lin Ming's perception instantly reached the maximum limit. In his eyes, the lance speed had slowed down. And the noisy hoofbeats disappeared. When the man was within 3 meters, Lin Ming sprung from a sitting position, and he unexpectedly moved towards the man. Lin Ming had not attempted to dodge, but stretched out both hands and grasped the lance. 100 Jin lance, a horse's barreling force, it could even break down a tree. And this boy actually used his hands to grab it. With the lance in hand, Lin Ming circulated true essence throughout his hands and feet. His right foot took one step back and braced against the stone platform, and with both hands pulling, more than 2,600 Jins of strength instantly erupted. Up! Lin Ming called out, and the arms holding the lance suddenly rose up. The man only felt a brief sensation of strength as he was directly lifted from his lance and thrown off like a rag doll. The man felt dizzy, and there was a whistling sound in his eyes as his vision blurred from twirling in the air. The next moment he impacted the ground directly from behind with a malicious pain. His organs seemed to have misplaced themselves as he crashed into a tree and spit up a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming tossed aside the 100 Jin lance in his hand and sat back down. This man only had the strength of the second stage of body transformation. Although he also had the support from the horse, but compared with the chaotic virtues combat meridians that Lin Ming practiced, it was far from enough. The crowd that had been watching was simply speechless. This man in armor had sprinted at him with full speed but was still lifted up and tossed aside by Lin Ming. This youth was simply a vicious monster in human form. Zhu Yan had been watching this scene from afar on his carriage. His face became increasingly gloomy. Wang Yigao, this useless rice bucket. Even that person he knew was nothing more than a walking potato. He also had the strength of the horse supporting him, yet he was the one that was thrown away. However, he had also expected this result. He just didn't think that Lin Ming's counterattack would have been so unexpectedly fierce. Just then, a crowd of noisy footsteps could be heard approaching. What the hell is going on? Someone dares to attack others in public. As soon as Lin Ming looked up, it was actually Wang Yigao that had brought a crowd to the scene. He sneered in his heart. Obviously this man had planned well for this. Wang Yigao looked at the men who had been flung away by Lin Ming and he felt his heart jump. This strength was truly terrifying. But his mind calmed as he remembered the crowd of people he brought to support him. Wang Yigao was emboldened. He clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Ming ferociously. Lin Ming, you bastard. Again and again you fight my men. I already wasn't going to quibble over these small details with you, but this time you have gone too far. Go. Bring him to me. Take him on. Kill him and I will take responsibility. Wang Yigao heroically waved his arm. But unexpectedly, even after he gave the code word, no one moved. Kill him and you will be responsible. What a shitty joke. If he kills us, will you also be responsible? The majority of the crowd was only at the first stage of body transformation and a few of them were at the second stage. However, they could be considered weaker than someone at the same stage. They had all seen the horrifying image of Lin Ming throwing off the men on a horse and it had been etched into their minds. Wasn't trying to bring him down, just courting death. Lin Ming smiled and said, how, after 3 months, have you group of lapdog minions not improved? Chapter 30, Beating the General's Son. As soon as Lin Ming mentioned 3 months, Wang Yigao lit on fire. This was the greatest humiliation that he had ever experienced in his life. What are you waiting for? Go. Do you want me to deal with you later? In this group of minions that followed Wang Yigao, there were those who bullied men and harassed women. Wang Yigao was the one who acted as their high umbrella. If Wang Yigao decided to kick them to the curb, not only would they not be protected, but there would be others who would take revenge and ferret out all of their criminal records. They would have no place left in Sky Fortune City. Thinking of this, the group of people braced themselves and decided to bite the bullet. They did not dare to attack him and instead just rushed up to take a blow. Lin Ming's eyes were cold. He used his right foot and picked up the lance. Firmly grasping it with his hand, he waved it towards the group of rushing minions. Each time he swept it towards them, it was as if he were sweeping chickens. 5 to 6 people flew into the air with each wave. Moans of sorrow and pain began to linger in the air. These weaklings were truly pathetic. As soon as they hit the ground they began groaning. Seeing this, Lin Ming did not have the words to say anything. He just lightly swept them, not even using a quarter of his strength. It shouldn't have hurt this much. Although these small idiots were all just sacks of rice and were acting, when Lin Ming mowed down 7 or 8 people each time, it shocked bystanders, and they began to crowd around him. In a flash, the only one left was Wang Yigao, who had begun panicking and sliding backwards. Seeing Lin Ming walk towards him, his outwards appearance was fierce, but he was close to fainting. He said, Lin Ming, what do you want? I warn you not to act too rashly or else your death will be very ugly. Lin Ming looked at him as if he were some kind of bug and coldly said, even rotten leaves have clear veins. As someone who practices martial arts, how could you lose your backbone like a coward? You bother me over and over. I've already put up with you twice. If I put up with you again, then for what reasons did I practice martial arts? As Lin Ming said this, he instantly arrived in front of Wang Yigao. Wang Yigao's goose hairs rose and almost pissed his pants. He had one thought on his mind, this Lin Ming, was he crazy? He dares to hit me. You dare. My father is. Wang Yigao screamed pitifully as Lin Ming punched his stomach. Lin Ming's fist contained a hidden energy. Although he hadn't achieved flow like silk, but he drew one step to achieve a hard and gentle movement. The fist's energy penetrated into Wang Yigao's organs and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming used his other hand, aimed it, and slapped Wang Yigao's right cheek with a "pa" sound. Wang Yigao spun like a spinning top and fell with plop on the ground, seeing stars. One side of his lip was split open by Lin Ming's palm and a tooth had fallen out. You, Wang Yigao covered his mouth. He looked at his bloody hands and his eyes turned red with anger. He had grown up in the general's office since childhood and no one had ever dared to hit him. He stretched out his blood-stained trembling finger at Lin Ming. I will kill you. Kill me. Perhaps you won't have this opportunity. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his hand holding the lance. A murderous intent began to flow from him. Feeling this killing intent and seeing that his neck was less than half a foot from the lance, Wang Yigao's high confidence and anger completely shattered. He tumbled onto the floor and began crawling away as fast as he could while screaming, "Murder!" Lin Ming knew that in the broad daylight he could not kill the son of the general. Although that punch was filled with a concealed energy, it was a very slow non-fatal attack and only let Wang Yigao feel pain. As for his split lip, although it would hurt, it could be cured with some medicines. But on the main road, more hoofbeats began to resound. Lin Ming looked and saw that a 30-year-old man had arrived. He had a mustache and wore the clothes of a captain, with a sword hung on his waist. He rode here swiftly, and behind him were several additional officers. Seeing these officers, it was as if Wang Yigao had seen the light. He shouted loudly, "Save me, he wants to kill me." Then he rushed towards them. Lin Ming saw these officers and he frowned. He suddenly understood the purpose of Wang Yigao's actions. His goal had been to stir up some trouble. The truth was, he had not expected the men on the horse or even his minions could do anything to hurt him, but he had wanted to create some trouble so that the government that maintained the 7 profound martial house entrance examination would come and arrest him themselves. Once he was arrested, he would miss the entrance exam. He might even be sentenced and jailed. "What's going on here?" the captain Zhao Mingshan said. He was 35 years old and was at the 4th stage of body transformation and also held the post of the captain of the Sky Fortune City Police Force. Zhao Mingshan asked those that were crawling on the ground like pitiful bugs. Those that were wounded began to crawl towards him as if they were re-energized. This was something that Lin Ming had already guessed earlier. They began to point at Lin Ming all at once. "He beat us up. He was plotting to kill our young master. Your Honor, please look at our body's injuries. That guy was fighting with a lance. I luckily had quick reflexes and only received a bone fracture." A man lifted up his shirt. A big blue line on the chest was visible. Right now Lin Ming was also holding the lance. It could be said that the evidence was conclusive. "Big brother Zhao, you have to call the shots for me, ah." As soon as Wang Yigao opened his mouth, blood began to froth out. This fellow was just too pitiful, he totally did not have a dignified appearance. Zhao Mingshan quickly handed over medicine to Wang Yigao. As the captain, Zhao Mingshan always kept medicine with him. Naturally it was not anything that was of low value. Even as he was howling and sobbing, Wang Yigao wiped the medicine on his mouth. The medicine was effective and Wang Yigao's pain was alleviated just a little. "Big brother Zhao, you must get justice for me." Wang Yigao looked at Lin Ming with hatred. He did not think that Lin Ming would hit him. He decided that he would kill him. He would just need to get him in a jail cell and then he would find some way to deal with him. Kill him, cripple him, there would be no way to escape. No, killing him was too easy. It was best to let him wallow in suffering. This kind of matter was not something that Wang Yigao's father cared about. He had lost the bet, and lost to a young boy at the 1st stage, and had only gotten his name reversed. Wang Juanju was of course furious about this. And this bullying that also crippled several civilians, as long as he didn't cause his family to lose face, then Wang Juanju would simply not pay attention. Thinking that he might possibly react to this matter was not necessary. Thinking of this, Wang Yigao felt his heart finally be relieved. Although he had been hit, the pain was temporary. What was most important was that he released the anger in his chest. It was as Brother Zhu had planned. As long as they could write the truth of the incident, then they could use the hand of authority to oppress others. Zhao Mingshan was not a fool. He had been in the police force for many years. He had been made captain because he was also smart and quick on his feet. He only looked at the scene and accurately guessed the majority of the situation. This young boy had offended the general's house. Although he might have only given him a hard time, this young boy had injured someone from the general's house to this degree, he estimated his life was over. As a captain, he had to be cognizant of the influence of Sky Fortune City's major players. Zhao Mingshan's position in the government wasn't high, he absolutely could not stir up these powers, so like this, Zhao Mingshan had learned to survive in the cracks. With a matter like this in his hands, who was wrong and who was right, he did not look at the facts but at their backgrounds. Not only did Wang Yigao's father, a general of the armed forces, promote him, but even if he did not, then he would still have to look at General Wang's big name. Wang Yigao may not amount to anything in the main house, and he may have been disciplined if he was inside, but he was outside now, and so there were the concerns of face. If Zhao Mingshan gave the right order, then it would suggest that he was not one of General Wang's men. In his heart he understood these things, so he was resolute in his decision. He waved his hand and an officer moved out and began to inspect the injuries of the men on the floor. He then inspected Lin Ming's lance, contrasted them with the scars, and said, "Yes, these wounds are from the lance." Zhao Mingshan nodded and said to Lin Ming, "Name." Lin Ming already guessed what Zhao Mingshao had prepared to do. He defiantly stared at Zhao Mingshan and frankly replied, "Lin Ming." Looking in Lin Ming's eyes, Zhao Mingshan felt a faint feeling of contempt that made him uncomfortable. He was also not feeling well as he said, "The evidence is conclusive, what do you have to say for yourself?" "The evidence is conclusive." Lin Ming sneered, "Have you tried asking the bystanders? You only listen to the statements of Wang Yigao's party." Zhao Mingshan frowned, and thought that this fellow was not clear in the head. As soon as he appeared he had guessed that events would develop along this path, but now it looked as if this boy's death was looming over him and he was still joking. This boy, why did he have to hit Wang Yigao? Did he not know that his father was the leader of Sky Fortune City's armed guard forces? Although General Wang did not tolerate the idiocy of his son, and would even punish him frequently, this did not represent that he would allow others to hit his son, as that was equal to slapping him on the face. This boy Lin Ming couldn't also be anyone with a background. Looking at his clothes only confirmed that. This must have been some sort of personal matter. Zhao Mingshan sighed and said, "I will certainly question the bystanders, but first I ask that you return with me to the office to record an oral confession. I will have someone stay here to record statements. You will be kept there until the examination is over." As long as people were not stupid, they would not fight with the government and speak out of turn. If someone decided to have a big mouth, then they wouldn't have a pleasant result. "Let's go." As soon as Zhao Mingshan waved his hand, two officers walked up, twining rope around their hands. Wang Yigao revealed a fiendish grin on his face. "Fight with me. Haha, let's see how you die now." As Lin Ming saw the two officers approach with rope in hand, Lin Ming shook his sleeves and coldly said, "You want to tie me up, but once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you." Chapter 31, Regretting Capture. You want to get out of this situation? Don't even think about it. Once you're in my hands you'll never escape, haha. Wang Yigao happily laughed to himself a few hundred times as the success of the situation got to his head. Even though he was the one that was injured, his smile was unsightly, and moreover these would clearly contain the suggestion that he wanted some sort of accident to befall Lin Ming in jail. Wang Yigao turned his head and saw that Zhao Mingshan was staring at him with an ugly and disgusted expression on his face. Wang Yigao coughed, said with a bit of embarrassment, "Brother Zhao, I will let you investigate the situation. I was just a bit angry and overreacted. This little rat was just too damn arrogant." Lin Ming dusted himself and said to Zhao Mingshan, "It is your responsibility to ensure the public safety of the 7 Profound Martial House entrance exam. Someone had just tried to run me through on this main road with a lance and you did not come. Someone tried to plot my death by getting a bunch of morons to beat me and leave me disabled, and you did not come. And yet when I finally fight back with the lance, you finally come. And you don't even attempt to ask the crowd watching any questions and single-handedly decided that I was the guilty one. Are you playing with me?" Lin Ming spoke, pronouncing each word unhurriedly, and each word was punishing and caused Zhao Mingshan's heart to sink. This kid really had some guts. How could he be so calm in this situation? What was he relying on? Zhao Mingshan looked at Lin Ming and decided that he couldn't drag this matter on any further and began to say angrily, "This is official business. It's not up to the likes of you to comment on the process. Tie him up." When he issued the order, the rope had already wrapped tightly around Lin Ming's neck. Even though Lin Ming was capable, Zhao Mingshan was already at the fourth stage of body transformation, so he did not resist. At this moment a familiar voice cried out from the crowd. "Make way, let me through." Lin Ming looked up and was surprised to see a plump youth twisting and squeezing his way past the mob of people. In his hand was a rattling lunchbox. It was Lin Xiaodong. When Lin Ming had been meditating just a moment ago, Lin Xiaodong had gone to buy breakfast, and had just arrived back to see a commotion. As soon as Lin Xiaodong saw the rope wrapped around Lin Ming's neck, his heart was suddenly inflamed. **T. Why the hell did you fuckers tie him up? Zhao Mingshan did not know where this brave fat boy came from, and was preparing to wave the command to throw him away, when in the corner of his eye he saw light spark of light. As he turned his head he saw that a faint fire had ignited in Lin Ming's hand. Sound transmitting talisman. Zhao Mingshan's eyes widened. The talisman could record voices and transfer them, they were used to communicate. This boy had obviously used it just now without their knowledge and had recorded their conversation and transmitted it. This guy. Zhao Mingshan felt an inexplicable chill in the air as he looked at this youth. Today he had offended him, later he would come looking for revenge. It seemed he really did have to tolerate Wang Yigao's idiotic plans and kill him, otherwise there would be no end to his future troubles. But, who has he transmitted the talisman to? Lin Ming had naturally sent the talisman to Mr. Mui. Previously, Mui and Lin Ming had exchanged tips about inscription techniques and had become good friends. Mui had told him that as long as there was the martial quarters, then he could guarantee his absolute safety in Sky Fortune City. As long as there was any trouble, he could just send a talisman to inform him. Although Lin Ming was brave and courageous, he was not a hothead who would let his impulses rashly dictate his actions without paying attention to the possible consequences. Before he had struck Wang Yigao, he already had a plan for this situation. He wasn't going to let a little matter like this be something that could stop him, he would just simply owe Mui a future favor. Although Mui was in the government and serving the court as the crown prince's tutor, he was not a court official. In his heart he was still a man of the world, and those that dwelled in that world valued loyalty and friendship above all else. Mui was not a man who spoke or agreed to anything easily or thoughtlessly. When he had asked to be Lin Ming's friend, he had said so with all the conviction in his heart. Hearing the recording from the sound-transmitting talisman, Mui had a good grasp of the situation that was occurring. He sighed with disgust. He had always been disgusted by the government officials or lesser officers who curried favor with powerful people. Not to mention that Lin Ming was his close friend, behind him was also an unfathomable master. Even if he were not related to this matter, he would still meddle in it. Mui was lax when it came to keeping up with all the bureaucratic nonsense, and didn't know many powerful people who could immediately handle this situation. The only one he could think of to deal with this was his student, the Crown Prince Yang Lin. He sent a sound-transmitting talisman to Yang Lin. Crown Prince Yang Lin had always deeply admired and respected his teacher. If Mui requested a matter of him, he would naturally do everything possible to carry it out. So Yang Lin then sent a personal message to the Minister of the Police Department. The Emperor and the Crown Prince used a unique purple gold sound-transmitting talisman. At this moment, the minister was hugging a concubine and giggling and laughing while enjoying some romantic times with her. As soon as he saw the purple gold flash, he immediately rolled out of his chair. This message was from the Crown Prince's sound-transmitting talisman. After he learned the reason why the Crown Prince had sent him a message, the minister felt as if someone had smashed a rock on his head. His legs turned to jelly and he felt suffocated as he said, "Forgive this lowly one for not being strict, my supervision was truly lacking." Each word he said caused his heart to skip a beat. He certainly knew what sort of person Zhao Mingshan was. He was part of the General Wang's palace guard and the youth was a boy of indeterminate background. It was easy to see how Zhao Mingshan would handle this matter, but, this boy was unexpectedly a person of the Crown Prince. "Zhao Mingshan, you are your mom's drop-dead bastard. You actually made your father, suffer such a mess. Like hell. Why did you tie him up?" Lin Xiaodong huffed and puffed. Zhao Mingshan waved his hand and pointed at Lin Xiaodong, obstructing official business and insulting the captain of the police force. "Officers, tie him up for me." Zhao Mingshan sent 2 officers to grab Lin Xiaodong. The officers were mostly at the second stage of body transformation, and they were not some walking potatoes like Wang Yigao, they had solid foundations and combat training. Lin Xiaodong was only at the first stage. But even though he could not resist, he still struggled a bit and screamed like an angry duck, "You dare to touch me? You remember my face? I'll pay this back to you with full interest." "Shut his mouth," Zhao Mingshan said a bit frantically, and a man gagged Lin Xiaodong with a cloth strip between his lips. The result was that the steady stream of curses became an inaudible whining sound. "Let's go." As soon as Zhao Mingshan waved his hand, they trotted down the road with Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong strapped to the horses' backs. In just a bit of time they were already several miles down the road. Wang Yigao was behind them. He suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, put them down, let's drag them through." He wanted to drag the two men behind the galloping horses. It was interesting, but Zhao Mingshan did not answer. At this moment, there was suddenly a red light in front of him that burst into a mass of light. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. The sound-transmitting talisman directly transmitted the sounds to one's mind, others would not be able to hear it. The flash dissipated. Zhao Mingshan's voice rang with the sound of the minister of the police department roaring at him at maximum volume. "F***ck your mom and listen to me. Release those people. Do you even know who is behind that boy? It is the Crown Prince. Did you want to fucking revolt against me? You even dare to touch someone that is the Crown Prince's person? Your fucking mom, do you even know how to spell the character dead? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Zhao Mingshan, I swear to you if anyone comes troubling me I will kill you myself." Zhao Mingshan was scolded so loudly that he thought his head would explode. His whole body stiffened and his mind blanked. Crown Prince. Zhao Mingshan suddenly stopped the horses and looked to Lin Ming with his jaw agape. Lin Ming was also looking at him the same calm and indifferent eyes that he'd been all along, like he were some ordinary clown. He remembered the sound-transmitting talisman that Lin Ming had sent out, that was for the Crown Prince. What sort of existence was the Crown Prince? He was just a young police captain. He would probably never encounter anything that was related to the Crown Prince in his life. His heart was shocked with unspeakable words. He finally understood the meaning behind Lin Ming's gaze. "I do say, Brother Zhao, now is a good time. There isn't anyone watching, so in any case, let's drag them along, they shouldn't die." Wang Yigao said with a smile and a heh. "I'll fucking drag your mom." When he heard Wang Yigao speak this nonsense he had an urge to draw his sword and chop him in half. If it weren't for this idiot, then how could he have fallen into this predicament? "Everyone dismount. Release them." As soon as Zhao Mingshan ordered this, his men were shocked. Wang Yigao was also shocked. "Release them." Wang Yigao was not a total fool. He thought to that sound-transmitting talisman, was it related? However, Zhao Mingshan said nothing else besides the order. Wang Yigao was very unhappy about this turn of events and was preparing to argue, but at that moment, another sound-transmitting talisman also burst into flames in front of him. As soon as he heard the message, Wang Yigao almost dropped to the floor. This was the sound-transmitting talisman that his father personally sent out. It only had a few words, "Return immediately to me." Wang Yigao was able to feel the chill in his father's tone. He had no doubt that when he returned, he would be in for a world of pain. Since one party was the Crown Prince's person and the other party was the son of General Wang, the police department naturally sent out a sound-transmitting talisman to explain the situation to General Wang. General Wang hadn't felt such anger before. The throne was changing, and it was a sensitive time, and this Wang Yigao decided to annoy the Crown Prince. Although he didn't know what connection this boy had to the Crown Prince, even if it was too much. Because of a small matter, it was enough for the Crown Prince to decide to select someone else for his position and remove him. He really wanted to kill this good-for-nothing son. Zhao Mingshan saw Wang Yigao freeze with terror at receiving the sound-transmitting talisman. He immediately barked at his men, "Why are you still holding them? Release them now." After being reprimanded, the men began to panic. They went to untie the rope, but Lin Ming sneered, "You want to tie me up, so you tied me up. Now you want release me. I already told you, once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you." Chapter 32, Oppress with Others' Power. Zhao Mingshan gaped at Lin Ming. He recalled that Lin Ming had once said the words, "You want to tie me up, but once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you." Faced with such a superior backing, Zhao Mingshan had no choice but to lower his head and play as a dog for this boy. Even though this was a heavy loss of face for him, it was nothing in comparison to keeping his own little life. Zhao Mingshan immediately changed his countenance. His whole face locked up with a forced smile as he said, "It appears that we accidentally fished out 2 dragon kings. These 2 fellow brothers, today was truly just a silly misunderstanding. I hope you can show some mercy and overlook my transgressions. You people, quickly untie these 2 fellows." Although he hadn't been untied yet, Lin Xiaodong's gag cloth was taken out, and he was a bit perplexed. But Lin Ming had given him all sorts of surprises these days, so he adapted quickly. Was it that elusive and mysterious master that Lin Ming had spoken of? To Lin Xiaodong, such a powerful and mighty being was only a foreign concept to him. But in any case, with someone like that backing them up, he had no need to fear these idiots. F***ck your whole family, F***ck your mom and your family, you little motherfuckers. Lin Xiaodong let out a string of epithets as the officers struggled to unwind the ropes that bound his large body. They were pushed aside by Lin Xiaodong as he rolled around. "You think that you tie me up and let me go whenever you want?" Lin Xiaodong had originally suffered a loss of face, but now that he had the upper hand, he naturally would return the favor. Zhao Mingshan had nothing he could do but to take the words and suffer silently. He smiled and painstakingly said, "Little brothers, I was blind and foolish, would you be merciful and overlook these matters today? I would truly be grateful if you somehow allow us to compensate you." Lin Xiaodong crooked his neck. These officers of the police department only had a tiny salary with a bit of gold that they scraped up off the books. Lin Xiaodong did not have a liking for any of this money, so what was the point of offering it to him? At this time, Lin Xiaodong happened to see Wang Yigao off to the side. He was taking advantage of the distraction to make his escape. Lin Xiaodong angrily said, "Stop. Whose mother said to let that kid go? Return here right now." Wang Yigao nearly fell off of his horse as he heard these words. The turn of events frightened him silly. His father was waiting for him to return home for punishment. This was an absolute nightmare. Now even seeing Lin Ming made his heart shudder with dread. Forget retaliating, if he ever saw Lin Ming again he would make a full effort to scamper away. Not only did Wang Yigao fear Lin Ming, but he also didn't know what kind of backing Lin Ming had. Whatever it was greater than anything he could compare with. Losing the only advantage he had, Wang Yigao finally realized he was completely inferior to Lin Ming. What do you want? You want to get away? You think there is anything in this whole world that is that easy? Lin Xiaodong had a sudden inspiration. He turned to several officers. "You there, beat this guy up." Wang Yigao trembled as he heard this. Zhao Mingshan grimaced, now he really didn't know if he could preserve his own head. If they hit Wang Yigao any more, he really might die. Zhao Mingshan looked to Lin Ming with a pleading look. Lin Ming finally said, "Consider this finished. There's no point dealing with this kind of person." He looked to Wang Yigao and asked, "I ask you, when you came up to stir trouble, I saw that there were also people spying on me from the blue carriage. Was that Zhu Yan?" Wang Yigao felt his stomach fall. Did this man have eyes on the back of his head? He had already thoroughly feared Lin Ming, but now that fear was deepening as terror filled his eyes. He still didn't speak, so Lin Ming took a single step towards him, and coldly said, "Yes, or no." Wang Yigao's heart stopped and he clenched his teeth. He nodded. Today's matter was also thought up by Zhu Yan. Wang Yigao nodded again. "Good. You may go." Lin Ming was already thinking that this was the case. Zhu Yan did not want him to enter the 7 profound martial house. Wang Yigao was just a pawn that had been used to prevent him from taking part in the entrance exam. Lin Ming did not want to bother with such a small bit player again. The reason was because Wang Yigao's father was the general. Lin Ming also knew discretion, and he had already left behind some hidden true essence in him that would leave him confined to his bed for a period. Zhao Mingxiao breathed a sigh of relief as he heard Lin Ming. He hurried forward to personally untie them. Lin Xiaodong flexed his chubby wrists and looked at Zhao Mingshan, who had jumped off a black-maned horse. Lin Xiaodong had a sharp eye for money, and he understood at a glance that this horse was a superior breed. Although they couldn't compare with the snow-white horses of the martial quarters, their value was no less than 500 gold taels. "We're fine, you don't need to send us off. Leave behind 2 horses." That black-maned horse is also nice. I'll take it. Zhao Mingshao's mouth twitched as he heard this. This horse was his beloved and treasured beauty. But he clenched his teeth and said, if these fellow brothers like my horse, feel free to ride her. Ha ha. Then don't mind me being impolite. Lin Xiaodong said. He leapt up and his pudgy body seated on the black-maned horse. Heh, let's go. As they left the group, Lin Xiaodong was in an excellent mood. *T, that was better than getting money. I've never felt so great in my life. Not only did that idiot Gao Yiwang earn his lesson, but even the captain gave me his own horse. Haha, this is what they call the great life. Lin Ming smiled and said, we borrowed others' power and influence today, but anyone can rely on connections to do that. If we really want to feel great, then we must get strong ourselves and depend on our own strength to intimidate the world. Then no one would dare to bother us. That feeling would really be great. Intimidate the world. Haha, Brother Lin, I don't have such grand dreams as you, I'm fine with relying on others' power and influence. How about this, Brother Lin, when one day your name is known across the world, you cover for me. I'll tell them your name, and frighten them off. Okay. Lin Ming laughed out loud. The two were originally only brought 3 or 4 miles down the road. They galloped on their horses and in a short while arrived back at the square. In the square were still a sea of people. It seemed that the strength trial had just begun. Lin Ming had forgotten about the blue carriage until now. He noticed that it was still sitting there. But now Zhu Yan had disembarked from it. He was holding onto a long sword while staring an ice-cold gaze. It seems I gave you less credit than was due. You are quite talented. In a moment, Zhu Yan had transmitted his voice to Lin Ming. They were 200 meters away, but it was as if Zhu Yan was speaking right beside him. This was a message sent with true essence. It required an extremely high degree of control of true essence to achieve. Zhu Yan must have reached the peak of the 3rd stage in the last 6 months. Don't think that just because you reached the 2nd stage of body transformation that you are anything special. Beating up some useless potatoes that are on the same level as you is no accomplishment at all. You said that one day you would surpass me. Good. I will wait for you. I will let you know the true difference between you and I, and you will learn that you are not destined to be an elite of this world. An elite of this world? Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and smiled. Certainly not of this world. Chapter 33, Strength Trial. The 7 Profound Martial House had a total of 20 stone pillars for the strength trial. After the exam begins, the candidates would divide into 20 teams as to reduce the congestion in the square. The 20 stone pillars were set up in front of the doors of separate entrances to the 7 Profound Martial House. At the top of each stone pillar was a shining light which was the mark of every candidate's destiny. Whether they would pass this gate or whether they would be tossed aside would all be decided by this one number. A roughly 30 or 40-year-old woman stepped in front of the crowd and stood on a platform that had been set up. Hello everyone. I am one of the supervisors for the strength trial. I would like to announce that the 7 Profound Martial Houses examination has altogether 3 parts. For those who manage to qualify through the end, they will be given an official assessment based upon their age, talent, and result. The top 10 will obtain an award, and the number 1 will be rewarded with a Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. A Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. The entire crowd gasped in surprise, even the juniors of the aristocratic families were flabbergasted. Those among them with lower strength were filled with regret. Their faces revealed sorry and depressed expressions as they were destined to never achieve first place. Those that were stronger straightened their backs. Their eyes shone with hope and they twitched around as if they were itching for a fight. They had assumed that this Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was prepared especially for them. Lin Ming had read through a medicinal manual before and had a rough sense understanding regarding the properties of the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. This pill was about the size of a grape and was created by mixing a crimson gold dragon's marrow with several species of rare and precious herbs. It would then be boiled and distilled into a pill that would be able to improve the physique, enhance cultivation, and even help break through bottlenecks. The Crimson Gold Dragon was not a real dragon, it was a descendant that only shared some blood. Nevertheless, creatures that were related to dragons were not weak. Even Hotian experts would not be a match. Sky Fortune Kingdom did not have many Hotian experts to begin with, and they also didn't have anyone that was capable of refining such a precious pill. Therefore Sky Fortune Kingdom was unable to produce the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Without a doubt this medicine originated from the 7 Profound Valleys. Every year the 7 Profound Valleys would screen talents, and medicines were provided from the main school to attract talented youths to participate. Perhaps to the 7 Profound Valleys, the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was not particularly precious, but to those of Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was absolutely a valuable treasure that could not be purchased by money. Even a large aristocratic family would be terribly jealous of anyone who possessed such a treasure. The beautiful supervisor did not seem excited or unhappy as she continued, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th placed will receive a Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, and 5th to 10th will receive 10 Soul Gathering Pellets. The Golden Snake Scarlet Pill was refined from the gallbladder of a 100-year-old golden scarlet snake. This kind of gallbladder was named because of its gold-red appearance. It was inferior to the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill, but it was also a rare and precious medicine which most people would never see. But the 4th through 10th place only received 10 Soul Gathering Pellets which were much less rare. Each pellet had a value of 200 gold taels, and 10 of them would be equal to 2,000 gold taels. But the 2 medicines given to those that ranked higher were at least 10,000 gold taels. In fact, even if one could pay several times over, they would still not be able to buy one. The rich rewards made the talented candidates incomparably excited. They were impatient to go on stage and show off their skills. Looking at this eager crowd was a group of young men and women wearing silk clothing. They laughed contemptuously. In the group was a handsome youth wearing a jade belt and smiling. The youth's entourage smiled and flattered him. These people really overreach. This Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill is already in young master's pocket. Winning is already a foregone conclusion. Do they also think to try and compete? Truly they do not know their place. The youth faintly smiled and waved his folding fan. He didn't respond. He was a talent of the Yulu City's Wang family. He had a 4th grade talent, early 3rd stage of body transformation cultivation, and had once taken the number 1 spot in Yulu City's elite competition. Yulu City was a big city, thus this number 1 spot held some weight. On the platform the woman continued, "We will now begin the first round of the entrance exam. Please participate in the exam with your full strength. The light beam on the stone column will signal the strength of your attack. An inch represents 100 genes of strength. As long as you pass 1,000 genes then you will pass this round. Each candidate will have 3 attempts. So long as you qualify once then you will pass. Everyone, we will now have a demonstration. Lin Sen, step forwards." As the beautiful lady finished speaking, a man walked up on stage. He was tall and gaunt, almost appearing emaciated, with a pale, cold face and harsh eyes. He wore a black suit and on his back was a 3-foot-long knife. Even though it was broad daylight, when he stepped on stage, the temperature of the crowd plummeted several degrees. Is that Ling Sen? Someone from the heavenly abode of the 7 Profound Martial House. This Ling Sen was obviously famous, but Lin Ming did not know of him. He turned and asked Lin Xiaodong, "Who is this Ling Sen?" Lin Xiaodong might not be diligent when it came to practicing his martial arts, but he was extremely gossipy and curious about all matters, thus he knew about matters such as these. He said, "Ling Sen is one of the senior apprentices of the heavenly abode which is the fiercest department in the 7 Profound Martial House. He is 20 years old and is a 4th grade talent. His cultivation is at the peak of the 4th stage, and he just entered the heavenly abode last year. On his own initiative he requested to be sent to the warfront for 1 year, where he slaughtered countless people. Right now his combat ability is difficult to estimate, but people say that he will soon enter the 5th stage of body transformation. 20 years old and 5th stage of body transformation." Lin Ming was slightly startled. Generally, martial artists were considered extraordinary if they reached the 5th stage, the bone-forging stage, by the time they were 30. This Ling Sen was also overflowing with killing intent. It seemed he had killed many people in the battlefield. Compared to those with the same level of cultivation, this man was truly a master. Ling Sen loathed demonstrations like this. However, it was a tradition that the apprentices of the heavenly abode would show off for the candidates. This was for the sake of letting them know that there was always someone out there who was better, and they should never stop striving to reach the top. Lin Sen casually stood before the pillar and without even preparing, he casually waved his right hand. A boom sound was heard, and the stone pillar fiercely shook. The light beam jumped high, stabilized, and finally stabilized at 4 feet and 9 inches. 4,900 genes. In the field everyone was full of praise and astonishment. If Ling Sen had used his full strength, he might even surpass 5,000 genes. Seeing this result, Lin Ming's eyes widened. This Ling Sen's strength was almost double his own. Lin Xiaodong said, "It's not anything surprising. He is one of the top talents in Sky Fortune City's younger generation. It would only be weird if he didn't have a result like this." Lin Ming said, "One of the younger generation. Could Qin Xingxian defeat him?" Lin Xiaodong shrugged. "I don't know Qin Xingxuan's strength, but Qin Xingxian is well-rounded and studies all subjects. Ling Sen only focuses his training on fighting and killing. Really, he is a man who specializes in life or death battles. I don't think Qin Xingxian could possibly win if their lives were on the line, but don't forget that Qin Xingxian is only 15 years old while Ling Sen is 20. Hearing this, Lin Ming nodded slightly. Body transformation had a total of 6 stages. The further you were, the more the gap between the stages increased. The strength of one in the pulse condensation stage could reach 8,000 genes. Lin Ming was very far away from this state. Exam, begin. At this moment on stage, the beautiful middle-aged lady sent out the order to start the strength trial. The young candidates were all very eager, each was itching to get up and test their strength. However, when they actually tested their strength on the stone pillar, there were many who failed. 900 genes, 850 genes, 850 genes, 3 times failed. Next. 950 genes, 900 genes, 900 genes, 3 times failed. Next. Many of the candidates had barely reached the second stage of body transformation. If they were in peak condition, then they might be able to hit 1,000 genes. However, they could not be at peak condition for every attempt. In addition, they also suffered from nerves and were unable to show their highest level of strength. These people were naturally eliminated. 1,000 genes, qualified. Someone in Lin Ming's light passed, and that man shouted happily as he danced around in excitement. The truth was that this man also understood, although he passed and barely qualified, he would most likely be eliminated during the second round. Even so, it was an honor for him to have passed the first round of the 7 Profound Martial House's entrance exam at 16 years of age. 1,300 genes, qualified. 950 genes, failed. When a result came out, those that failed would dejectedly leave in low spirits. The ones who succeeded were giddy. And among them were those that showed indifference. To these talents, passing this trial was a given. At this moment, there was a commotion in front. Lin Ming looked ahead and saw that a youth wearing blue linen clothes was standing in front of the stone pillar, and was gathering his strength. Lin Ming was curious about who this man was. He heard some people discussing, that is Sun Ping from Eastwater City. He is at the 3rd stage of body transformation. His strength is fierce. As the discussion was occurring, Sun Ping shot forwards. He hit the stone column with a pang, and the light beam began to tremble as it shot upwards. It stopped at 2 feet and 3 inches. 2,300 genes. This was the first person who had passed 2,000 genes. The crowd burst into exclamation. Chapter 34, Dream Trial. This Sun Ping has already been at the 3rd stage of body transformation for a period of time, but still only managed to strike out with 2,300 genes. He's also only 17 years old, he isn't a threat to me. Wang Yanfeng said as he waved his fan. He narrowed his eyes as he gauged Sun Ping. The final evaluation of the entrance exam would be dependent on not only the results of the trial, but of the age and talent grade of those who passed. The younger they were and the higher the talent grade, the higher the evaluation would be. In the many young martial artists and talents that participated in the exam, 17 years of age was considered a bit old. Young master, it's your turn. Wang Yanfeng folded his fan and handed it to his attendant. As Wang Yanfeng stepped in front of the stone column, many people began to recognize him. It's Wang Yanfeng of Yuelu City. As the crowd began to spread the news, the nearby candidates turned their gaze over to him. In this group of candidates, Wang Yanfeng had the greatest chance of competing for first place. Not only was his strength formidable, but he was a youth of 15 years of age. And most importantly, Wang Yanfeng's talent was high. Wang Yanfeng was a grade 4 talent, but the truth was that the grade 4 talents and above was also divided into low, medium, and high quality. Wang Yanfeng was of the rare high grade 4 talents. Wang Yanfeng stood before the stone column and let out a single breath. The breath curled into the air like twin snakes. This was a sign of the third stage of body transformation, viscera training. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. Seriously, he has just entered the third stage of body transformation and yet he can already breathe out the twin snakes, and he is only 15 years old. This is truly talent that defies the will of heaven. Martial artists at viscera training have true essence, protecting their heart and lungs and other 5 major internal organs. They can protect their frail internal organs from attacks, and moreover, their heart and lungs are strong. They have abnormal vitality and could prolong their breathing. Their muscles would naturally strengthen under these conditions and rise. This Wang Yanfeng already breathes snakes but has just entered the third stage. It truly makes one jealous. As this discussion continued, Wang Yanfeng had already struck out at the stone column. A bang rang through the air and the stone column shook. The beam of light jumped up and finally settled at 2 feet 4 inches. 2,400 genes. Generally speaking, the average martial artist who had entered the third stage of body transformation would reach about 2,000 genes. But Wang Yanfeng, he had just entered the third stage, was only 15 years old, and yet managed to show a strength of 2,400 genes. It really was shocking to all onlookers. However, before the crowd had recovered their composure, there were cries of alarm and surprise coming from another side. A tall and burly youth had walked in front of a stone column and punched his fist. The light beam rose and fell 2 feet and 4 inches. 2,400 genes. Wang Yanfeng's record had just been born but was already rendered average by another youth. Lin Ming looked at that tall and burly youth and was startled to see that he was someone who was also at the second stage of cultivation. It wasn't out of sorts to see someone at the third stage of body transformation reach 2,000 genes, but 2,000 genes at only the second stage. That was just too excessive. By now Lin Ming had noticed that although the youth appeared to have a naive and innocent appearance, his height was higher than those of his peers around him, and his muscled body seemed to be thicker and denser than an adult's. Was this what they called inborn divine strength? Those with inborn divine strong were several times stronger than those of their age. Although they were very rare, it appeared that this tall and burly youth was one such type. Wang Yanfeng also saw that impressive youth and let out a light humph. He didn't give it too much thought. Inborn divine strength. Martial artists fought with not just their strength, but also with their martial arts and skills. Not only that, but the higher one's cultivation, the more important true essence becomes. Those who were born with this divine strength did not necessarily become some fierce martial arts figure. The trial continued, and several youths passed with a strength of 1,000 genes that were at the peak the second stage. The 7 profound martial house stipulated that the candidate's age must be between 15 to 18 years of age. It was easy for those of this age bracket to have had achieved the peak of the second stage of body transformation. Occasionally, there would also be those youths that had reached the third stage of body transformation. These youths had managed 2,000 genes, and some even reached 2,500 genes. Now, it was finally Lin Ming's turn. Before Lin Ming arrived at the stone column, he had already realized that this was a more serious situation than he thought. Although he was confident that he wouldn't lose to Wang Yanfeng, his natural talent was also far from his. It was 3rd grade compared to a high 4th grade. In the final evaluation, Lin Ming would suffer a great penalty. In every round of this exam, Lin Ming had to put forth his whole heart and soul. Lin Ming breathed lightly and let his entire body relax. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and sounds. The true primal chaos formula revolved silently in his body. Compared to a martial art at the same cultivation, his true essence was several times thicker in his muscles. Strength trainings flow like silk, the principles of hardness and softness. Lin Ming engraved these thoughts onto his mind as he meditated with the chaotic virtues combat meridians. His vision condensed and his relaxed body suddenly went taut like a longbow. His waist lowered and he thrust forwards with the strength of his thighs like a sleek and mighty leopard. The strike hit the center of the stone column. The light beam rose dramatically and crazily bounced up until it settled at 2,700 genes. Lin Ming's strength was 2,600 genes, but if he put forth his full effort, 2,700 genes was also possible. My God, 2,700 genes. This boy is simply a vicious beast in human form. A few hundred more genes and he would have caught up to someone at the 4th stage of body transformation. No, this isn't right, it's just not right. The young fellow is only at the 2nd stage of body transformation. Is he also someone with inborn divine strength? The crowd wildly discussed this, and some people had quickly recognized Lin Ming. I know that person. Just half an hour ago on the main road he had used his strength of arm to throw off someone on a horse like a windmill. He threw off someone that was also at the 2nd stage of body transformation and was holding a lance on a horse. The man was thrown but the boy hadn't been moved at all. I thought he was some demon child but it turns out he was also someone with inborn divine strength, no wonder he was capable of that. Wasn't he arrested by the authorities? How did he get back? As people buzzed, the tall and burly youth who had beaten Wang Yanfeng and reached 2,400 genes also looked at Lin Ming. The youth revealed a friendly expression as he happily smiled at Lin Ming. He had not thought that he would also meet someone with inborn divine strength at this examination, so he was quite sympathetic towards Lin Ming. Wang Yanfeng looked at Lin Ming and frowned. This boy also had inborn divine strength. It truly was annoying. It was like these rare youths were crawling out of the woodwork like C***croaches. Brother Feng, this kid came out of nowhere and dared to steal Broth Feng's limelight. Brother Feng truly was robbed. A man at Wang Yanfeng's side said. Wang Yanfeng said, it's not anything special. Having this result at the 2nd stage of body transformation is decent. Battle prowess doesn't depend on just strength. Although those with inborn divine strength are rare, not many of them have great achievements in the future. Wang Yanfeng said this with a tone of exasperation. Although he had already determined that he would take first during this entrance exam, he was repeatedly overshadowed again and again by these fellow youths which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. What Brother Feng said is absolutely right. In the future what one will need to focus on is the true essence. The superiority of strength is only useful at the start. This kid will only be happy for a few years. Wang Yanfeng's entourage echoed. After Lin Ming, it was Lin Xiaodong's turn. As he approached the stone column he began to turn his neck back and forth and wiggle his waist. He continued this for a few minutes until the examination officials appeared to be increasingly annoyed and impatient. Then Lin Xiaodong finally cried out and punched the stone column. Thud. There was a dull thumping sound as the stone column's light beam shook for a bit and then settled. The examination supervisor frowned as he looked at Lin Xiaodong. 750 genes, but you also have 2 more opportunities. The result was really bad considering that anyone less than 900 genes would not dare to register. No one wanted to idle in this huge crowd only to end up embarrassing themselves. But in Lin Xiaodong's point of view this result was very good, and he had this natural shameless capability of ignoring the thoughts of others. He wiggled his waist and stretched his neck again, and then punched out again. Pang. 700 genes. Another punch. 750 genes. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lin Xiaodong had suffered a miserable defeat. To Lin Xiaodong, this was a decent result. He was only 15 years old and his father had decided that only when he was 18 would he have any possibility of entering the 7 profound martial house. Lin Xiaodong had not planned on breaking through the pulse condensation period from the start, and his only ideal and wish was to preserve his position within the family. I gave you the golden deer pills, did you not take any? Lin Ming asked as Lin Xiaodong walked back. I ate them all, otherwise there was no way I would get past 600 genes. Lin Xiaodong innocently shrugged. He left Lin Ming at a loss for words. However, Lin Ming also thought this was normal. After all, before he practiced the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his best result was 850 genes. His diligent and tireless training was far above Lin Xiaodong, who had only managed 600 genes at the time. It was difficult for someone with only a grade 3 talent and no formidable aristocratic background to enter the 7 profound martial house at 15 years of age. Even the first round of the entrance exam was prohibitively difficult to pass. The strength trial finally finished around noon, and the candidates were allowed a short rest before the entrance exam continued. Because the rest time was too short, Lin Ming simply ate a small meal before sitting back in meditation and then hurrying back to the square. The second inspection was the dream trial. It was a test of a martial artist's heart. For a martial artist, they needed not only talent and support of their background, but moreover, they had to be someone with an earnest and indefatigable martial heart. Chapter 35, The Lake's Jade Platform. The heart of martial arts was by no means anything that was greatly loyal or virtuous, or even good. Whether it be living Buddhas that brimmed with righteousness or demon sect leaders with dark intentions, the truth was that the heart of martial arts judged neither good nor evil. It only resolved to ask whether one had the determination to tread the rocky path. Practicing martial arts was a daily struggle. One's life would be filled with misery, danger, enticements. If one's mentality was not firm, then it was easy to fall from the path of a martial artist and give up, thus wasting all previous efforts. Some people only practiced martial arts for wealth and sensual pleasures. In the heart of these people they practiced martial arts without truly understanding what it meant. This would not affect them during an early period of cultivation, but as would be an insurmountable roadblock later. The post-condensation period was enough for one to have a sumptuous and luxurious lifestyle where one could drown in money and beautiful women. Sky Fortune Kingdom had many such warriors. Because Sky Fortune Kingdom would handsomely reward those who reached the post-condensation period, there were those who would suffer untold hardships to attain this goal, only to halt their path of martial arts because they could not resist the temptation of extravagance. The dream trial did not examine one's cultivation, it perceived one's determination and heart of martial arts. Lin Ming had complete confidence regarding this. Even if he had not obtained the mysterious magic cube, he believed he still had a 120% chance to pass. At this time, more than half of the candidates had failed the first trial, so after they had left the field, the square was much more spacious. Pitiful and sad Lin Xiaodong had already lost the qualifications to enter, so he could only stay on the main road beyond the square. Lin Ming turned around to look at Lin Xiaodong. Although there were many people in the crowd, he still saw him. Lin Xiaodong also saw Lin Ming and he gave him a thumbs up. Lin Ming smiled. When he turned his head he saw a figure in the crowd that caught his eye. The girl wore a form-fitting daffodil yellow dress. She looked to be an aristocratic junior with a top hat made of swan feathers. She stood in an obscure corner and observed everything. Lin Ming recognized this girl. She was Lan Yunue. Lin Ming quickly turned his eyes from her. He knew that if they saw each other it would only increase Lan Yunue's embarrassment. It was better to have not seen at all. In his heart Lin Ming had not blamed Lan Yunue for anything. After all, there had only been a silent agreement between them, and they had not discussed marriage or anything like that to an extensive degree. Lan Yunue had made the only choice that an ordinary girl could possibly make in her circumstances. Lan Yunue did not know that Lin Ming had already discovered her. Lan Yunue had struggled in her heart for a long time as to whether to come here today or not. She did not want to see Lin Ming, but in her heart was a faint bit of worry, and she wanted to know whether or not he was well. She could only remember back to 2 months ago when Lin Ming had been trying to sell several inferior and poor symbol papers. The scene in front of the shop had made her feel several points of pity. Supporting one's own martial arts without depending on a wealthy family background, he didn't even have a particularly fearsome talent. He only had meager savings that he could use to rent a room, to buy a meal and some medicines. In these sad circumstances he could probably only afford iron thread grass, and perhaps even not that. And if so, then in his body he would have accumulated several internal injuries. These thoughts caused Lan Yunue distress. She liked his strength and his persistence. She remembered when she was a child, he had protected her from a large group of bullies. He had stood in front of her like a brave knight, arms spread wide, and taken the beatings. He had made her feel protected and safe. But alas, such feelings were in the end unable to replace certain things. She was an attractive girl and had the makings of an outstanding woman. Her natural talent was good, and although she was not from an aristocratic family, her family was well off. Such a girl would inevitably have feelings of superiority, like a noble peacock confined to a playpen with chickens. She was unable to convince herself to settle in her ordinary life. A life where she would eventually marry Lin Ming and become the mistress of a family restaurant, a life where they would love each other and have little kids at 20, and then he would gradually age and die, and she would be there by herself with even her looks having gone. She did not want to have such a life. She did not. Therefore she chose Zhu Yan. Not only because of the relations between the Zhu family and the imperial family, but he could also help her enter the 7 profound martial house. He would give rare and precious medicines to Lan Yunue and help her enter the pulse condensation period. Under the enticement of the pulse condensation period, Lan Yunue was unable to withstand her desires. This morning, Lan Yunue was restless. She did not want to come, but ultimately failed to convince herself. So she had arrived this afternoon. She came thinking that Lin Ming would fail the strength trial. As long as Lin Ming failed, he would be able to give up his dreams and go home to a safe life. With this she would be able to relax and lay down all her worries. She did not actually think she would see Lin Ming in the qualifying team. This made her simultaneously surprised and worried. Surprised because Lin Ming had unexpectedly managed to break through to the second stage of body transformation at only 15 years of age and having no family background. Worried because she could not conceive that Lin Ming could reach this stage safely. She only imagined that on his body were several internal injuries, and that he would be nothing more than a cripple by the time he was 30. In the morning, the beautiful lady supervisor of the strength trial appeared once again. She stared down at the crowd and saw that there were still many people remaining and thought this result wasn't too shabby. Everyone follow me. We are now headed to the Sea Jade platform. The crowd of about 100 boys and girls followed the beautiful woman supervisor as she passed through the mighty and intimidating gates of the 7 profound martial house. The 7 profound martial house was nestled into the hillsides. There were no tall buildings or massive constructions inside, but endless stretches of land and streams dotted with gorgeously designed pavilions. These pavilions were carefully crafted, with smooth, fine lines and surrounded by a perfect blend of scenery. It really made one exclaim in amazement at the seamless craftsmanship and sense of natural aesthetic that went into its design. The crowd people walked for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, until they approached a deep green lake. It had a vibrant color like living jade. The surface had no trace of waves and was peacefully quiet. The lake was hedged by weeping willow trees, and even though it was autumn when the leaves of trees would fall, it amazed everyone that not even a single leaf was floating on the calm lake surface. In the center of the emerald lake, a jade platform had been carved out of pale white jade. The jade platform was joined to the shore by 9 stone bridges. It was like a mystical fairy world come to life. Lin Ming found that a few dozen meters from the jade platform was a pavilion that was floating in water. In the pavilion was placed a stone table that was covered with tea and dried fruits. Around the table were sitting several old men and a single girl who were looking towards them with great interest. It was unexpectedly Qin Xingxian and Mr. Mui. Lin Ming slightly hesitated. Why would they appear here? Mui had also discovered Lin Ming looking towards him, and faintly smiled back. Qin Xingxian also had a friendly smiling face. Lin Ming returned a smile out of courtesy. He had a faint suspicion that the other people accompanying Mui were not simple. Among them were several, who it seemed from their breathing and appearance, were not any less strong than Mui. These people were masters. Lin Ming wasn't mistaken. These people were several of Mui's friends and several officials of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's government. There were also elders from the 7 profound martial house. Exams were twice a year, and they would come to observe to see if there were any good seedlings among the candidates. They were mostly looking for those with sufficient talent and who also had the pure heart of a martial artist. Every year, the candidates had to register their talent and other information in order to enter the entrance exam. Thus the elders did not need to measure as they had already looked through the files. The candidates this time around were barely satisfactory. The strongest was a high 4th grade talent. Having a 5th grade talent was a once-in-a-decade event and wasn't a usual occurrence. The high 4th grade talents were also good and the low 4th grade talents could make do. The 3rd grade talents were somewhat inferior. The first round of the exam was not anything important, therefore the martial house's elders had not made an appearance. They have seen the talent already and this time they came to observe which one of these candidates had an especially strong heart of a martial artist. Come up. Defend your mind, sit in meditation, and once you cross the 5 trials then you will have passed. The beautiful lady supervisor said. The candidates stepped onto the 9 stone bridges one at a time. Their hearts began to drum wildly in their chest. During the first round their hearts had been filled with confidence. They knew the limits of their own strength. Only some of them had thought that they might be nervous and not able to display their full potential, but they knew in their hearts that they did not need to be too anxious about passing. But this time was the dream trial, and they were nervous. Many of the candidates had never attempted the dream trial before, so they did not have an idea what sort of scene they would encounter at the end. But they had heard that this was the trial with the highest rate of elimination. It would reach as high as 90%. In a group of 10, only one would pass. One had to know that these were the most outstanding talents among those of their age. In a small town or small family or even in an entire city, they were the most splendid and majestic of their generation. They had constantly been revered and labeled geniuses since childhood, but even in such a group of people, most would be eliminated within the dream trial. This trial was truly terrifying. Sit upon the jade platform. After 10 breaths the trial shall begin. The beautiful lady supervisor said. Even though she was separated by a far distance, her voice was clearly heard within every candidate's ears. This method of passing messages via true essence was even more profound and powerful than Zhu Yan. Lin Min suspected that this beautiful lady supervisor was a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. As Ling Ming stepped onto the jade platform, he scanned the distant crowd and discovered that among them was Lan Yunue. She was leaning against a willow tree and was still gazing at Lin Ming, not thinking that she had been sighted by him. Lin Ming gave a single sigh and no longer looked. He sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Chapter 36, Lin Ming's Heart of Martial Arts. After sitting down, Lin Ming discovered that although the jade platform was built from white marble, there was not the slightest chill in the air. Instead, there was an incomparably peaceful warmth that overflowed. Looking carefully, he could see that the jade platform had been engraved with a number of different lines and symbols. These were runes. This large jade platform was a magic array. It was said these magic arrays were created by the Xiantian masters of the 7 profound valleys. In them, one would not even be able to differentiate between reality and illusion. However, Lin Ming did not worry. A dream world was still only just a dream world. As long as he reinforced his mind, even if the dream world was boundless and infinite, he would stand firm on the ground. As Lin Ming sat on the jade platform, his mind filled with a bright light. As the 10th breath ended, Lin Ming saw a blinding flash all around him and all the candidates disappeared from his vision, leaving only himself. An endless prairie appeared before him, extending as far as his eye could see. At this moment a pack of vicious beasts each as tall as a man darted from the high grass and ran straight towards Lin Ming. The several dozens of beasts were the same first-level vicious beasts that Lin Ming had deboned before. As they ran together, the grass and the ground began to vibrate. An imposing force rolled towards him. Lin Ming did not even blink an eye until the first beast lunged at him. Fu! The vicious beast pierced straight through his body. Lin Ming stood there still safe and sound. But when that beast had pierced him, Lin Ming felt a very intense shock and pressure. Although he knew it was only a dream, he could not rid himself of this feeling as if it were a fear that originated from his soul. This was the effect of a magic array. Even though he knew it was an illusion, it was still possible to lose himself in it. And once lost, he would not be able to tell that it was an illusion. If that happened, then the illusion would turn to reality. If the illusion killed him, then he might even die in this dream. As Lin Ming safely passed this first round, on the jade stage a dozen bright lights flashed. In an instant, several people disappeared from the jade platform and stumbled onto the store. These people all had bone-white expressions and their pale eyelids trembled. They had lost themselves in the dream, and once they were lost, they had fantasized that they had been ripped up and torn apart by the dream beasts and eaten, with even their bones crushed. Their fear had grown more and more intense until their minds had been broken and they passed out into reality. At the pavilion, the elders of the 7 profound martial house slowly shook their head. The first round of the dream trial tested courage. The martial arts path was full of danger. If one did not have courage to face it, then what was the point of cultivating the martial path? Mui, do you know how ferocious that boy is? He instantly passed. The men who spoke knew that Mui had recognized Lin Ming and that they were acquainted with each other. But Mui did not speak of Lin Ming's achievements in inscription techniques. This was what Lin Ming had asked of him. Mui had only said he knew Lin Ming, and he had come to this entrance exam to take a look at his growth. The beautiful lady supervisor also stood in the pavilion. Because of Lin Ming's outstanding performance in the strength trial, she had kept note of him. She saw the Lin Ming had frowned for a brief moment, but had restored his calm and tranquility right after. But looking at some other people, they had clenched their jaws tightly, and their faces were changing colors. Obviously they had been struck by these vicious beasts in the dream world and were struggling. In the illusion, the higher one's belief in themselves, the stronger their heart would be. The opposite also held true. These candidates who struggled with the vicious beasts had some courage, but they did not have Lin Ming's dauntless heart. Lin Ming was like an immovable rock that had been tested by the passing of millennia. Whatever vicious or wild beast that jumped at him, he would remain steady and true, and the illusion had thus been broken. No wonder you especially came to see this boy, his heart of martial arts is indeed exceptional. It's comparable with Lin Sr., an old man said. Mui only smiled. He was not surprised that Lin Ming has passed the first hurdle. Qin Xingxian had also been secretly comparing herself. Although Lin Ming's talent was inferior to her by far, his heart of martial arts was surprisingly firm and steady. When she had participated in this trial, during this first round she had spent a period of time, but Lin Ming had only taken a few breaths of time. At this point, Lin Ming had arrived at the second stage. In this second trial the scenery shifted before his eyes and changed dramatically. Lin Ming instantly arrived at a battlefield that overflowed with murderous intent. Scenes of battle surrounded him. Mountains of bodies piled up to the sky and seas of blood flowed around him. Broken spears and swords littered the ground with the crushed bones of the dead. On this battlefield, cries of war suddenly rang through the air. Vast plumes of smoke billowed in the distance. On both sides of Lin Ming suddenly appeared two armies of cavalry. Warriors wearing thick armor and grasping lances approached from his right and left. They had suddenly appeared, and Lin Ming had been stuck in the middle of them. The two mighty forces rushed towards him. Their horrific war cries filled the air with overwhelming killing intent. Lin Ming remained motionless and focused his mind. During the first experience with the illusion, he had been surprised and his heart had fluctuated a bit. But this time he was prepared and he defended his mind. As a result, as the armies approached him they turned into floating ashes. The illusion was broken again. Did he break it? Or not break it? An elder looked at Lin Ming. This kid was weird. His expression had not changed even a bit. If he did not see the beams of light that emitted from the runes, then he would have thought the magic array was defective. This boy isn't simple. I don't know if he can continue and break the record. If he could catch up to Ling Sun then it would be a pleasant surprise. The 5 hurdles of the dream trial. The average person would take an hour to pass them. These past 10 years, the one with the best result had been Heaven Abode's Ling Senator. He had spent an incense worth of time to complete the trial. This surprised the elders of the 7 profound martial house, because except for Ling Sun, the fastest time was half an hour. Ling Sun originally had no wants or needs. He was in essence closest to a cold-blooded killer. As sayings went, this type of person who cultivated the martial path was truly fearful. Ling Sun had proved this point. He was only 20 years old and was a medium 4th grade talent. With this medium 4th grade talent he had become an elder apprentice brother within Heaven's abode. Many prodigies with high 4th grade talent had been left in his dust. Now is not the time for flattery. It only becomes hard during the last 3 hurdles. An old man stroked his beard as he said this. Ling Sun's record won't be broken so easily. This time in the illusion, Lin Ming had arrived at the 3rd trial. The thousands of soldiers and scenes of destruction had vanished. He had arrived in a luxuriously decorated tent. The walls and roof were draped with the finest silks, and a smoky, intoxicating fragrance drifted in all directions. But beyond all the pink silk draping, a dozen impressive young girls danced in the background. Their slim and beautiful bodies were slender and smooth. Their flawless appearance shamed the night moon and the sweetest flowers. As they bounced up and down, they began stripping off their clothes and walking towards Lin Ming. In the next moment, abundant scenery filled Lin Ming's vision. There were boundless amounts of heavy breasts and fragrant buttocks that swayed in front of him. These beautiful women surrendered themselves to Lin Ming and draped themselves around him. Between their every breath, their tempting bodies released a seductive fragrance. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a dryness and heat from his heart, and a slight stirring in his loins as his bodily blood flow sped up. But he quickly suppressed this heat and guarded his mind yet again. However, these young girls did not immediately vanish. Instead, they were not happy, and pouted as they picked up their clothes. Even their anger was charming as they sashayed their buttocks back and forth as they made their way away from Lin Ming. As soon as they left, the surroundings changed again. This time it was a warm and intimate bedroom. Against a wall was propped a mahogany bed. Sitting on the bed was a woman in a scarlet-lined cotton jacket and a feathered robe. She had a jade pin in her hair that was shaped like a flower. This woman was about 25 years old. Even sitting there, she released an elegant aura and temperament. Her appearance had changed from what he remembered. Although she had a more mature and seductive charm to her, this was clearly Lan Yunue. Lan Yunue. Lin Ming was startled in his mind. Was this Lan Yunue 10 years from now? Behave, don't cry. Lan Yunue softly hummed a sweet nursery song to a pair of 2-year-old babies on the bed. These babies were a pair of matching twins. These babies' features were also somewhat similar to Lin Ming. As if they knew that Lin Ming was looking, the pair of babies opened their wide and beautiful eyes and smiled innocently at him. The cry of innocent children echoed into Lin Ming's ears and directly passed into his stunned heart. Lan Yunue also smiled at Lin Ming. Her delicate red lips parted slightly and she said, "Lin Ming, darling, it's very late, you should rest." At this moment, seeing Lan Yunue and the twin babies' sweet smiling faces, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts shook. A wife, children, and a rich and warm home. Had he not once wished for such a life for himself? Now he had obtained it, he could stop. As this thought suddenly appeared, Lin Ming woke up. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and let the pain restore his state of mind. The surroundings changed, and Lan Yunue and the babies disappeared. Gazing at the empty darkness, Lin Ming's heart palpitated and he was covered in a sheen of cold sweat. Almost. He had almost lost himself. Thinking of the dream visions, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Everything, all of this and all of her were in the past. Perhaps once in his heart he had held such desires, but those thoughts were in the past. In the past. An ethereal and faintly recognizable voice sounded from behind him. Lin Ming turned around. A woman stood there wearing an alluring cheongsam. She held a simple long sword in her hand with an imperious and mighty air, and had a brave and valiant appearance that accentuated her heaven-gifted beauty. Qin Xingxian. Lin Ming was shocked. This woman was clearly Qin Xingxian, and was only a bit older, around 20 years old. Since it's in the past, then how about you cultivate together, with me? We can explore the world of martial arts, together, how about it? As she said this, Qin Xingxuan's clothes unraveled into threads and vanished, revealing the most perfect and exquisite body that he had ever imagined possible. Lin Ming had a full view of this and his heart almost stopped as his eyes widened like saucers. She slowly walked towards Lin Ming. Chapter 37, Invulnerable to 10,000 Evils. Chapter 37, Invulnerable to 10,000 Evils. As this beautiful and impossibly exquisite example of womanhood stood before him, this image was unforgettably carved into his mind and he felt the tower of his will tremble in its firmament. His breath became shallow and blood rushed to his head. After all, when it comes to matters between men and women, Lin Ming was still only a young boy. Qin Xingxian reached her arms around Lin Ming. She was like a warm and fragrant jade that surrounded him, and the delicate fragrance of her virgin body wafted into his nostrils and left a strong impact in Lin Ming's heart. Fabrication. Illusion. Lin Ming squeezed his eyes shut and in his heart he began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. He managed to hold down his quickly fleeing sanity. Lin Ming, do you not like me? This voice was gentle and soft like a spring rain. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped, but he remained unmoved as before. With a gentle sigh, she let Lin Ming go. Qin Xingxian stood up, her expression revealing some hidden bitterness, and she slowly departed. The scene before him began to slowly fade away, and the world returned to tranquility. The third hurdle had finally been passed. Lin Ming breathed deeply, his heart still beating rapidly and his palms still wet with sweat. This third trial was truly fierce. It had managed to find and unearth the moral flaw in his own heart of martial arts. It seems that he had been too naive. There was no human between heaven and earth that was not without a single weakness. This boy has passed the hurdle. It wasn't a short time, it took around half an incense stick of time. An old man looked to his side where an incense burner stood. A single stick of incense in it had been burnt over halfway. This boy is different from Ling Senator in Ling Sen's trial. He only used several breaths of time, but this boy used half an incense stick. His heart was probably filled with a girl that he liked. However, as it stands now, he probably won't be able to break Ling Sen's record. The old man meaningfully smiled with a ha-ha as he said this. Heh heh. Valiant heroes have loved beautiful women since ancient times. This is normal. I like this normal part of a hot-blooded boy full of vigor. That young fellow Ling Sen made me feel overwhelmed, watching him only let me feel cold and uncomfortable. Several elder teased between themselves, because of the generational difference. Qin Xingxian had digressed from conversation, and was peacefully sitting there while she looked at Lin Ming. In her heart a strange thought suddenly appeared, who exactly was the girl that had appeared in the dreams of Lin Ming? The fourth trial. Lin Ming had fallen into the depths of hell. The surroundings were dark and dim. Lin Ming was immersed waist-deep in a thick, crimson pool of blood. White skulls were piled high like mountains that emerged from a sea of blood. The overwhelming shrill cries of ghosts and endless devils that blotted out the sky rushed towards Lin Ming. 10,000 ghosts want to stop me. Lin Ming sneered and revolved the chaotic virtues combat meridians. His whole body began to shine with a brilliant golden light, and an overwhelmingly pure true essence emitted outwards. Chaotic virtues combat meridians originated from the body transformation manuals found within the realm of the gods. It was said to have been created by a war god Buddha and represented the purest light and yang. It could pierce all evils, shatter all illusions, and cut away all demons within the heart. Lin Ming disregarded these ghosts and demons and continued to revolve the chaotic virtues combat meridians to its limit. My heart is at peace, not even 10,000 evils can break me. Luminous golden light radiated out and all of the malicious ghosts and devils it touched disintegrated into ash. Damn. It's over. In the 5 trials of the dreamland, the first tested courage, the second tested morale, the third tested temptation, the fourth tested one's inner demons, and the fifth tested the will. The first 2 trials were rather simple. The latter 3 were on a different level. How they appeared differed from person to person. Ling Sen had been stuck on the 4th trial that tested the demons in his heart. Perhaps it was because of Ling Sen's bloodthirst, but the demons in his heart had been a terrifyingly difficult trial for him. Therefore he had slaughtered in that blood sea for half an incense stick of time, and only then did he barely cut away his inner demons. This Lin Ming, does he not have a single inner demon within his heart? His heart and mind are pure. It is truly rare. Including the first 4 trials, only half an incense stick of time has passed. This is a good seedling, an old man exclaimed honestly. As time went on, more and more candidates failed and appeared back on the shores of the lake. The first and second trials were easy, but from the 3rd trial and on, the number of people being kicked out sharply rose, and the jade platform flashed with brilliant lights. Lan Yunyue had been paying attention to Lin Ming from a distance. Lin Ming had not always been calm, but his expression was firm and did not resemble the other candidates who had fierce fighting expressions, horribly distorted faces, or were bone white. At this moment, Lan Yunyue had a feeling that she couldn't identify. She somehow knew that Lin Ming had passed, had crossed the trials of the dream realm, and was on the last step before the end. The last trial of the dream. Lin Ming had still not left hell. He was still soaked in the oozing thick blood, but suddenly the blood sea became scalding hot as it bubbled. The temperature had suddenly risen. The sanguine sea seethed with a dark fury, each bubbling pocket that burst open showered the air with a crescendo of blood. It was as if the blood sea had turned into a lake of flowing lava. Lin Ming could distinctly feel the pain that gushed into his body. It was as if he was being boiled alive in this sea of blood. Although he knew that it was merely an illusion, this kind of pain was incomparable. It was a throbbing misery that made him almost wish for death so that his suffering would end. The first 4 trials were illusions, but he hadn't anticipated that the 5th trial would be true pain. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and desperately clung to his consciousness. When he had practiced with only a tiny amount of iron thread grass to ease his pain, or when he had suffered the agonizing soul-tearing pain of fusing with the soul fragment, he had shouldered the pain. This scalding sea of blood was nothing but a light summer day to him. As Lin Ming thought this, the blood sea suddenly ignited. A combustion of black flames shot to the sky in a hellish inferno. The flames surged towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming could clearly feel the waves of hot pressure pressing down on him. Seeing this flood of flames, an average person's impulse would have been to feel utter and complete horror. Lin Ming suddenly gave a ferocious shout. My martial arts path is like a moth to the flame. You wish for me to turn to ashes in an ocean of 10,000 flames. I couldn't wish for anything more. Flames swallowed Lin Ming. In the next moment, everything turned to nothing, the world became void. Lin Ming stood up and looked around. He had returned to the jade platform. All around him were boys and girls that were grimacing in pain, or had lost all their color. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly open his eyes and stand up, Mui was startled. He looked at the incense burner. That incense stick still had a tiny bit left. Frosty Ling's record had been broken. Qin Xingxian was also incomparably surprised. She had experienced the 5 trials of this dream realm before and knew exactly how fierce and powerful they were. Although her 6th grade talent was unprecedented in Sky Fortune Kingdom, talent was not much help in passing the trials of the dream realm. Qin Xingxian had used less than half an hour, but Lin Ming had used less than an incense stick of time before he had awoken. Anyone would think this was absolutely impossible to believe. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. This is the first time I have seen someone with such a heart of martial arts. Yes, what was his score in the strength trial? An old man asked the beautiful lady supervisor who had been in charge for then. 2,700 genes. Lin Ming had taken the first place in the strength trial, the beautiful lady supervisor remembered with certainty. Oh. The old man's moved and he eagerly asked, what is his talent? Listening to the old man, before the lady supervisor had even replied, Mui had already said, grade 3 medium. Only grade 3. The only man was surprised, and he began to shake in disappointment and sighed, what a pity, what a pity. A grade 3 talent wasn't too bad, but it was inferior to the prodigies of the 7 profound martial house. However, Mui said, sometimes talent isn't everything. Just you wait and see, that Lin Ming is a dragon among humans. Mui said this with confidence. When he had first seen Lin Ming's talent grade, he had been greatly surprised and had thought that there had been some sort of mistake. But he knew that Lin Ming already had a great achievement that many people in their entire lives could not hope to reach. Since that mysterious elder had chosen Lin Ming, then Lin Ming must have extraordinary talents that he could not see. Though Mui spoke with confidence, the other man only shook his head. The role that talent played in a martial artist's future was too vital and important. It was pivotal for their future achievements. With a medium grade 3 talent, even if this boy had massive financial support backing him, he would only end up stuck at the pulse condensation stage. As Lin Ming left the stage, Lan Yunue, who had been distantly looking at Lin Ming, had eyes full of complex emotions. She had long known that Lin Ming's will was firm and steady, but did not expect that he would have passed the dream trials so quickly. She also now knew that for Lin Ming to give up the martial arts path was impossible. His own determination had reached the highest limit. After Lin Ming left the jade platform, he was led to the resting lounge where he would later be escorted to the final trial, the Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 38, The Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was constructed by the masters of the 7 profound valleys. The mysterious and unknown materials that made it were from beyond the borders of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and the light that filtered through it made it glitter like translucent gems in the daylight. The Exquisite Pagoda had 7 floors altogether. Each was engraved with subtle and meticulous formations. These were a magic array. However, this magic array was different than the one on the jade platform. The jade platforms was only an illusion array that provoked harmless dreams, but this Exquisite Pagoda's magic array was a killing one. The killing array was able to utilize illusions to kill. Those who were trapped in the illusion and died, would truly die. Of course, the Exquisite Pagoda was only used for the entrance exam, so a death inside was not real. Instead, those that were defeated would only be kicked out from the magic array. Inside the Exquisite Pagoda, one would not be able to use rare weapons or armor. They would only be able to use ordinary weapons. The trial would depend on one's own ability to pass. As time passed, the number of candidates on the jade stage began to decrease. Each flash of light that appeared signified that another candidate had failed. Out of the 100 people that had started, 60 or 70% had already been eliminated, which even included someone at the third stage of body transformation. When he was ejected from Dreamland, the third stage martial artist slumped his shoulders and looked dejected. This was his third time participating in the 7 Profound Martial House entrance exam, and he had not thought that he would be defeated this time around. He was already 18 years old. This had been his last and final opportunity. After less than a half hour had passed, a second person on the Jade stage finally opened their eyes. That person exhaled a single long breath, and with a pale face and trembling legs, he stood up. His back was soaked in sweat. This person was the high 4th grade talent, Wang Yanfeng. After he stood up, he turned to look for the tall and burly youth and Lin Ming who had stolen his spotlight during the strength trial. However, he only saw the suffering burly youth, and did not see Lin Ming. Wang Yanfeng's lips turned up to form a proud and happy smile. However, when the staff led him to the lounge, he saw Lin Ming already inside and meditating in silence. His face darkened. He had thought that Lin Ming had already been eliminated, and hadn't thought that Lin Ming could possibly have passed the dream trial first. Wang Yanfeng felt a deep crisis in his heart. Without resting, he left the lounge and found his hanger-ons. He whispered to them, "Look up what talent this fellow is." Lin Ming noticed Wang Yanfeng's hostility towards him. But this was normal. Each candidate was in competition with the others, and there was only one first-place reward. Slowly, the number of people in the lounge increased, and the second trial had reached its conclusion. In the end, out of the candidates that had participated in the second trial, only 92 remained. Nearly 90% had been eliminated. The candidates who had just barely managed to pass the dream trial were not given time to rest. The last trial would begin immediately. If they passed this final trial, then they would be a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. If they failed, then all of their previous efforts would have gone to waste. The third trial, the Exquisite Pagoda. A loud and forceful voice resounded in the crowd. This time the supervisor for this trial was a tall, thin, middle-aged man. Though he looked ordinary, his body had an imposing manner that made one's heartbeat speed up. Lin Ming only needed a glance to tell that this person was a master, perhaps even someone who was at the Hotian stage. Lin Ming could not help but sigh. Before coming to 7 Profound Martial House, he had not seen many martial artists who were at the 6th stage of body transformation, the pulse condensation period. But now he had seen at least 5 or 6 Hotian masters. However, this was also normal. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, Hotian masters would usually not be found at the Imperial Palace or even the martial quarters. Instead, they would be at the 7 Profound Martial House. Here, most Hotian masters came from beyond Sky Fortune Kingdom. Most were disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. "Follow me," the middle-aged man said, and then turned around and walked away. The 92 remaining candidates followed after him. Some onlookers also followed after. Not everyone could watch the second trial and third trial. These people following were either nobles or were students of the 7 Profound Martial House. The middle-aged man's pace seemed slow, but the speed was similar to running. The candidates had to race forwards to keep up. After a period of time about equal to how long it takes to finish a meal, they arrived in a valley of the Zhou Mountains. In this valley was a large and magnificent building. The building's entrance plaque had 4 calligraphic characters written with a large brush. 7 Profound Martial Pavilion. As they entered, they saw a building that was 200 feet high. This was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Really high. This was Lin Ming's first thought as he entered. He had never seen a building that high before. It had 7 floors, and each floor was about 30 feet high. It would take several men standing on each other's shoulders to reach the ceiling of one floor. The grandest temple of Green Mulberry City could only match up to a single floor of this 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Now, you can go in. There is no time limit. As long as you pass through the first floor you have qualified. The second floor is good and the third floor is outstanding. The fourth floor is for geniuses. As for the 5th floor, the middle-aged man slyly smiled and let the anticipating crowd hang on to his word, "It's simply impossible." Hearing the words of this middle-aged man, some of the youths remained unconvinced. Wang Yanfeng saw these youths and sneered. What a group of idiots. As if the Exquisite Pagoda would be so simple. The 7 Profound Martial House entrance exam had 3 trials. The first trial tested the foundation, the second trial tested the heart of a martial artist, and the third round was the most important. It was a practical test of combat prowess and degree of genius. These genius talents, when compared to their contemporaries, had those with differing levels of combat strength. The exquisite pagoda contained a killing array. The enemies inside came at various levels of strength. The magic array used the age of one's bones to determine which enemies would be faced. The older the bone age, the more difficult the opponent. Because of this, there had only been one person who had reached the 5th floor. This person was not elder senior brother Ling Sen of the heavenly abode, but the girl who seemed to be like gentle water, Qin Xingxian. A 6th grade talent, this was not a joke. Many people did not know Qin Xingxuan's cultivation, but Wang Yanfeng knew. She was at the peak of the 4th stage of body cultivation. She was similar to Ling Sen in cultivation, but she was younger than him by 5 years. Although Wang Yanfeng was an arrogant man, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could match Qin Xingxian. He would be satisfied with the 4th floor. Looking at this 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Wang Yanfeng's heart surged with an overwhelmingly strong fighting spirit. For him, the first and second trials of the exam had been empty and he was unable to show his true strength, so those powerful feelings could go nowhere, but this third trial was a measure of true battle. Strength, skill, agility, and combat skills were all involved inside. Wang Yanfeng was confident in himself. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and become an overnight sensation in this third trial. Go in. The difficulty of the trial will be decided by your age. As soon as the middle-aged man waved his hand, the gate of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda swung open. Beyond the arched entrance, there was a brilliant light shining from inside. Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly stepped in. At this time, Qin Xingxian had arrived and was watching the scene. She saw Lin Ming's fading back in the distance and kept her gaze on him as he vanished past the 7-colored gate. Haha, Xingxian, you are very concerned about Lin Ming. Rather abruptly asked this question by her teacher, Qin Xingxian lowered her head as she bashfully blushed. She said, Xingxian cannot hold a candle to the inscription technique and achievements of Lin Ming. But if we compare our fighting ability, then Xingxian is a little confident. Amen. Concerning fighting strength, Lin Ming is truly inferior to you Xingxian. What floor do you think Lin Ming will reach? This is, well, according to common sense, a 15-year-old at the 2nd stage of body transformation would already have a very difficult time. But Lin Ming's strength is much stronger than average. I think he has a possibility to reach the 3rd floor. Qin Xingxian thought that this was already a very high appraisal of him. If Lin Ming wanted to reach the 3rd layer he would at least need to cultivate to the 3rd stage of body transformation. You're right, but I think that Lin Ming might be able to give us a pleasant surprise. As Mui and Qin Xingxian were talking, in an obscure corner of the valley, Lan Yingyue was also distantly looking at Lin Ming's fading back, and her eyes were full of complex emotions. As a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, Lan Yingyue had the authority to enter the valley and observe the entrance exam. This was the last trial of the exam. As long as one passed, they would become an official disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. With Lin Ming's current condition, he would probably pass the 1st floor of the exquisite pagoda. She had not thought that only after half a year, Lin Ming would have such an astonishing growth. If she had to practice martial arts with Lin Ming in the martial house, Lan Yingyue didn't know how to feel about this in her heart. At this moment, Lin Ming could not read the thoughts of others who were thinking about him. He had already arrived at the center of the killing array. As soon as he entered the exquisite pagoda, the other candidates disappeared from his vision, and only he was left. He appeared in a dark world faded in black. The night sky was carpeted with stars and the ground underneath his foot was hard, black rock. In front of him not too far away, a shadow-gray miasma gradually congealed into reality. It became a warrior, holding a long staff. This is the enemy? Lin Ming judged that this shadow warrior's cultivation was around the early 2nd stage of body transformation. The middle-aged man had said a moment ago that the strength of the enemy was determined by one's own age. Lin Ming was 15 years and 8 months old. The enemy's cultivation was the early 2nd stage. Those older candidates would naturally face enemies whose strength was higher. For a 15-year-old youth, it seemed he had to defeat someone at the 2nd stage of body transformation in order to pass. Lin Ming no longer wasted his time. His supple body shot forward like a ferocious and vigorous leopard. The true primal chaos formula revolved in him and true essence pooled in his muscles. The first strike would be a killing one. Chapter 39, Unstoppable Force. There were many floors to pass. Lin Ming could not afford to waste his energy and stamina. He had to rush to the top in a single leap and take the first place reward, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. Seeing Lin Ming flying at him, the shadow warrior raised his staff to block him. But Lin Ming was too fast, and before the staff had been raised to his chest, a hard fist had already imprinted itself onto its chest. The shadow warrior's chest collapsed and it spat blood, before it fell over dead. Lin Ming easily passed the first floor. This was natural, as Lin Ming's strength had greatly surpassed those of the same cultivation. Onto the second floor. This was still a black space like before, but this time a vicious beast stood in front of Lin Ming. A first-level vicious beast. A first-level vicious beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the third stage of body transformation. This beast was a single-horned rhinoceros. Its strength as a first-level vicious beast was relatively poor. It was about as strong as a peak second-stage martial artist. Although its strength was rather ordinary, it had superior defensive abilities due to its tough hide. Even if a martial artist greatly exceeded it in strength and cultivation, they must still expend some effort to defeat it. Lin Ming had to overcome several obstacles and did not want to waste his stamina. His hand turned, and a chilly deboning knife appeared in his palm. In Lin Ming's mind appeared the single-horned rhinoceros blood vessels and body structure, with each of its weaknesses clear as day. Lin Ming's advantage was his familiarity with the weaknesses of vicious beasts. The single-horned rhinoceros suddenly roared, and trampled towards Lin Ming. Although this was an illusionary realm, Lin Ming felt a rumbling vibration in the ground. An illusion array was not the same as a killing array. In an illusion array, the illusions didn't have the power to kill you, they could also cause you to feel fear. As long as you kept your heart and mind and stood your ground, then the illusion would shatter. But a killing array was different. Standing still would only be suicide. As he watched the single-horned rhinoceros barrel towards him, Lin Ming suddenly leapt to one side. His jumping posture was odd. His body was parallel with the ground and one of his shoulders nearly touched the dirt. In the next moment, the huge body of the single-horned rhinoceros passed by him. Lin Ming slammed his hand against the ground and the force propelled him underneath the beast's abdomen. He raised his hand and slashed with the knife. Puff! The boning knife struck just half a foot up from the center of the single-horned rhinoceros' front thigh. This exact spot was the softest patch on the beast's abdomen, and was also where its abdominal aorta was located. The knife slid in like butter and gouged out the beast. A stream of blood jetted out like a broken pipe and the single-horned rhino let loose a keening anguished howl. The vicious beast trembled fiercely and then fell to the ground. Seeing the success of his knife strike, Lin Ming was unable to restrain a sigh as he thought of how lifelike and realistic this magic array was. The single-horned rhinoceros phantom had a body structure and weaknesses just like a real single-horned rhinoceros. He thought that perhaps the magic array had a beast spirit of the single-horned rhinoceros sealed inside, thus its potent realism. After the successful knife strike, Lin Ming pulled back instead of taking another cut. Although killing the single-horned rhinoceros at this point was not difficult anymore, he wanted to save his stamina. There was no resting between the floors of the exquisite pagoda. The aorta had been cut open, and the single-horned rhinoceros was losing more and more blood. Its movements began to slow, but this time Lin Ming waited for another opportunity and slashed his knife down again. There was a puff sound and the abdominal aorta on the other side of the single-horned rhinoceros was also cut. The fight has lost its suspense, it was only a matter of waiting now. The single-horned rhinoceros thrashed about as it teetered back and forth on the edge of death, until it unwillingly went still. Lin Ming had entered the third floor. Oh! Someone has entered the third floor. Outside the exquisite pagoda, several elders had seen that the runes and symbols on the third floor began to move and light up. The third floor was activating, but they did not know who it was that had entered. It should be Wang Yanfeng. He is strongest in consideration of his age. Lin Ming's strength lies in his martial heart and in his inborn divine strength. In terms of combat prowess, strength is only a small part. Speed, skill, and fighting techniques are not any less important than strength alone. Most of the candidates are still stuck on the first floor. That Wang Yanfeng has already rushed up to the third floor is impressive. As these elders discussed, another person had reached the third floor. This person was only 30 breaths slower than Lin Ming. This person was Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng and Lin Ming were similar in age, and the opponents they fought on the second floor were the same. Both were first-level vicious beasts that were equal to the peak of the second stage of body transformation. Wang Yanfeng was at the early third stage of body transformation. Not only that, but his combat strength exceeded that of those his age. The vicious beast was not his match, but its skin was coarse and its meat thick and tough. Wang Yanfeng had spent much of his true essence to defeat it. There was no rest in the exquisite pagoda. On the third floor, Wang Yanfeng now came head-to-head with two dark and shadowy humanoid figures holding two long swords. These shadow warriors were at the early third stage of body transformation. Wang Yanfeng gritted his teeth and maintained his dignified demeanor. He could deal with these two warriors, but he also had to think carefully about how to use his true essence, otherwise breaking through to the fourth floor would become increasingly difficult. He had to make this as quick a victory as possible. He began to revolve the true essence within his entire body, and prepared the display martial skill handed down in his family, the 9 Paths of Truth. At this time, Lin Ming also confronted two early third-stage shadow warriors on the third floor. The third stage of body transformation was viscera training. He hadn't anticipated that he would face something of this level at only the third floor. And there were also two. The difficulty of the fourth and fifth floors could only be imagined, and there was no rest allowed between them. No wonder the middle-aged man had so confidently said that the fifth floor was impossible to pass. While Lin Ming revolved the true primal chaos formula, he also cautiously kept the two shadow warriors in his line of sight. For now, the two were motionless. He would be glad to this moment to recover just a bit, although he had not spent that much true essence. But the two warriors did not give Lin Ming the chance. In a single leap they both reached him. One attacked from the left and one attacked from the right, both with vicious killing intent. The two warriors were amazingly swift and had teamwork. Their movements seemed to be in harmony with each other like two halves of a whole. One warrior swept the ground with his long sword. Lin Ming jumped to dodge the strike, but the other warrior took advantage of Lin Ming as he was twisting in the air and stabbed his sword towards Lin Ming's chest. Ha! Lin Ming cried out and suddenly shot his foot out towards the warrior's wrist. Gotcha! The warrior's wrist broke with a single kick. However, the shadow warriors did not feel any pain. The shadow warrior only shook his wrist and sent an open palm flying towards Lin Ming. Every movement he made left him wide open. These shadow warriors could only aggress, they could not defend or retreat. This was a suicidal form of fighting which wished for both sides to perish. This moment was where Lin Ming's old strength would have perished, but he had a new strength now. Seeing his opponent fight with such a self-destructive style, he forcefully revolved the true primal chaos formula, and forced his true essence to the forefront. A punch went flying out that intersected with the shadow warrior's palm. Pang! The shadow warrior was forced back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Lin Ming's vitality only swelled up. It was easy to force them down and he didn't even have a single injury. Even so, he was secretly surprised. These two shadow warriors may not have been top-tier martial artists, but they were not weak either. Their close cooperation and kamikaze fighting style were really tricky and difficult to deal with. And this was only the third floor, there was still the fourth and fifth. Although he was surprised, Lin Ming had not stopped moving for a single half-second. He had landed back from the recoil, and while the injured shadow warrior was catching his breath, he slammed his fist straight into the shadow warrior's face. Now the other shadow warrior rushed to intercept him. He wielded his long sword in his hands and cleaved downwards. This strike was to cut Lin Ming in half. Ha! Now it's you. Die. Lin Ming's fist was only a feint. He suddenly turned around with the deboning knife in hand and made a horizontal cut on the shadow warrior's blade. Boom! Sparks scattered everywhere as the blades met. As the knife met the sword, Lin Ming had not been forced back. This was a reflection of his astonishing physical strength. Be defeated by me. After Lin Ming fended off the long sword, he punched out at the center of the shadow warrior's chest. Pang! There was a dull thud as the opponent's ribs collapsed, took a fatal blow to the heart, and died on the spot. After defeating one, the other was already injured and no longer a threat. Lin Ming set out several kicks at the last shadow warrior's legs, and then stabbed him with the knife. The third floor passed. Outside the exquisite pagoda, the elders saw the magic array of the fourth floor light up and they were startled. My goodness, the fourth floor, and it only took half an incense stick of time. Chapter 40, Break Through the Fourth Floor. Outside of the exquisite pagoda, the elders saw the magic array of the fourth floor light up and they were startled. My goodness, the fourth floor, and it only took half an incense stick of time. This Wang Yanfeng, he's not simple. These elders had already expected Wang Yanfeng to reach the fourth floor, but hadn't anticipated that he would do it so quickly. At such speed, perhaps Wang Yanfeng can break through the fourth floor and step into the fifth. Certainly I had thought that the fifth floor was impossible, but he should be proud even with this result. I just don't know how Lin Ming and Liang Tieshan will perform. Those two's results weren't too bad. Liang Tieshan was the tall and burly youth who had inborn divine strength. He was also 15 years old. Lin Ming and Liang Tieshan were 15 years old, had cultivation at the second stage of body transformation, and also had inborn divine strength. This kind of power at their age was definitely impressive. However, in the eyes of the numerous elders, if these two were compared to Wang Yanfeng, there was still a gap. That Lin Ming had inborn divine strength was not wrong, but he was only at the second stage of body transformation. Wang Yanfeng was at the third stage of body transformation. The main characteristic of the third stage was infusing true essence into the visceral organs. Viscera training martial artists' heart and lungs would be empowered. Their breaths would be long and their endurance double that of a second-stage martial artist. Without a doubt, Wang Yanfeng also had superior technique and speed. Even looking at strength, Wang Yanfeng's record was only 300 less than Lin Ming. The disparity was not too great. For this third trial, if there was no accident, then Wang Yanfeng would take first place. The third trial also accounted for the largest proportion when it came to the final evaluation. If Wang Yanfeng came out first in the third trial, that in addition to his talent would surpass Lin Ming, and the entrance exam's first place would belong to him. However, at this moment, the truth was that Wang Yanfeng was struggling at the third floor. These two martial artists were difficult to deal with. For every few moves they traded, he would encounter one that threatened his life. Wang Yanfeng used a tremendous amount of strength and true essence to defeat one, but had also suffered a minor injury. Damn it, how is this so freakish? Even with the 9 paths of truth that is passed down in my family, I only managed to kill one. It seems that chances of reaching the fourth floor are getting less and less certain. Wang Yanfeng worried. He had already consumed 20% of his inner true essence. In this dreamland he was unable to supplement it with pills or drugs. He could only depend on his third stage viscera training to supplement his energy bit by bit. Wang Yanfeng was anxious over his true essence consumption rate, but Lin Ming was also worrying over the same reason. He was not at viscera training, but was only at the second stage of body transformation, flesh training. He did not have excessive vitality and his every move consumed more true essence. Luckily, Lin Ming had the true primal chaos formula, and had achieved the small success of the first stage. This ancient skill revolved within him. It allowed him to supplement his true essence with an unceasing supply. Although he could not use it endlessly, it was still able to alleviate the intense pressure he felt. This time in front of Lin Ming, the opponents were 2 first-level vicious beasts, iron armor bears. There were strong and weak first-level vicious beasts. The single-horned rhinoceros was weak. It was only equal to a peak second-stage martial artist. But this iron armor bear was actually equal to a peak third-stage martial artist. Not only that, but there were 2. Lin Ming was solemn. Before this he had never fought against an opponent at the peak of the third stage. He did not have complete confidence in victory in defeating one, and not to mention this was a pair. But most importantly was that this battle had 2 strict conditions. First, he could not use up his limited true essence. Second, he could not receive a single injury. Lin Ming took a steadying breath as he recalled every detail he knew about the iron armor bear. The iron armor bear's strength was 5,000 genes. Its speed was a bit slow, but the entire body was covered in thick plates of bone armor. A sword or spear would find it hard to penetrate this carapace, and it did not have any specific weakness. Although he knew that the armor did not have any weaknesses, Lin Ming knew that the iron armor bear itself had a weakness, and that was that between the numerous intersections and crosses of the bone armor were a few small slits. The slits were located at the joints. They were thin and hard to target. If he wanted to strike at these places in the heat of battle, he must open his eyes to his insight and utilize instantaneous judgment and peerless accuracy to have a chance. But after practicing the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's perception had risen to a new level and his judgment and accuracy had been fostered steadily by his years of deboning. Zhu Yan should have easily been able to deal with these two iron armor bears half a year ago, not to mention now Zhu Yan must have progressed. I can't lose to him like this. Lin Ming stared at the two iron armor bears and his fighting spirit began to rise in his heart. Who? An iron armor bear suddenly leapt upwards and smashed its thick, heavy paws at Lin Ming. The iron armor bear weighed over 1,000 genes. Coupled with its awesome strength, this strike would have even felled an elephant. Lin Ming's eyes widened and he did not retreat. Instead, like a graceful bird that flew with grace and poise, he passed by the iron armor bear. His eyes focused onto a point of the bear's abdomen where two bone armor plates joined with each other and struck out with his knife. It was only a simple deboning knife, but Lin Ming had practiced its strokes tens of thousands of times. The knife accurately slid between the two bone armor plates. The knife was quick, and with only a slight hitch in the thick flesh, it slid through with extreme speed. As soon as the blow struck, before the time it takes to snap a finger, blood shot into the air. Rah! The iron armor bear became mad. The knife wound had not been fatal and it rushed crazily at Lin Ming. Less than 40 people have been eliminated and more than 50 have passed. This is a decent result. A 7 profound martial house elder slowly said as he watched the candidates who had been kicked from the exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda was completely sealed from the outside. The elders were not Xiantian experts and had no way to see what was happening inside the exquisite pagoda. They could only judge how far the candidates had gone by which layer they had been ejected from. If they were ejected from the first floor then they were eliminated, and if they were ejected from the second then they passed. A quarter of an hour had passed since the candidates had entered the exquisite pagoda, and all of them had long since passed the first floor. Some had arrived on the third floor and some were even challenging the fourth. Now only 5 people have not yet come out. As an elder said this, the symbols began to flash on the exquisite pagoda and another 2 candidates were kicked out. They had been ejected from the third floor, so they had failed at the third floor. Several martial artists had already ran up and were caring for the unconscious candidates. These 2 candidates were at the peak of the third stage of body transformation and their strength results had been 2,300 genes. Unfortunately they were also 17 and 18. They had not been able to break through the third floor of the exquisite pagoda, but they were also proud of their results. When these 2 people were ejected, Lan Yunue immediately turned to them and instantly distinguished that they were not Lin Ming. Out of the 92 candidates that had entered so far, 39 had already been ejected from the exquisite pagoda. Lan Yunue could clearly see that these people did not include Lin Ming. That could only mean that Lin Ming was still within the exquisite pagoda. Lin Ming. Lan Yunue lightly nipped her lips as her eyes glazed over with memories. She knew that this meant that Lin Ming had passed, and was at least at the third floor. The third floor was in truth an enormous glory. In the school records of the 7 profound martial house, those that passed the third floor would one day achieve the peak of body transformation, the 6th stage of pulse condensation. The royal government would bestow upon all those martial artists of the pulse condensation period a rank and title within the kingdom. Although it was only a third-class viscount, it was not that different from an official position and was even hereditary. This was a noble title. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, this was a symbol of glory and of the aristocracy. Because of a single person's personal glory, their family would enter the lineage of the aristocracy and bring honor to their ancestors. Just then, another candidate was expelled from the 4th floor. This meant that Lin Ming had passed the 3rd floor. This tall and sturdy boy with thick features was the boy with inborn divine strength, Liang Tieshan. He had put forth his utmost effort and after taking a severe wound had broke to the 3rd floor and was defeated nearly upon arrival. This Liang Tieshan is a good seedling. He's worth cultivating with resources. He's quite good. Now there are 2 left, Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng. That Lin Ming can persist even with his present strength is not easy. His strength is greater compared to Liang Tieshan's, and he also has a strong heart of martial arts that helps him. But to break through the fourth floor is uncertain. Let alone Lin Ming, even Wang Yanfeng will not find it easy. Po. With a single stroke from his knife, blood shot out from the leg of the iron armor bear. Lin Ming tumbled away as the angry iron armor bear pounced on him. By now, the two iron armor bears had become blood bears. They each had several more knife cuts across the weak points between their armor plates. While the wounds were not fatal, loss of blood could quickly become deadly. The motion of these two iron armor bears had obviously slowed down from excessive blood loss. Chance. Lin Ming dodged around the two bears who tried to catch him. Their blood loss and exhaustion exposed openings in their defense, and Lin Ming sprung upwards like a cheetah. Roar. The iron-armored bear stood up on its hind legs and threw a strike with its paws. But Lin Ming had already escaped, and while evading at the same time, Lin Ming directly stabbed his deboning knife into the iron armor bear's eye. Blood splashed from the grisly wound and the iron armor bear let out an angry and painful roar. Lin Ming closed his hand into a fist and punched down on the handle like a jackhammer, and the deboning knife sunk directly into the brains of the beast. The iron armor bear died. Chapter 41, Fifth Floor of the Exquisite Pagoda. Half an hour. A profound martial house elder said with surprise as he looked at the hourglass. These two have already been in the fourth floor for a period of time. Outside of the Exquisite Pagoda, the once glowing runes of the first three floors had already been extinguished. Only the fourth floor was left shining with a brilliant light. This was the proof that two people were still challenging the fourth floor. This is getting more and more interesting. I had thought only Wang Yanfeng would have this result, but even this Lin Ming can insist for such a long time. It really makes one not believe that he is a mere grade 3 talent at the second stage of body transformation. Even with inborn divine strength, reaching the fourth floor with just this strength is not simple. An elder said as he stroked his long white beard. Lin Ming's battle prowess was peculiar, he could not find a reasonable explanation for it. By now Mui opened his mouth and said slowly, "Sometimes, Sir Sun, a person's battle prowess cannot be explained nor extrapolated by mere common sense. The earlier trials cannot measure a person's battle talent and perception." Mui did not explain that Lin Ming had an ancient master behind him. The workings of a Xiantian-level expert and their legacy skill manuals were far too complicated for him to comprehend. What Mr. Mui said is not wrong, his fighting talent is truly extraordinary. But his cultivation is shallow and the skill manual he uses is ordinary. He can actually rely on his superior fighting skill and intuition to face a superior enemy, but in this kind of battle, skill and intuition have their eventual limits. As they say, strength can break 10,000 skills, but with just skill alone, the most that can happen is their combat ability is raised a level. The end result will not be good. Mui smiled slyly and said, "Sir Sun, please have a good look." As these elders discussed, Wang Yanfeng was struggling mightily on the fourth floor. His cultivation was at the early third stage, but his true strength and battle ability rivaled someone at the peak of the third stage. However, what he faced now was two iron armor bears who were also at the peak of the third stage. Although the iron armor bears appeared a bit cute and clumsy, their attack method and strategies were coordinated, and their terrifying strength and near-flawless defense were nothing but an incomparable headache. Even if he were to only be scratched, his fate would be for his muscles to be torn to shreds and his bones to break. As soon Wang Yanfeng used a secret family skill 3 times, he finally managed to bring down an iron armor bear. However, his body's true essence had also almost reached its limit, and the remaining iron armor bear's resisting defense was able to block his family's secret skill. Seeing the last iron armor bear rushing towards him, Wang Yanfeng let out a roar and jumped upwards. His hand grasped his sword and with a thrust he maliciously jabbed it into the bear's gaping maw. The iron armor bear's entire body was covered with hard iron plates, the only two weaknesses he could see were the eyes and mouth. Wang Yanfeng's sword pierced the bear's throat, but at the same time his wrist was snapped by the bear's bite. Paw. The iron armor bear angrily struck Wang Yanfeng in the chest with his paw. It felt as if he was struck by a sledgehammer, and his internal organs shook. Wang Yanfeng was thrown backwards like a falling chicken and slammed against the floor. He was covered in dirt and only barely managed to prop himself up. His entire body was covered in blood, and this blood was mixed with meat. This meat was actually parts of his internal organs. Even though I'm at the viscera training stage, and my organs are protected by true essence, this single blow was fatal. Although Wang Yanfeng was severely injured and on the verge of death, the iron armor bear was not much better off. Its throat was crushed and its life was ebbing. It was only a matter of how long it could last before it died. But it could still kill Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng spat a mouthful of blood. I have to break through this fourth floor, even though I'm number 1 with my results. If I pass the fourth floor, my status within the family will definitely rise. Even if I'm not the eldest son, I still have a chance to be the future head of the household. I can also shut up those old codgers and their stupid mouths, and they'll stop bothering father to take my resources. As Wang Yanfeng thought of these things, his face became grim with a hideous color. However, even as Wang Yanfeng was desperately going all out, he did not know that Lin Ming was using bloodletting tactics and tricks to fight and had already pierced the second iron armor bear's brains. Fourth floor, passed. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had finally reached the fifth floor. This was also the final floor that Qin Xingxian had reached. The floor that middle-aged examiner had said was impossible to pass. I did not think that Lin Ming could go this far. Outside the exquisite pagoda, Qin Xingxian looked upwards as the runes of the fourth floor glowed, and felt surprise in her heart. She had guessed that Lin Ming would at most reach the third floor, and that had already been a high appraisal of him. But she didn't actually think that Lin Ming would stay at the fourth floor for such a long time. At this rate, it might even be possible to pass the fourth floor. When I first challenged the exquisite pagoda, my cultivation had already reached the fourth stage of body transformation. With cultivation at the fourth stage, it is naturally not difficult to defeat the inferior beasts of the fourth floor, but with cultivation at the peak of the second stage, it is impossible to last such a long time at the fourth floor. Qin Xingxian secretly compared herself and her achievements with Lin Ming. She had relied on her deep cultivation base to rise to the fifth floor. If she was at the same cultivation he was, she would not be his match. It's already been half an hour, Qin Xingxian said as she looked to her side at the hourglass. But as Qin Xingxian looked at the time, the fifth floor of the exquisite pagoda suddenly lit up, and the runes and symbols began to activate one at a time. Heavy and trembling true essence immediately fluctuated in all directions. Seeing this, elder son's teacup almost fell out of his hands. The fifth floor. Wang Yanfeng is really so fierce. He's been there less than half an hour. Did Yuelu City's Wang family finally produce a peerless talent? For the last 10 years this result is only matched by Lady Xingxian. The middle-aged man spoke as he looked at Qin Xingxian. He saw Qin Xingxuan's eyes widen but did not know what it meant. Absolutely incredible. This child is not a fish in a small pool. With superior fourth-grade talent in addition to the Wang family's backing, it would be outstanding even within the 7 profound martial house and would easily qualify to receive superior martial arts manuals and one day become a martial house core disciple. Even entering the 7 profound valley is a possibility. This Wang Yanfeng is truly a heaven-gifted talent. As the elder said this, the rune lights of the exquisite pagoda's fourth floor began to tremble with a sudden burst of vibration. A figure was bounced out like a sack. As soon as elder son saw this, he immediately issued an order. Lin Ming came out, quickly catch him and don't let him injure himself falling. It had been less than half an hour. The martial arts catchers of the exquisite pagoda were inevitably tired and someone distracted, therefore elder son had spoken a reminder. The exquisite pagoda's death was only in the dream realm. If a candidate failed and died, he would be shunted out of the dreamland and out of the pagoda, and at that moment that person would have lost their consciousness. Each floor of the exquisite pagoda was 30 feet. The fourth floor was 90 feet high. In those conditions, if an unconscious person fell to the ground, even a pulse condensation expert would not be able to withstand the impact. The men responsible for catching the ejected candidates firmly caught the falling figure. They saw that the man had a pale, contorted face covered with cold sweat. Because the appearance was so twisted, it took a moment for the elders outside the exquisite pagoda to identify him. In that instant, they were all dumbfounded. This person was probably Wang Yanfeng. Several elders' jaws dropped as they looked up and saw the shining runes of the fifth floor. This was the one who entered the fifth floor, Lin Ming. The 7 profound martial house elders were shaken. They had already felt that Mui's previous praise of Lin Ming was incredible. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the second stage. It was worse than Wang Yanfeng. But now he was the only to have reached the fifth floor, and had already stayed there for several dozen breaths of time. Qin Xingxian looked at the fifth floor of the exquisite pagoda. Her eyes changed with various emotions. Wonder, awe, respect. Lin Ming had surprised her yet again. Would he even slowly overtake her in martial arts cultivation? At this time, in a corner of the exquisite pagoda's mountain valley, Lan Yunue was shaken as she looked at the glowing fifth floor. She appeared lost and in a daze. Lin Ming, he entered the fifth floor. In the history of the seven profound martial house and the opening of the exquisite pagoda, only Qin Xingxian had successfully passed. There had been those who entered the fifth floor, and this would happen every couple of years. Each one who did was a monstrous talent of their generation, and in the future, their path to reaching the pulse condensation period was only a matter of time. Lin Ming, a thought popped into Lan Yunue's mind. Even if compared with Zhu Yan, Lin Ming was no worse. Although he did not have a great family supporting him, as long as he reached the pulse condensation period in the future, he has been given a rank and title. At this time, on the fifth floor of the exquisite pagoda, Lin Ming looked at the radical scene in front of him and could only force a smile. The fifth floor unexpectedly had two second-level vicious beasts. Although they were only the weak species of vicious beast, their strength was equal to a martial artist at the fourth stage of body transformation. Not only that, but these two vicious beasts had 8 beastly little brothers surrounding them that were equal to the peak of the third stage. 10 vicious beasts stood in front of him. They had hideous-looking bone armor, bright red beastly pupils, and their sharp nails and teeth were stained red with blood. All of this caused a surge of evil presence to soar to the heavens. A martial artist at his cultivation would normally look at this scene and imagine himself being torn to thousands of pieces and lose any will to fight. Chapter 42, The First Place Candidate. Lin Ming was just able to resist the overwhelming evil aura from the vicious beasts, but he also knew that it was impossible to pass this floor. Let alone the 2 second-level vicious beasts, he could not even deal with the 8 little brothers that crowded around them. Even if his physical condition was restored to top shape, the situation would be untenable. And he had even consumed the majority of his true essence. He knew in his heart that although he had managed to reach the 5th floor, his ability ultimately fell short of that 6th-grade talent Qin Xingxian. Half a year ago, Qin Xingxian was able to overcome these 10 vicious beasts and attain victory. As he looked at the overwhelming presence that the vicious beasts exuded, Lin Ming sighed with emotion. She was truly someone who possessed a 6th-grade talent, that worthily beautiful and arrogant girl. By his conservative estimate, Lin Ming guessed that he needed to increase his cultivation over an entire level, and at least achieve the peak of the 3rd stage of body transformation to stand a chance. Only then could he have a possibility of passing, and that was considering a life and death struggle to his life's limit. But Qin Xingxian had already passed through this hurdle half a year ago. No wonder that middle-aged examiner was so confident when he said that it was impossible to pass. If it truly was impossible to pass, then such being the case, he would kill as many vicious beasts as he could. Lin Ming would not give up without a fight. This was a rare opportunity to improve and hone his combat ability while dancing on the edge of death, the feeling where his strength and will were pushed to their limits in a life-or-death situation where any mistake could be fatal. This was a true rare and valuable experience. Come on. Seeing the vicious beasts rush at him, Lin Ming shouted and stabbed his knife outwards at a silver tiger. His mind was clear, he knew that he had no chance of injuring the 2 second-level vicious beasts, so his goal was their 8 little brothers. Some had thick meat and fur that he could not hope to penetrate this late in the game, so he chose those that had high attack power but had an equally low defense, like this silver tiger. Pa! A knife stabbed into the silver tiger's abdomen. At the same time, Lin Ming felt a tremor pass up his arm. The silver tiger's thick flesh held the knife tight and Lin Ming almost let go. Damn! In a split second, a whip-like tail lashed out at Lin Ming's belly. This was an attack from the 2 second-level vicious beasts. Its speed was quick like lightning and it was sharp as a knife. A strike from this would bisect any normal martial artist. Lin Ming twisted in the air and barely dodged the tail, but it still scratched his thigh and left him bruised and lacerated. Lin Ming felt as if someone had branded his thigh with a heated iron bar. It burned with an aching pain. He grimaced. Even a gentle touch felt like his skin was sloughing off. During this time the 8 first-level vicious beasts surrounded Lin Ming. In the blink of an eye, he was in the center of a deadly circle. As long as these vicious beasts attacked together they would instantly tear Lin Ming apart. Not good. Lin Ming was very clear, as long as these vicious beasts pounced on him together, there was nowhere he could run. In that crucial moment, Lin Ming kicked his feet against the ground and thrust his knife at the silver tiger. He who struck the first blow had the advantage. Roar! The silver tiger howled with anger and also rushed at Lin Ming. In this dreamland, the wild and vicious beasts here knew not fear within their heart. Po! The knife jabbed straight into the silver tiger's throat. However, Lin Ming was also caught by its claw and drew a gaping hole in his abdomen. His second stage flesh training's true essence barely protected him from being eviscerated in one strike. One down. Lin Ming clutched his bloody abdomen that was dripping red. He had finally suffered a severe wound now and his true essence was at less than a single %. He had not thought that the 5th floor would be so difficult, compared to the 4th floor it was at least 10 times the trouble. A quarter of an hour. Lin Ming has already been on the 5th floor for a quarter hour. This Lin Ming is still persisting on the 5th floor, it's truly unbelievable. Although he could only be running, but he probably does not have much true essence left. Even running for a quarter hour is an achievement. There will probably be some great forces that will try to recruit Lin Ming. Mui, you had talked about him earlier, is your martial quarters not interested in the boy? Mui smiled but did not say anything. This group of fellows did not know as he did that behind Lin Ming was an incredible master. He probably came here for his own experience. Perhaps this mysterious master of his would soon bring him back to the mountains for painstaking cultivation. How could his martial quarters possibly hope to attract him? But Mui did not say these thoughts out loud. By now, an elder surnamed Su who was playing with 2 jade balls in his hand slowly said, "Elder son, you had a somewhat high opinion of him. I acknowledge that this Lin Ming has done well, but with only a grade 3 talent, to achieve this accomplishment so far, he probably had a fortuitous encounter of some kind and ate some rare and precious material and because of this, experienced an increase in his strength. As for his future accomplishments, haha, I don't see much need for flattery." The elder surnamed Su heard these words and knew they held some truth. If a person's luck was good, and blessed by the heavens, he might be able to eat some precious and rare object or material and experience an increase in his cultivation or strength. But that sort of superiority by ingesting these things had its limits. And would slowly be worn down by time, until it vanished and became not too rare. The elder surnamed Su rationally said, "This Lin Ming is good but his cultivation speed will not be able to follow him in the future. He'll be easily overtaken." Several elders echoed this. Mui faintly smiled and said, "There's no need to say anything more. Lin Ming's future achievements, everything will be seen in the future." As Mui's voice fell, he looked up and saw the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda begin to tremble. The runes flashed and suddenly a person's shadow was ejected and floated downwards like a slip of paper. That boy Lin Ming finally came out. Lin Ming had killed a silver tiger on the 5th floor and taken a serious wound in exchange. However, even on the verge of death, in his dying moment he had brought down a wind wolf and finally killed 2 first-level vicious beasts. He was already proud of this result. It had to be known that on the 5th floor, being able to kill 2 vicious beasts while being surrounded on all sides was incomparably more difficult than the 4th floor. In the distance, Lan Yunue looked at Lin Ming as he was caught by people waiting for him underneath the exquisite pagoda. In her heart she did now know why she felt a tiny tremble. She pursed her lips, and without a pause, turned around and quietly left. Lin Ming is already awake. Death in the dream realm is only the imagination of the mind. The candidate's true body would be shot out of the exquisite pagoda upon death, but they would have already thought they were dead, thus they would be unconscious for a period of time. But Lin Ming had unexpectedly awakened so quickly, and his complexion only showed a bit of paleness. This caused the elders of the 7 profound martial house to feel a bit startled. Compared to Wang Yanfeng, he had still been unconscious even after a while. This was the disparity that came with such a pure heart of martial arts. This Lin Ming should be the first-place candidate of this entrance exam. Elder Sun said. You say that, but the award for first place is a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. You do not think it is wasted on a boy with a mere grade 3 talent? How much of it do you think he would be able to absorb? The final assessment does not depend on just the results but also on the candidate's own talent. Elder Su responded to Elder Sun's proposal in a hoarse voice. Elder Sun said, "It is true that we must also account for talent, but that is only if there is a close tie in the final results of the exams. This Lin Ming took first place in all 3 trials, how can his assessment not be first in the final assessment? Otherwise everyone would only think that we are corrupt and unfair. Regarding the waste of the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill, its only use is for the main sect to attract top-tier talents to come to the 7 profound Martial House entrance exams. Can it be that you thought the main sect would create just a Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill to enter into the main sect as a core disciple? Moreover, as far as I know, aren't Elder Su and the head of Yuelu City's Wang family good old friends?" As Elder Sun finished his words, Elder Su's eyes twitched and he let out a cold humph. "Sun Sifan, I was only considering all angles of the exam for the sake of argument. If you wish to guarantee this Lin Ming as the first-place candidate, then I have no objections. How about we make a bet? We shall see 6 months from now who is stronger between Wang Yanfeng and this boy Lin Ming and who will enter the heavenly abode. How about it?" Elder Sun felt shocked by Elder Su's words and was somewhat speechless. He began to feel an angry stirring in his heart. He was only trying to act impartially for this entrance exam. He did not think much of Elder Su and did not normally have any dealings with him. He also could not get used to his self-serving nature that only tried to advance his own interests in the guise of helping with this entrance exam, which ultimately led to this struggle. But even as Elder Su challenged him, Elder Sun did not dare to meet it. Lin Ming's talent was limited and only at the 3rd grade. It was a very real possibility that Elder Su was correct with his guess that Lin Ming had some sort of fortuitous encounter and ingested some rare herb or something of that nature, thus resulting in his accomplishments today. But Wang Yanfeng in comparison was actually a rare person within 100,000 people, with a superior 4th grade talent. In that case, it could really be Lin Ming that would be left in his dust. Seeing Elder Sun backing down, Elder Su sneered and said, "How could you not accept? If you really think that this Lin Ming should be first place, then we might as well make a bet. I remember that Elder Sun has a treasure of the human step." As Elder Su mentioned this human step treasure, Elder Sun's complexion twisted. Human step treasures were extremely rare and valuable in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Not even with several tens of thousands of gold taels would you be able to purchase one. This was handed down and granted by the 7 Profound Valley, and was also Elder Sun's most valuable belonging. How could he use it in a gamble, much less one with such an uncertain chance of success? Seeing Elder Sun so dumbfounded, Elder Su had a smug and arrogant look plastered on his face. He knew that naturally Sun Sifan would not dare to take up this bet, so he said this because he wanted to ruin Sun Sifan's prestige and reputation. But at this moment, Mui opened his mouth and said with a smile, "How about I take up that bet with Elder Su?" Chapter 43, Refusal to Accept. Elder Su was startled as he heard this. He did not think that Mui would open his loud mouth and speak such words at that time, moreover with such a smiling expression and happy laugh as if he were filled with confidence. That moment caused Elder Su's confidence to shake a little. Was it possible that this boy Lin Ming had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve that he did not know of? But he could not reason out why this mere medium 3rd grade talent could in any way exceed the superior 4th grade talent Wang Yanfeng. He had also spoken such high and haughty words in the presence of so many peers. He had already jumped on the tiger, how could he get off now? So Elder Su could only clench his teeth as he said, "Good, of course, what would Mr. Mui like to bet?" Mui smiled and said, "For something of this nature, a casual bet should be all right. It's best not to harm friendly relations. I think a treasure of the human step should be fine." Human step treasure. Could this still be called something casual? The corners of Elder Su's mouth twitched. Mui had been a famous inscription master for so many years that out of everyone present, he was without a doubt the one with the most wealth. Elder Su clenched his teeth and said, "Good, then I will bet a low-grade human step treasure, a spatial ring." The spatial ring was a type of interspatial storage treasure. You could carry it anywhere on your body and use it to store any type of goods that you wanted. This sort of treasure was very difficult to refine, so its value was also several times higher than something at a similar grade. A human step low-grade spatial ring would be approximately the same worth as a middle-grade human step treasure. Great. Mui readily agreed. He laughed casually, giving off a feeling of self-satisfied assurance. The matter of Lin Ming as the first-place candidate was thus decided. However, the inspection had already carried on for most of the day, and it was already a late hour. The results would be announced tomorrow in the afternoon. Besides Lin Ming as first place, the 2nd through 10th place spots also had to be assessed. The age, results, and talent of these remaining candidates would have to be discussed between the 7 profound martial house elders to decide. Xingxian, let's go greet Lin Ming, Mui said as he stood up. Although Lin Ming had awoken by now, Mui was sitting with the 7 profound martial house elders, so Lin Ming naturally did not walk towards them. Qin Xingxian nodded. As the 7 profound martial house elders had talked, Qin Xingxian had shown etiquette and courtesy for her elders and had been sitting silently and peacefully at one side. But the truth was that in terms of status within the 7 profound martial house, Qin Xingxian was on equal footing with these elders. This was because Qin Xingxian was the most talented core disciples who, if in the future all things went smoothly with no major accident, would enter the 7 profound valleys and become an official disciple. This was the greatest glory. It must be known that even the Heavenly Abode's #1 senior apprentice Ling Xin had no chance of entering the 7 profound valleys. The only slight glimmer of hope he had was if he could reach the peak of body transformation, the pulse condensation boundary, in a short time. But reaching the distant boundary was easier said than done. Ling Xin was 20 years old and was only at the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation. In the evening, Lin Ming and Mui chatted with each other before Lin Ming returned to his bedroom that the 7 profound martial house had prepared for all candidates. He rested in the bedroom and meditated. A quiet night passed. It was the afternoon of the 2nd day and the weather was clear and beautiful. In the 7 profound martial house contest field, many important figures were gathered. Among them were the 53 candidates who had successfully passed. Today was the announcement of results. After an evening of debating, the final results had been decided. When Lin Ming arrived at the field, the people gathered there sent him frequent looks filled with envy, jealousy, and even some admiration. Lin Ming had become famous after a single night. Reaching the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda, even the senior apprentices of the Heavenly Abode paid attention to him. Congratulations. At this time a slightly cold voice sounded. Lin Ming followed it to see Wang Yanfeng standing nearby holding both hands to his chest with a fake smile. Your luck is truly good. A mere medium 3rd grade talent could reach the 5th floor. Ah, incredible, incredible. Wang Yanfeng spoke very loudly, and the people around them heard him. They were surprised that Lin Ming was only a 3rd grade talent. Although a 3rd grade talent was a 1 in 100 cream of the crop talent, in the 7 profound martial house this could be considered only ordinary. They thought that Lin Ming was at least a superior 4th grade talent. How could it be that he was just a medium 3rd grade talent? The surrounding people immediately began talking, and Wang Yanfeng heard this all with a smile on his face. Yesterday he had especially sent his lackeys to look up Lin Ming's talent. You, the one called Lin Ming, I do not know when a stray dog like you managed to eat some rare herb in your childhood, and nor do I care, but if you think that you can rely on this to pressure me and win against me, then go and daydream some more. You just have a bit of good luck and you think your combat prowess is good. Using inborn divine strength to deal with the clumsy, stupid beasts of the exquisite pagoda is easy, but if you want to challenge a real human. Humph, with your stupid little basic skills you probably learned from some cow, you think you can actually defeat a real person. The truth was that yesterday in the exquisite pagoda, Wang Yanfeng had also killed the 2 iron armor bears of the 4th floor, but he had been fatally wounded and thus kicked out. This made Wang Yanfeng feel aggrieved. If only he could have lasted one more breath, he could also have entered the 5th floor. If only he had entered the 5th floor, then he would have had the same result. Wang Yanfeng could not believe that Lin Ming achieved anything on the 5th floor even though he was there for a quarter of an hour. Wang Yanfeng believed he would only have had about 10% of his true essence left and would only have run away like a little dog with his tail between his legs to pass that time. Wang Yanfeng's fault had been that he was too eager for quick success and to immediately pass the 4th floor. The result was that he had to resort to desperate, all-out tactics. If he had slowly taken his time to deal with the 2 iron armor bears, he would not have been fatally injured. Moreover, the most important part was that in the exquisite pagoda, he could not use his rare equipment. Without his treasures, Wang Yanfeng could not fully utilize the power of his secret family skill, the 9 Paths of Truth. Its might would be greatly reduced, which would cause his striking power to fall, resulting in him having such a hard time passing the fourth floor. But in battles of martial artists, treasures and equipment were not forbidden, just like pills. They were items that belonged to the superiority that one's own family would bring, and were also a part of a martial artist's total strength. Wang Yanfeng touched his saber and looked at Lin Ming with a face colored with absolute contempt. If I could only use the 9-truth saber, then killing you would be easier than killing a chicken. Wang Yanfeng viciously thought in his heart, though he did not say these words aloud. How could I possibly lose to you? Not even in the future, but even now I would win. The thick tension in the air was palpable. Lin Ming did not respond to or dispute Wang Yanfeng's words, as he did not want a needless conflict. He was also disinclined to pay any attention to this Wang Yanfeng. Stop. My family's son is speaking with you. Are you deaf? Are you stupid? Can you not hear? A lackey bossily said as he stood by Wang Yanfeng's side. The servant's speech was coarser than the master's. Lin Ming stopped his footsteps, calmly turned around, and gave the men a shiver-inducing glare. This is the 7 Profound Martial House contest field. How could a little lackey like you, who is only at the first stage of body transformation, come on? You. The scolded lackey turned red in the face with anger and shame. According to regulations, he really did not have the qualifications to enter. The atmosphere was strained, but at this moment an elder of the 7 Profound Martial House walked up on a stage and said, "Quiet. We will now announce the results of the entrance exam." The people downstage naturally silenced themselves. Even the lackey could only curse in his heart, and he silently stood there. The elder took out a long list and said, "For this examination's results, candidates were judged on the results of the 3 trials, their age, and their talent. All 3 factors were considered and discussed for the final assessment by the elders. Now we will announce the first 10 as follows. 10th place, Zhou Zhenyang, prize, 10 soul-gathering pellets. 9th. The elder slowly announced the results in an unhurried voice until he reached the 2nd place. 2nd place, Wang Yanfeng, prize, a golden snake scarlet pill. 1st place, Lin Ming, prize, a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. The results have been announced. Congratulations everyone. If there are no objections, then we have invited Elder Sun to hand out the awards. Wait a moment. I have an objection. Wang Yanfeng raised his hand. The 7 Profound Martial House's Elder Su was his father's good friend, so he had already known the results of the assessment. This time he had objected because of Elder Su's advice. What objection do you have?" said the elder who had read out the announcement as he frowned. Wang Yanfeng smiled and stepped out to the front of the square. His voice was clear and resounded as he said, "As far as I know, Lin Ming's talent is only a mere medium 3rd grade. My talent is superior 4th grade. The elder earlier said that the results for the final assessment take into account the 3 trials, age, and talent. The final decision-making is in the elder's hands, but the subjective factor is just too big. I refuse to accept the choice for 1st place candidate." To Wang Yanfeng, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill was something he could absolutely not give up. If he had this pill, he was confident that he could break through the 4th stage of body transformation before he was 18 years old, and even reach the peak of the 4th stage before he was 20. With such strength at his disposal, he wouldn't even necessarily lose to the Heavenly Abode's senior apprentice, Ling Sr. If this happened, then no one in his family would doubt his status anymore. At this time, Elder Sun stood up and with a cold snort said, "You dare to question the final assessment of the elders?" This cold snort was filled with true essence. As it came out, those in the periphery were shocked with an icy chill as the temperature dropped several degrees. Wang Yanfeng could not bear the brunt of this disdainful pressure and was forced back several steps. "Sun Sifan, an elder like you is bullying the young," Elder Su said as he also stood. He did not originally like Sun Sifan either. By now Wang Yanfeng said, "Elder Sun, please calm down. I do not dare to question the elder's decisions, but I only think that it is not fair. In the 3rd examination trial I also killed both vicious beasts. It was only because I was too hasty for victory that I became fatally injured and was unable to step into the 5th floor. If I had progressed slowly, then I too would have achieved the 5th floor. Therefore I cannot do anything else but refuse to accept this result. I do not believe my strength is worse than Lin Ming's." Then what do you want? Simple. I want to fight Lin Ming. If I lose, I will completely admit defeat. But if I win, then I want the first place candidate spot to be turned over to me. Wang Yanfeng suddenly swiveled to Lin Ming and with provocation in his voice said, Lin Ming, do you dare? Chapter 44, Killing you is just right. Before Lin Ming could answer, Elder Su rose again and said with a smile, this idea is good. The truth is that the martial house examination trials vary, but ultimately are looking for the same attributes. The first is combat skill, the second is talent. Wang Yanfeng obviously wins when it comes to talent, but if the actual combat skill is also won by him, then the situation in principle should be his, and the first place candidate should belong to Wang Yanfeng. The few words Elder Su said had already blocked Lin Ming's exit and left him with nowhere to retreat to. However, Elder Su felt this was insufficient. He turned to Lin Ming and said with an eerie smile, not only must a martial artist cultivate their body and fortify the mind, the martial artist must have faith that they can overcome obstacles and win against challenges. If they feel fear and do not fight, then their heart will falter. This type of person would have no great future achievements. Elder Su's words were not wrong, but he said them with malicious intent. Under this type of situation, once someone lost, then they would suffer an enormous blow to their self-confidence and psyche, especially considering that Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he at first place lost to the second place candidate and the gap was too large, then he might be unable to psychologically recover in light of this. Elder Su had already recognized that Lin Ming had the greatest chance of losing. After all, Wang Yanfeng was ahead of Lin Ming by an entire stage, and in the exquisite pagoda he did not have any treasures on him, so he was unable to display the true strength of his family skill, 9 paths of truth. Martial skills greatly increased a martial artist's fighting ability. Sometimes high-level martial skills could let martial artists fight those that were ranks beyond them. As for Lin Ming's inborn divine strength, it was easy to use against the slow beasts of the exquisite pagoda that had high defensive power. But against a real person, brute strength was not so simple a solution. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for Wang Yanfeng to lose. Lin Ming turned a cold eye to Elder Su and took note of him. He then looked to Wang Yanfeng and said, I could fight with you, but in this competition the only one to suffer a loss would be me. If I fight with you, then as the first place candidate, if I win I am still first place and I do not gain any advantage. But if I lose, then I have to just meekly surrender my spot like that. What do you think about this? When Wang Yanfeng heard Lin Ming already intent to compete, his heart immediately blossomed with happiness. This little fellow is just bargaining back and forth as if he could win just because he reached the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda. Humph, he really is an idiot. I will let you know how fierce that 9 paths of truth really is. Wang Yanfeng playfully smiled and asked, what do you want then? Lin Ming responded, if I win then I want you to give me your golden snake scarlet pill. If I lose, you can take first place candidate and also the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. How about it? Good. Since you said it then you meant it. Wang Yanfeng felt a great happiness in his heart. This way he could have both precious pills for himself. It was really a dream come true. He impatiently said, then let us start our competition. Sure. Seeing Lin Ming agree so readily and happily, Elder Sun could only shake his head slightly. Lin Ming would most certainly lose, or at least he had more than a 50% chance of losing. Undergoing the trials and fighting with a real person was different. This Wang Yanfeng came from an aristocratic family and had a special master in his youth teach him to fight, and he also had martial skills. This fight was already a foregone conclusion, there was nothing left to say. As soon as Wang Yanfeng arrived at the center stage of the contest field, he flicked his saber and gave it shake as he roared, come up. Seeing Wang Yanfeng's long saber, the crowd present were startled, a rare weapon. As long as it was a rare treasure, the value would be several thousand gold taels. Even aristocratic family juniors would only receive one after reaching the 4th stage of body transformation or even the 5th stage. Only then would they have the qualifications to receive a rare treasure like this. They had not thought that this Wang Yanfeng, who was only at the 3rd stage of body transformation, would have won, and one that had an inscription on it. Obviously this Wang Yanfeng had a high position within his family. The people looked at Lin Ming to see if he could also put out some equally rare weapon. Thinking of his family background, it was just not possible for him to have any rare treasures. Although this may not seem fair, but in the Sky Fortune Kingdoms, martial artists' contests had always been like this. It was impossible to trade weapons to momentarily use, and even if possible then they would be unfamiliar with it. One's family was also a form of strength. If the weapon is unfair, then the pills or other medicines that increase cultivation are also unfair. It would be impossible to prohibit martial artists from assisting their cultivation with pills. Therefore Lin Ming could only swallow this disadvantage. This Lin Ming probably doesn't have any sort of good weapon. There is no way that he would have something worth several thousand gold taels. The average person just doesn't have those advantages. Hopefully Lin Ming doesn't pull out something too inferior and is immediately cut down. This way he might have a chance. As these people talked, Lin Ming took out a weapon from his pouch. This was his deboning knife that he had used to slice meat at the Great Clarity Pavilion. Seeing this scrappy deboning knife, everyone's eyes immediately widened. This was this, a pig butchering knife? Though no one had thought that Lin Ming would have a good weapon, they did not think he would pull out such an inferior weapon. It was only a foot in length. As the saying went, 1 inch longer 1 inch stronger. This 1-foot deboning knife compared to a 3-foot-long saber was at a bit more than just a disadvantage. Moreover, could a knife used to kill pigs even be sturdy? What would happen if it were to be cut in half by the opposition's sword? Wang Yanfeng saw this deboning knife and laughed. You would use that to challenge me? That's just a knife for killing pigs. You really are a daft idiot. Lin Ming appeared slightly surprised. He said, I didn't notice it, but it seems you were right. This really is a knife for killing pigs. I usually do use it to kill pigs, so for today, killing you is just right. Lin Ming's scolding words insinuated that Wang Yanfeng was just a pig. This made Wang Yanfeng furious. He shouted, You don't know the meaning of death. As Lin Ming slowly stepped on stage in the contest field, and Wang Yanfeng had drawn his saber, he had already been using an inscription master's soul force to study the sword's strength and its inscription. In this, Lin Ming was an expert. Wang Yanfeng's saber looked powerful and impressive, but in Lin Ming's eyes it could only be considered common goods. Even that inscription would not even normally grab his attention. As long as an inscription master knew the proper technique, they could use the soul law formula to seep their soul force into the treasure and judge whether its quality was good or bad. Lin Ming had learned his inscription skills from the memories of an elder who came from the realm of the gods, thus he also naturally knew a viewing technique. Although he had only studied this technique a bit, it was already far more than enough to take a look at Wang Yanfeng's saber. The saber was able to greatly enhance a martial artist's combat strength, but Wang Yanfeng was only at the early 3rd stage of body transformation and had not reached altering muscle or bone forging. Thus Lin Ming was not worried, as he could only display a very limited effect of the saber. Of course, even if Wang Yanfeng could not display the saber's true strength, compared to Lin Ming's deboning knife in hand, it would be immediately cut apart if Lin Ming used it to receive a strike. Although this was a good and trusted knife he had used for countless hours, it was just made of regular iron from an ordinary blacksmith. But this did not matter to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had not planned on using this deboning knife originally, he would rely on the strength of his own fists. Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was an unsurpassed almighty body transformation skill manual that was the essence of light and yang. For those that practiced this, their own muscles and bones were themselves the best weapons. With Lin Ming's peak 2nd stage cultivation, his fist strength reached 2,700 genes. With this strength he could punch straight through a thick ironwood tree. If this fist directly hit a person's body, even a master at the altering muscle or bone forging stage could not necessarily withstand it. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.